You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. This is show number 53 of our podcast series. We're going to call this season number 1, and we'll see where this leads us. But I want to welcome you all here. As you can see, I'm Rebecca, and I'm happy to see you all are here as well. I see several already have joined in, so that's awesome to see. And let's go ahead and get who pulled up here, the one and only. Let's go ahead and add Samuel Hofman. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Hi, everybody. I'm fine for today. A little bit of weather.
Right.
Old achy bones, Other than that, everything's great.
That's what you were saying. You had a leg cramp. So
yeah. On the lower back has been the issue. I got up this morning and it was like, oh, this is going to be a fun day. And then, of course, I looked out the window and it's cloudy and rainy, and it's sort of attempting to rain, and it's like 45, 47 degrees right now. So it's not really warm, and if I'd have taken a hot shower or something, I'd probably feel a lot better, but I never got to it. Busy day.
Right. Yeah. It's a much warmer day here, 81 right now here over Oklahoma. So, but I totally understand the cool, rainy weather is a game changer. So, but I'm glad to see you're here. So let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. So we're, it's all good from there.
Right. We have right. I'm glad you made it. You felt up to it. So let's go ahead and bring in our next co-host, and we're going to bring in our friend Gillian in Scotland. Hey, Gillian.
Hiya. How are you?
Good.
Mission accomplished that you just gave me.
Oh, yeah, that was quick. You got it done fast. Cool.
I hope so. That was 5 groups.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for helping share that. So, and so how are you doing, Gillian?
Yeah, I'm getting better. So
you're feeling better?
I actually felt a bit like myself today, but yeah, it's taken a week to actually feel better, but thank you for asking. Yeah.
Right. Sure. Well, I'm glad to have you with us because I know it's late for you, if not early morning. So I'm glad that you're with us. It's probably like 1 o'clock in the morning.
What time is it now? Is it 1?
Something like that. So yeah. Right. But anyway,
how you do it? I'd be asleep by then.
Let's go ahead and get our next host in here, and it's our regular Tuesday night regular host is our good friend Jesus Marquez. Hey, Jesus, how are you?
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing?
How is things in Utah?
Raining. A lot of rain. A lot of rain. A lot of overcast.
Really?
A lot of green skies and rain. So I think the pest city is right over us and just bombing us with just a lot of rain.
Yeah, I saw her face today. It was very prominent.
Yeah, which is not a bad thing because, Great Salt Lake is running dry. So, give us all the water we can get. So, beach better than snow. So I'll take it any day.
Right. I know. There's a
lot
of
rain here.
Mm-hmm. And it's been really warm. So it gets really warm, and then at night it still gets a little chilly. But I think it's just, the summer kind of, or at this point, I think it's spring. I don't even think we're going to have a spring. I think we're just going to jump right into summer. So.
And we're still having freezing temperatures. It's going to be like 31 tonight. So, semi.
Yeah. Well, last night I had to get up and turn on the heater. It was like 75 degrees in the day, but at night the temperatures plummeted, and I had to get up and turn on the heater because it was cold. It was chilly. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's going up and down like a yo-yo. It really is up and down.
Yeah, it's been totally bipolar winter solstice,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make your own rise up in this place.
I was going to say it's in the 80s here, but actually today has been a beautiful day, so I'm not complaining. But it was pretty hot, and in the 90s the other day for April. That's unusual. So
in the 90s, you already reached 90s.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Wow.
Oh yes.
I can see Christoper reaching 90s by now, but Oklahoma 90s already. Wow. What are your highs like there? Like in Oklahoma? Is it pretty hot? Is it pretty warm?
In the summer, last year we went for about 3 weeks straight over 110 every day, and that's not normal. But that was last summer, and it was pretty terrible. Hot.
That's what I don't miss about New Mexico. Where I was at was 115, 118.
Yes,
in the summer,
and it's very humid here too. No. So it's hot
we get
and
about
humid.
Yeah, the humid part I can't stand. But here we get about 105, 107. Even now that it's been hotter than usual, I hear people complaining. I'm like, yeah, try going a little further down south, see how you like it. I think it's really nice weather here, considering.
I hear you.
We are warming up.
I know. I was going to say I see a lot of
there's a warm trend.
A lot of meteorologists on Facebook I follow, and they're all basically saying the same kind of post, is that things are warmer in their region than normal. Yeah. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
We are warming up, guys.
Right. So I thought
are you guys breaking up, or am I breaking up?
It was you.
I think
I don't know.
You guys are all locking up on me here.
Oh.
It must be me.
I saw it for a second.
I'm breaking up here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
They said there were solar flares, and we got the northern lights a wee while ago. So.
Interesting.
I see. Okay. Well, those have been really interesting lately. I have a cool one to show here in a minute. I thought we'd take a minute and go look at the comment section. So I see there's several comments here. I haven't really had much time to look through them yet. But I want to see who was first in line. You know me. So, okay. Well, as I suspected and expected, it's Dennis, y'all. It's our friend Dennis. And good evening. Dennis. I know it's probably very late, kind of like Gillian for you. So thank you for waiting up for us or staying up late for us. So, and being first in line. So
always appreciate it.
Good to see you, Dennis.
Is that on Facebook?
And then he's on YouTube. Dennis,
trying to get my phones all sorted out.
And our friend Amy, she's watching us from YouTube also. So hey there, Amy. Good to see you. Yeah, good deal. And here is our friend Nicolle. Hey, Nicolle. Yes, good to see you. And I'm looking forward to tonight's show also. We have some good things to talk about. We always do, though. I mean, there's really never a shortage. I couldn't even include all of the videos I had because I had so many. It's like each video was going to be way too long. So anyway, we're going to have a lot to talk about. So,
hello, Nicolle.
Get your cough drops lined up, Sam. So I'm kidding.
Is she going to be joining us later, Rebecca?
I sent Nicolle a link. So I don't know, but I haven't communicated with her today to know if she's planning on joining us or not.
Right, yeah.
But you're always welcome, Nicolle. So, but if not, it's okay too. So don't feel like you have to, because you don't. I mean, it's fine either way. So. But anyway, it's good to see you, Nicolle. And next in line is our good friend T. Racy. Hey, T. Racy. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Yep, it's 7:12 p.m. my time. So let's see. But yeah, it's good to have you, T. Racy. Good to see you. And you know who this is, y'all. Our good friend Michelle.
Hi,
And
Michelle.
sometimes she's our guest co-host, Michelle Cox. So hello, Michelle. Good to see you. She's excited. Hello to the Nibiru family, which is all of us. That's right. It's like a family reunion every show.
Yeah.
Right. But good to see you, Michelle. And next, hey, Lauren. Always nice to see Lauren. And it doesn't matter whether it's here or on Facebook. So it's good to have you, Lauren. She's like got all these inspirational, positive messages. I like them. So I appreciate all you have to share. So good to see you, Lauren.
Hello, Lauren.
And okay, here is Experimental. Hello, Experimental Elemental. Hi there. And she's also watching from YouTube tonight. Hello, how are you? And
Experimental.
here's my good friend Tracy. Hi, Tracy
Hello,
Moses, my
Tracy.
fellow Oklahoman. So I hope you're
Hi,
feeling
Tracy.
well today. So keep your thoughts on Tracy. She's over recovering from medical situation, and she's going to get better just as soon as you could imagine. So, but good to see you, Tracy.
Get well soon.
Get well soon, right?
Yeah.
And here's our friend Karen Porter. Hi, Karen. Thank you. And I was going to say thank you I found your donation for Sam today, and I wanted to tell you thank you for that. So thank you for doing that. And I let Sam know. So that will be on his way in the morning.
Thank you.
Right. And good to see you, Karen. Good to have you. And I'm happy to see you. And next in line is Thunder. Hi, Thunder.
Hey, Thunder.
I don't know why I
Hello.
always want to put the R at the end. I can't help it. And I have to say it over and over again because I'm practicing. Thunder. Thunder. It has to be a certain amount of So, but good to see you, Thunder. Yeah, that's perfect.
It's an eye-catching name.
I know, right? And then here is our good friend Audrey.
Hiya, Audrey. I was just going to say, I wonder if she's awake.
Audrey, always, our old
You know
faithful,
it.
always here.
Does she ever sleep? I don't know. Does she sleep? Maybe
Turn her
not.
into one of those
But it's-
nighttime
yeah.
people.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. for Audrey. So, but it's always good to have you, Audrey. We always know you'll be here. So I'm happy to see you. And next in line is Aaliyah. Hello, Aaliyah. Whoops.
Hello, William.
Good to have you here.
Hi, Ellie.
I don't know if I've seen that name before. Maybe I haven't been here. I don't know. I haven't seen that name, but
Yeah, I have.
you have? Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Yep. If it's the same one, and we have in our group on Facebook. If it's the same one, I'm not positive about that.
Every time
but-
you mention it, the song goes through my head. Aaliyah,
Okay, right.
it's an 80s song,
Yeah.
or it might even be a 70s song.
I was gonna say I don't know if I know it, but you have to send me the link.
Yeah, okay.
But, yeah, okay. But good to see you, Aaliyah. Good as always. And here is Amazi. I'm not sure about the last part, but I don't want to butcher it. But I'm happy to see you here. And Nepicity over the sky of Amarat.
Nepicity's directly over Earth right now, and I saw clear as day. Very interesting base cloud, was very defined and yet kind of unique, unusual, different. Yet it couldn't have been anything else but Nepicity because of the 1, 2, 3 count in the base cloud. But it was kind of different. And what was weird, it had moved actually into the north sky. And here, of course, I just got done doing the site drawing for the month, which makes it semi less than normally accurate. And I was surprised by that because all week long I had seen Nepicity in the southern region of my out view, And then today it was directly overhead and slightly north, and I went, "Wow, that one got by me." But it's all moving so fast; it's really hard to keep track of everything that goes on. But generically, the new site drawing for the 15th is accurate.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that off camera. I've been getting hit with a lot of rain and green skies, which we all know makes a lot of sense. Kind of who else could be blamed but necessity for that? So yeah, right directly above us, bringing a lot of rain. So
the rain bomb.
I apologize, Sam. I don't think I got your new drawing in my folder yet. Of all times, I should have it. I'll get it there in a moment, and we'll look at the drawing.
All right,
the new one. Sorry.
Yeah, I have been not putting it right away into the file either.
Yeah.
The other. About a month ago, I hadn't put in 3 of them 3 months in a row. I hadn't stuck them in the file, which was silly because I like to keep that file because it is sort of, it's like a cloud file and sort of Facebook,
Right.
God, so spooky times for all the changes that are going on for me and my internet, and I'd like to do it better, but we got these stumbling blocks that keep occurring to all of us members, and now it's Rebecca's turn because she's being messed with on Facebook.
Oh man,
and
yeah,
her ability to post and all of that.
Problems. Yeah, it's just different. I have problem with my cell phone. It won't hold a charge, and it's dead right now. And
we gotta.
It'll be on the charger for an hour. It'll say it 1 or 0. So I don't know it's just not. I don't know.
Well,
anyways,
I'll tell everybody out there, Rebecca needs donations so that she can get a new phone, and they're quite a few $100s, and so anyway,
it's a pretty new phone, to be honest. That's the discouraging part is I just got it about a year ago.
Yeah, nothing lasts
you got it at the same time as I got my one.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. It can't get over 20% in a charge, and if it ever gets down to 0 and dies, it could take all night to.
What kind of phone is that?
It's a Motorola stylus phone.
I didn't like Motorola when I had it. It was my first.
Okay, it's pizza cutting time. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. Okay. See, it has a little stylus in it, a little pin.
Yeah,
I can pull out, and that's what helps me make
Samsung one. I've got an S23, and it's also got a little. I keep forgetting about it. Little. It's also got a little pen.
Perfect. Yeah, I love it. I can't go back to one without one now. So, but let's go back. I see here Katie Jo is here, and I want to say hi to Katie Jo. And I was going to, while we have Katie Jo here, let's see. I used to have it pulled up. Let me get it back to it. I made a small, short, 15-second TikTok out of one of Katie Jo's videos. So we'll take a peek at that real quick.
Oh, cool.
I threw this together earlier today. Yeah.
Oh, it was lovely.
Isn't that sweet?
It was so cool. You showed us earlier.
Yeah, that's it.
Lovely.
Threw that together.
I saw this somewhere. I'm not sure if it was on TikTok or Facebook, but I saw it. Major light, major
I saw that. I'm like, that is so pretty cool looking. As far as light pinches go, I think I get excited when I see a light pinch. I don't know. I just kind of have a little moment where I love those.
You got light pinches the way I'm like with the Northern Lights.
I know, it's exciting. But anyway, so that's the outcome of that. So thank you, Katie Jo, for sharing it with us. I got that out of the chat groups where we have.
It was so tiny, and then that beam was just bent so perfect.
Yeah, it was. I'll show it again when Sam gets back.
The things that we get all thrilled about.
I know.
What do you get thrilled about if you look up at the sky, he says?
You know what gets me?
The
V's, because I know whenever I see the V's, there's something going on. That gets me.
Yes.
And I finally got some today, but they're really high up. So a lot of everything that's happening is just a little high and just a little out of view. I got a little bit of video, but it was really not Not too great to also.
Oh, do you know? I heard the
what
weirdest
gets me
sound
going.
today. I heard the weirdest sound. You're in your V's. I've got like this thing with sound here, and I thought,
Really?
is it because of the way the wind captures something? No, but it wasn't the wind. It was if you went out and stood out, and it was over in one side of the sky where the west, the northwest, and you just heard.
Wow.
Ooh, like that. It was so weird. And of course, when I'm trying to hear it, some dude goes past in his car. I'm like, oh, just get past already. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
As I hit the record button, so you hear me actually saying "jeez" in the video.
Nicolle saying to you, great news, Rebecca. Please try performing a soft reset on your phone.
Soft reset. Can you do that?
I can if it turns back on for me. I mean, how is that different from a regular reset? Like, is that a regular reset?
No,
Like
it'll just close out like your apps, but it won't erase anything. It won't delete nothing. It'll just close out your apps and anything that you have open, really. But
yeah,
you'll still have everything.
Okay.
Your contacts, your pictures, everything will still be on there. Just
right.
don't do
Motorola
a master reset because that'll reset everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been there and did that a couple of times. So yeah.
I
that's
know
the
our
worst thing.
babies, our pictures, our babies will just get like, oh.
No. So
It's like a movie
anyway,
feeling.
yeah. Hopefully, I'll keep you all posted. It's plugged in. We'll
Speaking
see.
of which, I keep everything in files, and I've gone through the alphabet twice, and I'm now on AA because I usually go from Z to A and from Z to A, and that way I stay with the current pictures on top. And as of this morning, I hit 10,000 pictures in the AA file alone. So now I have to go back and start over with ZZZ.
Oh my gosh.
And then work my way back around again. And I was doing it every couple of months. I would change letters, and that way I was always able to remember the order of how. And then I would, I'd add the name of the picture of the planet, blah blah. But I'd start out with AA or A such and such, separating the files. But yeah, I just hit over 10,000 in AA alone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been literally the last, probably since just before Christmas.
I'm sorry, you said AA? What is
Yeah, that's the file. I just keep a file, rolling file list, and I started out with Z file, and then I went, backwards through the alphabet, and so now I'm all the way to my second run from ZZ down.
I was thinking, is
my
that
Y
a problem I don't know about? Or
no. It's the file name is file AA, and I have over 10,000. It's about 10,090 pictures now already in just the AA file, and I've gone through 2 sets of the alphabet. So I got a lot.
Not to mention how much you've lost over the years on your computer.
Yeah, that was why we were talking about clearing the phone by mistake and all of that, and I was instantly reminded of all of those occasions where my computer actually just died, and I went because of all of those years worth of stacked up collected pictures and all the work of saving them all, and God, we lost so many, and I'm on 15. My 15th computer, so this happened to me a number of times. So it's easier to deal with now. But every time I lose everything on my computer, I just about want to, jump off the nearest bridge. Although that is not in my. I'm joking. I'm not serious.
You need like flash drives for everything.
Yeah, I did. I did save. I have everything from probably. I'm going to say September last year backwards on flash drive, and I have to re-up again these new files.
Yeah, there's a new flash drive where you can download everything off your phone and your tablet and all that into this one cool flash drive.
Yeah, I have a bunch of them.
Nice.
Deb sent me a whole box full of them. So I had like 6 in this cool little box. So I still have 5 more I can do that with. I just have to learn how to do it. I actually had to call a guy next door to come over and do it for me. And it took about a day and a half to download all of that onto one flash drive.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I got to redo it. It reminds me, I really got to get it done again. So that way we don't lose pictures.
Well, considering how, how sensitive a topics we discuss here, I think it's important for everybody to have an external something, just to save all of this stuff. Could imagine, anything, solar flare could wipe out all this stuff, not to mention, as you were saying earlier, as how Rebecca's getting messed with, it's always got to have some kind of backup, because we have some very important evidence to that is, very important evidence to human history. I think it's very important to keep those records, those records, ready and available, even if,
it's different from like the Thunderbolts project and people way back when leaving a marker for their time and what they saw. It's the same for us.
Exactly. Because we're the only
ones. Our civilization, what are they going to find? All these little flash drive things. They'll be wearing them around their necks.
Hey, I'll get out my hammer and chisel and a big rock, and I'll start carving.
Somebody may run into Sam's drawings eventually one day.
I know.
Confirm that all this stuff is all
kept like in hard copies. I know.
Well, I've noticed there's a lot of people that are actually sharing my April 15th drawing already, and I thank you. I'm kind of honored that you find it important enough to let your people know. And hey, here's Sam's drawing. It's the 15th again, and thank you. I do appreciate that, and that way more people do get to view them. And shame on you for not having a copy for those folks right now, Rebecca. I'm teasing you. We want to see it,
No, Alan had to come in and interrupt the show to tell me that the sky looked phenomenal right now. And I'm like, you would tell me that when I can't go look at it.
Go ahead, take a minute, go look out the door at least. Go ahead. We'll occupy the folks for a minute.
I can do that. I'll use this extra
You could also
phone.
put on a short, put on a short and then run away from the desk for a minute. Come back.
Maybe he's just typing it. We'll see.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll go take a peek real fast.
Have a little quick peek. You can't resist. You can't resist.
It's important enough for him to come in and tell you that it's really cool outside, that you should probably go look.
Yeah. Yeah, when I went outside, I was really surprised to see the purple had stretched right up and then the green next to it was stretched. It was like all going to the side, and it was in the back there.
They're getting higher up. They're going above us, and so we're seeing them in a light that we've never seen. We're seeing underneath them, which we've never really seen. We've always seen the faces of them and the lower edges of them, but we've never directly looked up underneath them. Other than Attu's moon in 2019 and 2020, then we had a grand close view of Attu's moon underneath very heavily. But now we're seeing, like I said, that Nepesity had moved to above me to partially in the north sky, and I saw that the base cloud and the 1, 2, 3 rings, and it was definitely Nepesity, but it was weirdly sharper. Like the base cloud was much more crisp lined, and
and the green is a little dingier because it's just so far high up there. That's what I've been getting. All week long.
And because Nepesity used to have that strong, absolutely undeniable, almost grass green, light grass green. It wasn't deep green, but it was a intense green that there's no other matching color in our nature to it other than the overpassing planet. And that was always giving, for the last 3 or 4 years, Nepesity's been real close. And I am going to do a drawing, and I thought about it this morning, and I just never got to it. I am going to do an overhead view to show the transition of where we used to be versus where we are now.
I saw.
Nice, that'll be cool.
I saw Rebecca's how she flipped it around.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that fits perfectly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah,
it's thinking overhead view would be awesome, actually.
Yeah, she did right. That's what prompted me to. I chuckled at it. I thought that's a really interesting point of view. You are correct, and she tipped it over on its side, and it worked. And I went, wow, okay. Because I never in my mind to think to do that. It's close to what the reality is, but what it's actually happened is we've gone around from the left side of Uri and having Attu in front of our faces on the right side. Now we have gone around Attu and Uri to their right side, and they are now both on the left of us. And apparently, so is now moving, of course, because Nepesity is following in the last of the line. Of the rotation / spiral of the octopus arms, because it's only two and two separate groups in the orbital path of the the Nibiru system, and then Nibiru and Isatum are on the other arm, and Saru, Uri, Attu, and Nepesity follow in on the other arm, and Nepesity follows them as they all as a group rotate and spiral. It's really weird, but yeah, I saw that and I did chuckle, and that's why I was like, yeah, I really need to draw it, for real. But she did well. She figured it out all on her own.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting view.
Very cool, Rebecca.
I can't wait to see what you come up with, Sam.
Yeah, I'm going to do it from an overview where we're looking down, and then I'll do the little circular drawing with the dotted line to show where Earth was and where Earth is in comparison, looking down on the whole solar system. Their solar system, not ours. Now, I will do that drawing in the next couple of days. I've got that. Today I saw. I was in the Lolo, a parking lot in Lolo. And I saw a Tanner asteroid, and it was huge. And it was like, oh my God! Did you see the video clip I posted of the red asteroid yesterday? I posted it on Skywatcher 2 and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. And
seems like I'm not getting notifications again.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Let me go to Facebook and I'll grab copy.
I'm going to look through here the comments real quick and see who I've missed or haven't gone over yet. But I see Val here. I haven't said hi to Val yet before I had to, jump up and take off. So, but hello and welcome, Val. Good to have you. Good to see you too. And next, I know this person. This is our good friend Alex in Germany. It's also 2 a.m. or so after for Alex. So he stayed up late for us, and I have some of his videos to share. So, and if there's anything else more current, Alexander, that I haven't picked up yet, you can send them to me, and I'll try to get those added. So, but we're a fan. We appreciate all your efforts and your art, and your
here so late. I know 2 a.m. is
I know he's another one that doesn't miss a show. Like rarely he'll miss a show. So it's appreciate you. So good to have you. And let's see. Okay, next year, Dawn, our good friend Dawn. Hey Dawn, good to see you. I like the name Shine Bright. It just kind of picks me up when I see it. I think that's what it's meant to do, so it's nice. But good to see you, Dawn.
Let's see you, Dawn.
And here is a Facebook user. I'm not sure who it is, but if you want to reveal who you are, you can do this right here. You can go to StreamYard.com/Facebook, and it will ask a one-time approval to add your identity or reveal your identity, and that way we can see your name or not. Either way, so whatever you want to do. But good to have you. And I lost my place.
I am not finding. Oh, I know there. Just as I say, I'm not finding it. I find it. Okay, copy the link, and I will send. Here is the copy of the link, Rebecca. It is rather prominent.
What's this for, Sam?
The video of the red asteroid, and it's really large.
Okay. Oh, I think I already. I think I know. I'm curious.
And,
I got confirmation on this one video, but it was crazy looking. So I'll look in a minute and see. But yeah, hi, Sammy.
You're saying the same as we all were about the flooding there. Those poor people. That flooding is really bad.
And I cannot read who it's from.
Right.
Because it's in another language. So
I was in the process of downloading a bunch of Dubai flooding videos when my phone went to sleep. It got too tired. So anyway, hopefully I'll get it back on before the show's over. We could watch them because I couldn't believe it. Dubai is swimming right now. So I'm sure as other places, not just Dubai.
Yeah. Anyone and everyone should take into it. It's okay. My fault too. Everyone should take into account that your weather is not going to be like it used to be. It's no longer going to be what it was, and we're going to see extremes in different outcomes. And again, because we didn't have a lot of snow in Montana this year, or the Pacific Northwest for that matter, in the upper regions. I don't know about Washington State and Idaho, which might be important to actually look up. I believe that we could see firestorms this year. Because I mean, look what happened to Texas and Oklahoma already in spring with that wind event that they had, where I mean, it was a wildfire and it burned up a couple million acres. And some people lost their homes and their farms and equipment and livestock. Remember that. Let's not forget that could happen again, because it did happen to me last summer. Remember, everybody, we had a wildfire that went right past my house, and we were lucky. And the people across the kitty corner across the street from me were not, and their house melted, and one of them burned up, and all of that, and other people down the road lost a house as well. So prepare for that. Mitigate your fuel. If you have trees within 100 feet of your house, I'd rethink their age, and it's easier to replant a smaller tree than have a bigger one come land on your house. So rethink your fire, and we do that up here in Montana regularly. We check our what's growing near our cabins and what's growing near our houses, just in case, if you're in the forest especially. And they're always talking about mitigating ground source fuel. And then if you are building a house, make sure you build a house where the bottom area or the outside edges of your house will not catch fire easily. I would say stone or something that's fireproof. But keep that in mind when you're doing your construction. And how you build your roof. We're seeing new winds that are topping averagely 60 miles an hour, where high winds used to be 35 miles an hour, and now they're on average 60 miles an hour and over.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say that, Sam. Combined with how hot we're thinking this year is gonna be, we've been having a lot of high winds here as well. So I think it may be the right conditions to be aware of, fires and stuff. So
and ground fires can go inside of cities as well, and where the grass will burn, and then it'll run from one block to the next on the ground alone, and then it gets into another forested area or a group of houses that have dry grass as well, and those houses light up, and then a block to a half a mile away there may not be anything, but yet all the embers in the high winds, and that's what happened to Hawaii. And regardless of the origin of the fire, that's a really good example to show you what one little spark in high winds can do.
Yeah. So pay attention to these things, guys. It's going to be a hot one this year.
You were going to show Alexander's videos, because Nina's just sent me a whole bunch. She sent me a post that's obviously it's in the Beer Followers Anonymous already, with the shippy thing that looks like,
Okay, amazing. I haven't seen it. All right. Well, yeah, and I was seeing here, Tara is here. Hi, Tara. And Tara sent me some pictures just a few minutes really before my phone died. So I didn't even get to save them yet, Tara. So hopefully I can get them added to the show. I'm planning on it. But yes, what she sent me, and she is in Texas, North Texas, and she talked about what a show that she had. And I know the pictures she sent me, Jesus, was like what you were talking about, the big V's in the sky. And I told her, I said, this is what the sky looks like when you have planets in each direction. I mean, that's what, it was just big up and down slanted lines everywhere.
Yeah, those
She
things
was saying to me as well. She was really excited. She says, Rebecca says, I've seen them all. I've got them all.
I just scrolled down the Facebook page, Montana Skywatcher 2, and we are full of all these similar planetary sightings. And so everybody's catching really perfect planetary rounded planets because of their height change. We're in a really cool stage, and I think everybody's finally capturing would be great because, they were generically so large, you couldn't tell unless you really looked for that rounded edge.
I was seeing that today, Sam. I was like, well, finally they're high enough and away enough to where I can actually photograph them and videotape them. So it's going to be, I'm kind of looking forward to that. I was kind of happy to see that today, that even though they were a little high,
I don't want them to go away that fast.
Stay still, just don't move. I want to take over.
But it was so fast. They were high, they were kind of mid sky, and then they just kind of went up and out of view. But I think they're just kind of settling in, and to whatever their new movements are going to be. But it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be more photogenic than I thought it was going to be this year. So yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
And the other night, the moon was in my north window again, and it had this really freaky blue thing to the right side of it. And I was wondering if that was maybe the blue asteroid shining in with the same. But the crescent was way down on the bottom, and it blew my mind because I was telling myself, okay, the sunset in the west, but the light angle at the bottom of the crescent of that moon in my north window is coming from the north. And it's like, why would the sun be there? And then I have to take into account that weird arc that our sun is going from the northeast in the morning to southeast by mid-afternoon, and then goes all the way into the western sky come PM and then sets. So that whole arc is different. And I was just blown away by the crescent angle. Never seen it on the bottom right-hand side of the moon in my entire life.
I saw that just I think a few days before the eclipse.
It was right after. Well, this was right after the other day's show, though. It was like day before yesterday that I saw it. Yeah, and it was doing that too before the eclipse as well. You're right. But never seen it like that in my entire life. And I'm staring at it, trying to get a better view of it between the trees and the branches and everything, and that weird blue ass light. Now, I wanted to see better, but I would literally have to get in the car and go somewhere, and it was in the middle of the night, so I didn't.
Hi, Sam.
Yeah, I've seen that kind of amazing eclipse video. Sorry, a lady called, is it Little Fawn on TikTok? Because now I've been introduced to the wonderful world of TikTok and YouTube and stuff in the last couple of months, and I seen now this video where they've got the moon, the moon going and covering up the sun, and then they move the camera over and it's lighter and the moon's over there to the left.
Yeah, we were talking about that. A lot of people captured that.
So I just wondered if other people had caught it too, because this lady's in Arkansas, so she saw it down on the left. So they went,
right.
This is the moon here.
How is that doing that? Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, we saw that, and we did a blow up of it. Remember, and we couldn't be definitive enough if it was the moon or if it was the spiral, Norway spiral orb or Empire orb. I always hate calling it the Empire orb. Or, hell, I want to just say the Death Star, and I don't want to say that, but the round orb craft with the big blue eye. We were wondering if it was what, and then it could also have been the Tan asteroid, because like I said earlier, I saw by eye, it was this afternoon, and the Tan asteroid was just huge. And then I got distracted and said, "Oh, by the way, have you seen the red asteroid?" Which is I Do you have that now ready to play, Rebecca, or did you load it? Or
I am still having some
oh,
issues.
okay.
But,
I'll leave you on. I won't. I won't be picky.
no, you're fine. Something else was bogging me down, and I was responding back to a message from Christoper.
Okay,
I heard from him, and he is running a little bit late, but he has a surprise for everybody. So I don't want to spoil the surprise just yet. But I know what it is, but we're going to keep it a surprise.
Good for you for being able to keep it.
He's been having some really cool skies. He's been posting some really cool stuff lately.
Right?
Yeah.
Getting a good view.
The last thing you would possibly expect, I think. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that if the new folks are out there and they are actually watching the skies right now and the planets where that they're smaller, and the new changes and the fact that we're right in the middle of them, and literally no matter which direction you look, you're going to find one of them. I think I'm very optimistic that a whole bunch of people are going to get to see the planets in ways that we never have been able to because of the illumination and placement changes.
In the north, I've seen something interesting with a rainbow when it wasn't even raining. It was a rainbow thing that went like that, and then it made a shape like a triangle going down, like a door opened, and then it just stopped. And it looked like it was between two rounded shapes that were like that. And it was so weird. As soon as I went away to go and get my phone, it was gone. I thought, oh, no.
I have two drawn-in rainbow illuminations on this month's drawing because I'm expecting the debris behind the blue asteroid to be illuminated as well, because it's got a bunch of little stuff following behind it. And then I tried to ponder where the big three are, but they are nowhere to be seen, and then briefly seen. And I actually forgot to put in Mel Saru and Nana. I did forget. And I stared at it 3 or 4 times before posting, and I said, did I get everything right? Everything right? Everything right? And then I posted it, and then I went, I didn't draw in Mel Saru and Nana. And I was talking about doing it. I'll have to
because we're dying to see where you're going to place them. I mean, we know we're meant to be looking for them.
Oh, they're in the bottom left-hand side of Nibiru, and they're small compared to Nibiru. It's amazing how small they are. Yeah, look at that. That is the red asteroid.
What is that?
That's the red asteroid and Little Sister. Little Sister is slightly to the left, right there. You can see it's sort of that circle.
Wow.
Underneath, little, yeah, and that is the red asteroid coming in larger now. And we're going to see her on more approach because we are in the 180-day cycle, and this is where those asteroids start getting bigger and bigger and closer to Earth, and then there'll be electrical lightning storms and discharging directly off of these asteroids. But that rounded shape, that is the bottom. We're looking up underneath the bottom of the red asteroid.
I just remember how the red asteroid was highly visible a day or two before the big earthquakes in Turkey last year.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a big, well-known thing that we saw the red asteroid a day or two before those earthquakes.
I mean, it was really red in the middle hemisphere's sightings, where we don't see the red as predominantly. There were a few back east sightings of nighttime sightings of the red asteroid that was red, but a lot of the time we don't get that color. We'd see it, in clouded and blue, right, or orange. But yeah, there's been a lot of really intensely red sightings, but then a lot of that 6 months ago even is Saturn related.
I'm having to do jumped all these hoops to try to get this clip that I just recorded outside. So I'm going to share it here in just a minute.
Oh, you did? Cool.
Yeah,
cool.
It was. I don't know if I would say phenomenal, but it was nice. It was nice.
Nice.
Hey, Alan was blown away, so he was happy.
So on a scale of 1 to 10.
No, I'll give it a 4.
No, that's low.
Is that underwhelming? I have high standards when it comes to
We've
expectations.
seen enough. We've seen enough shit to kind of not be that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I was like, yeah, okay, well, I've
it takes
seen
a
that
little more.
before. Like,
It takes a little more for us to kind of,
It takes a lot.
I know today I got a little bit of action. I was like, none of it's really post worthy, so I'm not even gonna bother. I just kind of watched it and I recorded a little bit, but I'm like, I'm not gonna do all that because it's really not all that. But yeah.
I know. We have
some days are underwhelming, aren't they?
Yeah. After you've seen so much, sometimes it just takes, another big one to kind of get.
Yeah, the things we take for granted already because we've been doing it for so long.
Absolutely.
Here it is. Hang on a second.
The old saying, you don't know what you got till it's gone.
That's right.
Here it comes. Drum roll, if you can only imagine that. Oh, it says your device is having trouble. Of course. They don't want you to see it. Let's move this out of the way. Let's try it again. I may have to come back to it.
Boop, 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 boop.
Is it meant to be? Is it meant to be? We will see. Okay. Ta-da.
Yep.
That looks a lot like what I was seeing just a while ago.
Uh-huh.
What is this facing?
That's west. Yeah,
West?
that's west. Yeah. And that's north right there.
This big dark circle area, but nothing really I could record or bring out. Wow. Yeah, that's.
I'm sure if I was out, and had a wide view.
That's the bottom of Uri, and those are asteroids right there.
Yeah,
that's the salamander asteroid group right there.
To see how high up they are, that's exactly what I was seeing today.
Dark shadowing. That's the back end of Uri.
Yeah.
That was it.
Exactly what I was seeing today.
And in front of us, you're right next to 3 or more asteroids. Yeah, right there. That is the Pan asteroid.
Taking a video of this part, and it was just brewing about 3:00 this afternoon. So hopefully I can share it later if I can get it transferred over. But it looked pretty cool earlier too.
Behind it is Big Sister at the upper corner, in the top left of that patch of what we're staring at, dead center. And it's moving. Yeah, that's the Tan asteroid, and that's we're still looking at the edge of Uri right there. Still, all the way into the blue. That's weird.
Right.
Could you highlight?
I take it back.
That's big waterfall.
That's Yellow Moon right there with Lead asteroid in front of it.
I just want to also say I'm going to bring Christoper on. Okay, we have Christoper. He's here.
Oh, he's here.
So let's go ahead.
It's Smiling Big Waterfall. I just want to say, I don't know if you're new here because I've never seen your name, but you're asking where it's located. Have you guys seen his name here before? I just shared like on 30 groups, so I don't know. But do you want to?
I have seen them before here. No,
yeah,
I don't
might be
one.
No, I don't.
Well, not to have you here,
welcome.
Smiling Big Waterfall. Welcome. But I'm gonna let Sam answer this because we all like hearing him talk about it. So you want to explain?
Let's get Christoper up here. I don't want to leave him in the waiting room.
Can you tell us which it?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. Hey
well,
there,
I'm trying to figure out which planet.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing tonight?
Hey Christoper.
We're well. Good to see you.
Hey Sam. So my dad's here. You guys want to talk to him?
Yeah, we'd love to talk to him.
Oh, where's Dad?
We'll come back to this. We'll come back, Big Smiling Waterfall.
Yes, definitely.
We'll come back to it.
Yes, this is a big moment.
Gotta go in a few
Hi,
minutes.
Christoper.
Hey, everybody. It's nice to
Hi
meet
there.
Hi.
Hi.
Good to
Yeah,
see
we're
Good
you.
stuff you guys are doing.
We'd have to talk to you because of your academic nature.
Okay.
And we were interested to get your opinion of what you may or what you've learned so far from your son and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, so my background is I was a philosophy teacher for a long time and, taught critical thinking and courses like that are looking at evidence and examining things to see what their true nature is. But it's always been interesting to me to look at the sky and see some strange things and try to make sense out of them. And, Christopher has shown me a bunch of photos and what looks like might be a coincidence, but how do you explain it? So
did you ever have the occasion to study early Greek history?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
The Greeks believed that we also had two stars.
Yeah.
And we do have a binary solar system. And there are 7, 8 planets in each solar system. The other star is bigger. In your lifetime growing up, have you ever seen the sun this large?
Well, to be honest, I haven't really noticed, but I'll look and keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm 63, and in my lifetime, the sun is up here in Montana has generically been literally the size of a quarter, and now we're seeing it as softball sized to giant up here regularly, and then of course we also know that in 2011, the sun started coming up in the northeast sky rather than the eastern sky. And do you remember what high noon is? In your generation. I meant that
movie. Besides being a movie, I know the expression, but I don't know where it came from.
Okay, well, in Montana, we of course know that for sure because high noon, the sun was always directly straight above us, over our head, and that has not happened since 2011.
Huh? Interesting.
And when we are passing with a smaller, more spread out solar system, and they're tightly closer to each other, and they wind in a different spiral than we do, attached to their star, which is bigger. And so, of course, the two major planets, Nibiru and Saru, are water-type planets, and they're massive, and huge. Of course, and this is where the Anunnaki supposedly live, and all of this. And I don't know if Christopher told you the background, but I wrote a paper on that we had to have a binary solar system back in 1978. And I finished some equations that were not easily finished by Einstein. To me, they were quite simple. And I didn't even realize at the time the magnitude of what I was doing. And then the government stepped in and slapped me with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
It's not easy. Yeah. Right.
And so from your layman's perspective, I was interested, you are allowed to laugh and scoff or even call me a crackpot, but I was interested in your opinion, how that would strike your philosophical point of view.
Well, like you said, the Greeks were always looking at the heavens. There were so many things that they couldn't explain, even simple things like thunder. But Aristotle wrote a book called Dikylo, meaning the heavens. And that'd be something for you to check out. It's not easy reading, but, it's not terrible either.
I am writing it down.
About, Decailo.
Okay. I am not finding paper. 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find it online inexpensively.
All right. Spell that for me again, please.
I believe it's DE and then Cailo, Dikylo. I might have the spelling a little off, but we'll find it. So that's his take on what the heavens are, what the stars are.
Got it.
He studied all of the earlier astronomers back in his day, and he came at a point in history where he was like at the end of the golden age of Greek thinking, and was able to amass all the other ones into his own ideas. And so that's why his influence was so great over the years, because he had so much background knowledge about the other ones didn't have.
Excellent.
So
excellent.
I would definitely take a look at that, because their
I
sense
always love new study topics.
Yeah, their sense of the heavens was, they still believed in many gods back then, and they certainly thought of the solar system and the planets as things that were almost alive. And I always found it fascinating that they were able to calculate all this stuff back then without even in pencil and paper. Figuring out the rotation of the planets, when they would come up, being able to predict things like an eclipse or something. Mm-hmm. And so in many ways, they were probably more advanced than certainly the common person is now.
examples, the Mayan calendar, which is actually the previous civilization, but before the Mayans. But, yeah, and there were many races that had all of this information that they couldn't possibly have. And
Right.
I think, and if you've ever read any Graham Hancock or watched any of his material, he has a whole bunch of really good points of view about, previous advanced civilizations here on Earth. Because there's a whole lot of time between now and 65 million years ago when the dinosaurs left,
Right.
that we don't really take into account.
No, quite a bit of it.
Chinese and all of that. They go back about 8,000 years with the Chinese scrolls or bamboo scrolls or whatever they are. Yeah. So I was interested to find out your opinion of the fact that, and I'm going to say fact that we did spend the last 14 years watching these planets, and I was interested just to find out somebody, man on the street point of view, and so we were looking forward to talking to you. And
yeah, thank you. I find it fascinating. And
thank you for the book. I haven't seen this before. This is interesting.
Yeah. There's plenty of others from back then that wrote about that and wrote about astronomy.
Nice.
When we think about astronomy, like from the newspaper where it's telling you what kind of day you're going to have, that's not how they looked at it. They looked at it as a science of predicting, based on where you were born or when you were born, where was the Earth in relation to the rest of the solar system, and how does that affect your personality and mood and stuff like that. And the Greeks were able to, because they did it over the course of 500 or 600 years, amass a lot of character traits that they saw in people, a smaller population back then. And they were pretty good at predicting if you were a Cancer and your moon was rising or whatever, that you would likely have this type of personality, because they saw it over and over and over again.
Wow,
And
cool.
much more scientific. And the modern person who captures all that, his name is Leo. I don't remember his first name, Leo, who has a whole lot of interesting stuff about astronomy, not as, fortune cookie stuff, but something that's
I've had a lot of people do star charts. Star charts are very interesting, the trines and the squares and everything, and they're accurate. They really are.
Well, guys, this is fascinating, but I have another family obligation.
Well,
unfortunately,
no worries, and hopefully you see one of the planets very soon, and jaw-droppingly so. They're getting more visible. They're starting to rise up above us higher, as before they were coming towards us, and then they were in front of us, but they're now passing Earth, so they're going to be illuminated. We've been staring at the backsides of them because they're between us and the sun for the last decade. But now they're going beyond us, so we're seeing facial illuminations of them during the day and night now. So the show's just starting.
I'll keep an eye out back home, and I'll text Christoper some more photos.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah. All right, you guys take care.
Thanks
for having me.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm gonna walk him to the parking lot. I'll be right back.
Chris.
Okay.
Sure. All
excellent. Right. That was a surprise.
Nice.
That was interesting.
I don't believe it, because his dad lives like on the East Coast, I thought. So I didn't know he was
he lives all the way up in the upper corner.
Uh-huh.
And we got a cool story.
He didn't openly laugh at us, so that's a good thing.
Right, yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
He was really
surprised.
Yeah, he was really articulate and interesting. I think he really respectful and open to the information. So
I find that interesting.
That went well. I think that went better than most of our attempts do. With our attempts to when
I think he's come a long way. I do. Just based on how it started out, I think he has, put some time into the information that Chris has shown him, and I think he's open to it. He seems open to it. So
I would imagine that he doesn't
Chris been watching
that.
Chris started in October, last October.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was a new guy when I was sitting outside that monument where I used to stay, and I was thinking, who's Chris? And then you said, no, Chris is a new guy, you should see his stuff. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe how far we've come since just October.
Bear with me. This has been my day. Now my TikTok has locked up. I can't I can't get back to StreamYard. All I can see is this screen on TikTok. I might have to exit and come back. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to have
Mercury is in retrograde. We are stumbling.
It's my day. It's my day for issues. But I have a list of names here who have joined us, and I'm going to go back because some of them are waiting for answers, like Smiley Big Waterfall. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Right? Hopefully
God, what I'm going to direct at would say that, God, we do need the monthly drawing. That is your best reference guide, Smiley. And the best way to describe it would be at sunset this evening. On your left will be Uri, Saru, and up above you on your left should be Atu. And at sunset, Nepenthe should be center above the sun, up above your head. And then to your right, toward the horizon, in the northwest, by north sky, you should have Saturn's yellow moon in the northwest, and Nibiru in the north sky at sunset. And then after sunset, look up, the light changes. Look above at the horizon, but then look probably 20, 30 degrees up. 6 hand fist sizes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and look at that angle, and you'll see the illumination. Yeah, excellent, thank you. You'll see the illumination of the bottom of the yellow moon, and you'll see the illumination of Saturn and the side illumination of Nibiru by northwest sky. Hey, that's a pretty cool looking drawing this month.
Yeah, it was, and it certainly was. I like the colors. I like the Saru. I like the blue on the Saru. Yeah, but I think we have a few new people on the show. Sam, do you want to give them a quick rundown of what is it that we do here and what is it that we teach?
Well, I wrote a paper in 1978, which we talked about just a few moments ago to Chris's father, knowing that we had to have 2 stars and 2 sets of planets because the atomic count, according to my calculations and how I see the universe and the solar system, matches equally to subatomic chemistry, because there is no separating chemistry from the tabletop to chemistry out in space. All the way to the cosmos, all the way to the galaxies. And because all of that chemistry has to be that one rule, and that's the unification model that Einstein never found. So anyway, I wrote my paper. I got slapped within about 3 months. I got slapped within the U.S. government coming in and trying to offer me a job and forcing me into a non-disclosure agreement to use in sort of a distractionary tactic, so I couldn't even talk about the paperwork or my equations or my idea. And then roughly about 2009, I started seeing a blob in the sky, 2008, 2009, with my camera. You couldn't see it with the human eye, and you put the camera up, and there's this blob with these dots in it, and some of them are illuminated, some are not. And then you pull the camera, and then you couldn't see anything at all. It was like, what the heck? And because I was trying to film and close up on stars and stuff like that, and the moon, and just maybe get a shot of an ET or something in the nighttime sky way back in, we're always looking. And then over a period of time, I saw a close pass of planet, and I still believe it was a very tiny Matim that was here first, where it was like huge in the sky in front of me, and I went, oh crap, they're here, because I knew all the way back from the 80s that the planets were coming from the government information and from the Planet X that everybody knew about back in the 70s and 80s. I mean, it was general knowledge as far as I understood in the science field. So then as of 2010, I was able to publicly talk, and then I started trying to get pictures from around the world, and people wouldn't send it to me personally. So I created Montana Skywatcher 1, and then we have been collecting pictures of the planets as they rose up from underneath Earth. We first started capturing them off of live feed cameras from like Neumeyer Station in Antarctica, etc., and a couple of the other stations. Back then, you used to be able to have live feed, and now they just show you old stuff. and they don't even include the sky. Most of the cameras are placed on the stations themselves from a up angle looking down, so you don't even really see the skies anymore. And then we started noticing when it wasn't dark in the Antarctica when it was supposed to be. But then over the years, they came in by 2011, 2012, they started being visible here in Montana in the Northern Hemisphere. And I spent years watching them off in the south because they came up from the south. So I'm looking down the side of the planet when I look south. And I watched the whole solar system coming in and have taken I took a whole bunch of pictures back then as well, but we don't have them anymore because my camera died, and I've lost 15 computers in this whole process in 14 years. Literally one a year, in some cases 2 a year, and they're not cheap. And I never had the money to do this or even afford the internet, but then I struggled it out, and then I've got a lot of help from a lot of nice folks over the time to help me, pay these bills. Although a good portion has been funded by me personally. And then we've been doing this, and we've cataloged these planets for literally, as of this month, 14 years. And we've documented all the information that we use and we talk about, all of us experts here, is stuff that we've learned through watching and doing and compiling the patterns of movement and the base clouds and how the planets look. And you have to realize that the planets are not like Hollywood depicts. They all each have their own atmospheres as well, and that you have to kind of learn to see through our atmosphere to see their atmosphere, and then get glimpses a little bit behind their atmosphere for the actual planet faces, which we have also done over the years. We've got some really wonderful captures. We've got so many hundreds of thousands of captures, it's almost impossible to show you guys all of the great stuff that we've acquired. And that's why we moved after many years on Facebook, and then Rebecca doing all of her wonderful work on YouTube and TikTok and everything. And then we finally just decided to get a coalition group here and the Citizen Science Project together, where we do these shows for you today. I hope that was inclusive.
I mean,
Smiling Big Waterfall, it was on the cover. It used to be open discussion with NASA and Time Magazine. There was definitely open discussion about it, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared and nobody talked about it again. This is why, because they were expecting it. They said it won't be here for 50 years, right?
Right.
Those
Yeah.
50 years are coming on.
Yeah, they said somewhere within 50 years was the generic term, and this was in the mid 70s. And for anyone who read Isaac Asimov or Immanuel Velikovsky, Worlds in Collision, or the Zachariah Sitchin was translating the Sumerian clay tablets around the 70s and 80s as well. And so there was this big to-do about Planet X and the aberration in the orbit pattern of Neptune and Uranus and all of that. So they knew that there was something else dragging. And this is what created the ponderance of a Planet X or rogue body out there connected to us. But then in my chemistry mindset, I knew that we had to have two stars. I knew that we had to have two solar systems in order to account for A, the jog in the orbit model at the end of our solar system, and B, to account for basic understanding. In order for us to have a soft metals group, we have to have an atomic structure that allows for that, and it is two atoms, not one. So atom meaning star. We are part of a two atom compound binary electrical solar system.
So it was like mathematics that led you to that,
No,
Sam?
well, in advanced chemistry, mathematics is just adding and subtracting protons and neutrons to. It's way more simple than that. A shell structure. Yeah. Each atom can hold, in the first shell, it can hold like one proton, one neutron. In the second, it goes 2, 12, 16, 32, 2, something like that. It's been 40 years since I looked that up. But for years I wasn't even allowed to have a periodic table in my house. I was forbidden to have any chemistry, anything in my house. Period.
That's cruel. I mean, how would they know you didn't have it? I mean, had it?
By threatening the living shit out of you, and you wouldn't dare. You don't want to end up in a federal prison by doing what you're not supposed to do, because guess what? I follow the law, and they know that. They know my psych profile, so they know I'm not going to break the law. And because the going to jail is not something you want. And so when they told me I couldn't do that, I didn't do that.
You were young as well. They can just threaten
the threat was so serious, and at the time they were going to basically they started at the first card in the ante was, we're going to deport you and your family back to Holland, period. And it was like, hey, I'm not going there, And the government, when the government tells you something, you listen, because they can just roll in and say whatever they want, and there is no way. I can't even afford an attorney right now, so I'm going to have to be stuck with a public defender who's busy and he's suffering over the pastrami sandwich he had for lunch rather than work on my case. So I just knew better than to go against, and not only that, and on top of it, and they said to me as I'm exiting, and they brought me back to Montana in handcuffs, they said no one will believe you anyway. And at that time,
I think we all here can agree that they were not wrong. There's very few and far between, unless it's one of you that's just questioning things on your own, and then happen to come along this information. Most people have no point of reference to put together what it is they know they're seeing. Because everybody's noticing something different in our skies. But nobody has a reference to understand what that is,
Go back.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And I've said this.
That's dated September 2021.
Jesus. And also, no, who would believe that they're going to be this big?
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
Even you didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, I was expecting to see little dots in the sky with maybe some rings around them, or a red planet, or because everybody believes that Nibiru is red, because there was all this disinformation, and the Imaru is red and Isatum is red, and we know that because we have information that comes from off-world. And another thing about what I was recruited for with the job they were offering me had to do with remote viewing, and it was called the Forest Sightseeing Project. Did I get blurbed out? No. And that, of course, is now declassified, so I can't mention it. But and so I have abilities that, to me, it was just sort of like thinking out of the box, which came natural to me, and that's why they came in and said, well, because they of course wanted to use my skills for other stuff, and I was being lied to partially, and I knew that, so I basically didn't want to be on an Air Force base for the rest of my life, having somebody take me to the mall and back.
Not even knowing what it is you're working on. That's got to be the worst.
Yeah, you turn in information and then they don't tell you.
Do you imagine working years on something and not even know what it is you're doing? Jesus. Good God, no way.
Well, that's they do that. They'll break up a project into isolated.
They'll compartmentalize every little thing. They did that during the first atomic bomb in New Mexico.
Yeah, you could be working on an air conditioner to keep a computer cool, and the other guy makes a fan, and the other guy makes this.
Yeah, most of those people didn't know what the hell they were working on till that was declassified. Most of the people working on that had no idea what they were working on. There was probably just a handful of people that knew what was really happening, and the rest of them had no clue.
Yeah, I had a friend that used to build rocket parts for the cruise missiles, and I always wondered to myself whether or not I could actually do that job. And he had no problem with, because he was really great at electronics, and he ran TV stations later on. After that, he'd be the guy that drove up the mountain to fix the TV station when it went down in winter. He was really tech guy. He knew his shit. And I often wondered if I would ever knowingly, competently actually assemble cruise missiles. I'm sure I would, but I mean, wow, that's, a mind ponder. It's like, wow, look what I'm making, I'm, making something, it's going to mass destroy or kill people.
Yeah.
And he had no trouble with it. But yeah, there's a fine line to working for the government, and a lot of people, unfortunately, are highly disconnected on purpose, and that way they don't run into the problem. Boy, look at that. Yeah, I don't remember us ever seeing red in our skies during auroras. Not like that, anyway. Awesome shot.
Right.
My children are in the next room screaming. I'll be right back.
Okay. I wondered if that's, because of Isatum and Nopicity, because they are kind of side by side, one in front of another, side by side. Maybe. I think I included that. Yeah, that's what I was curious about. See how they are kind of overlap each other. I was wondering, Sam, if there's something like that.
That really does look like a Saturn's yellow moon in his Saturn. It really does.
Yeah.
I hadn't even dared to think that until you did a comparison. And of course, look, there's green Nepacity, and that's that green we were talking. It's almost intense grass green, but it's also almost luminescent green.
Yeah. Rebecca, so Smiling Big Waterfall is actually came across you on TikTok. That's how we found
really?
this.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
So, he says he has to go put his 6 dogs to bed, but Smiling, we usually do this for at least 4 to 6, 7, 8 hours. So, and also, Nibiru, you could put up Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatchers. You can always follow Rebecca and us there as well.
Yeah.
And just whenever you come back, we'll give you all that information.
Yeah, I have a huge radio series.
Yeah, it's really nice to have any new faces here. It's nice to have you guys here. Thank you very much for being open to this information.
Yeah, if you folks want to go back to my YouTube Radio Wasteland programs, there are 87 videos, which tell my original story all the way up to current political discussions with a really good host, Chauncey. And I think it's a great show series. Actually, I think I don't think there's hardly any one of them I'm embarrassed by doing. Although my earlier ones, which is the Understanding the Sky series, I still a little bit of embarrassment, but everybody says they like them, so I guess it's okay.
Yeah, they're my favorite.
I did a lot on those. Remember, Jesus? That was where we first saw everything.
Yeah. I get nostalgic. I'm nostalgic about the old ones, because it's the one that
Rebecca too, because 2017, yeah.
Look at Yuri right there. You can't argue with that.
Videos I found of Sam were his Radio Wasteland. It wasn't the Understanding the Sky. It was his interviews that I first found.
Interviews.
And I was like, wow, this guy, he's talking like he, like it's means something to him. I don't know what he's saying. I had no idea what he's talking about. Absolutely none. I just like to hear you talk. I thought it was interesting, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do go at 300 miles an hour, and I do have it at a level. And a lot of people say, "God, Sam, you got to dumb this down." And I'm not trying to dumb it down, but B, I'm not trying to be overly descriptive for collegiate purposes or anything like that, or to sound smart. I just explain it how I see it.
Right.
And I do apologize if I go over someone's head, and it's no question is a dumb question. It's only dumb not to ask questions. So if you have a question and you're here in the chat, or even on the videos on YouTube, on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, if you have a question in the videos post, go in there, type your question. I read the comments from let's see, today's Tuesday, so Saturday's show. I read Saturday's show's comments, and there was only 3 of them, and they didn't really have too many questions, but there was one comment. They were talking about Tiamat, and I went, "Oh my God!" And Tiamat is
beware, guys. Beware of so much bad information out there.
Tiamat is only theoretical.
Bad information. This is the only place that you will see this information with tangible pictures, comparisons. And and literature, we have amassed it so much evidence that you can't help but it's undeniable, guys.
You see the salamander asteroid group on the left?
Yep.
We have done all the work. We have done all the work, and there's a lot of literature that you guys can learn from. So,
Spiral asteroid is on the front, far left.
This is what Germany looks like.
Right in front there, the spiral asteroid, and then the red asteroid is there, and then up above that in the middle is the Tanra. They're all close at that angle, and they're going to be coming directly as like the red asteroid video that we just saw earlier in the program, where red asteroid is much bigger and much bigger than what the cross view we've had for the last month. And there's lead asteroid on the right next to the sun there, and then
wow,
look at that thing.
It's below in the bottom. It was glowing and illuminating. And then the Saturn Shallow Moon is right next to the sun.
Okay.
See the orangey semi-illuminated just right there. That is the lead asteroid.
Awesome.
Oh, and look, there's a black dot underneath it. How interesting! Wow, look, there's actually a couple of dots underneath it. Interesting. And then we're looking at a Saturn Shallow Moon, and then the blue area on the right-hand side is a Saturn, just like this month's drawing.
Wow, your drawing over the past day has been spot on. I have been so confused over the last week of what I've been seeing, and just that little tiny adjustment you made. Well, not tiny, but the adjustment you made from last month's monthly site drawing. It just all came together again. I love it.
I'm glad. I'm very happy. I spend days ahead of time being just a little bit stressed out. I'm like, oh, I gotta pay attention. I gotta study. I gotta go check everybody's photos, and I gotta look at them twice. It's like getting ready for my job. And then I sit down, and I do not copy these drawings off of anything or any computer generated pictures or anything. I sit in the living room. I'm an early riser. I got up at 4:30 this morning. But let's see, so yesterday morning I got up approximately the same time, and I sat there and had a couple of cups of coffee, and about 8 o'clock in the morning I just drew the drawing, and I only did it in one take. I didn't have to crunch it up this time. Sometimes it's rare, but sometimes I do it 3 times till I get it right, till it looks right in my eye. And it's just that we've been doing this for so long that we know in my head where everything is. And you can show me a picture of the sky from several years ago, and just by looking at the planet placement several years ago, I know when they were. I've been studying the sky so heavily that I've got most of this memorized. It's amazing. And look at that, Atu's moon.
Nice.
Yeah, and the asteroids, and they're going vertically away from us.
So Alex is in Germany. Rebecca, is that where this is?
Right. That's it.
I wonder what that is.
I was seeing last week, and I was like, he's got some great stuff. Great.
Yeah, he really does.
I wonder what that is. It could be just a normal cloud, but it doesn't look like.
I don't have a Facebook group. I just run around posting everywhere. I've thought about doing something in Spanish, something more Latin based for the Spanish speaking people. That's kind of still in the works, but I just don't know if I have the time because I work a lot. But it is definitely a future project that I do want to do. But as of now, I just have my YouTube channel and my Facebook page, my personal page. That's where I do all my posting.
Rebecca, would you highlight Richard Alcadis' comment or question?
Yes, let's see. Richard, have you...
His first one. Yeah, the one above that.
I know the answer. I know the answer.
Does
anybody else want to answer this before I do?
Go ahead and take it, Sam. I know exactly.
Go ahead. We already know.
Let me by no offense intended to you, and I'm glad you're here with us today, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have not seen your work that I can recall. I will look for your name in the future. Unfortunately, Dr. Claudia. Wow. We know about her. We know, unfortunately, far too much about her. She has been horrendously responsible for truckloads of disinformation. She speaks in a manner of science that I never studied in my entire life. I don't know that we can unfortunately attribute to her. And I see that you have spelled a doctor with a small d. Let's see. Unfortunately, she's put out a whole lot of really bad stuff, and I feel I'm embarrassed for her. I am. I don't mean to be mean, but. And then she started out with the Money Boys.
Is she mostly Planet X idea? Is that mostly what she's about?
What is the name of those that she talked about?
Stellar Core.
Stellar Cores. Yes, Stellar Cores. That's what which I still have no idea what that is.
That's a planet. Yeah, and the way she talks, excuse me, that is no science I ever learned in any school or book I ever read. And I was looking forward to her being good, and she was the secret. What do they call her? I think they called her a physicist. That she was their secret unknown physicist. And then after the Money Boys started losing it in public with Facebook, and then they went out to YouTube to try to make more money off the religious dollar. And then a couple of the other guys broke up and stopped working together. And then one or two of them are still going to today. We haven't heard from one of them who the police are looking for. But then she came out on her own and just, oh man, she made our work. What would you say, Rebecca? Tripled our work? Quadrupled our work?
Oh, sure. I mean, there's several have
done that. The cleanup that we had to do to fix the stuff that she was saying, and I'm not, I'm not trying to down the lady, but oh God, did she make our lives impossible?
Well,
is she still putting out content, like current information?
I haven't seen any of it, so
Yeah.
Not recently anyway. And anytime anybody ever says stellar core or what was the other one, the firmament, and anytime anybody drops those words here or on my sites, I take it like a serious swear word. And okay, well, you go right ahead. You go ahead, Venom. I believe that Dr. Claudia Albers is legit. That ain't no science I ever heard of, so maybe she went to school in some other planet. I don't know. I'm not trying to down the woman,
what
but
stellar core actually is.
I've watched her work, and her work was a nightmare. I did try. I really, really tried to watch her information, and it was just excruciating within 5 minutes. Because we have taken, and if you're not prepared to take our evidence and you want to listen to her, go right ahead. But this is the wrong place for you then. And I'm not trying to get rid of anybody or be mean or anything like this. But we deal in real proven science. This is all documented information. We do not make any of this. None of this is theoretical. This is all fact. It's all proven. We have 14 years of worldwide sightings from numerous sister sites around the world. We have members from around the world.
The pictures. I mean, the pictures speak for themselves. Things like this one. I'll come back to this in a second. But things like that. Wow. Where it's perfectly curved over and over in the same locations, just like you draw them.
I believe I even reached out. I think I tried to message her at one point in time, and unfortunately, the people that she's associated with and affiliated with from the beginning of her presence known was not very reputable at all. And when we refer to this group of people as the Money Boys, because there were three major individuals that all went off on their own little, I'm going to get subscription and donations and things from people, and they were all dealing in the fear mongering, and then soaking the religious dollars. So I'm terribly sorry. I have never been able to give this woman any respect whatsoever. And generically, I'm a very respectful guy for everyone, even people I don't like.
Oh boy, yeah.
Oh yeah, I block way more people than you have in your entire Nibiru career. Sometimes I'm like, how is he so patient? Because I just don't have it. I don't have a patience. I followed Dr. Claudia Alvarez for a little bit, but I just couldn't. I felt like I was stuck, and I really wasn't learning anything. So I just kind of just.
And I did reach out and try to talk to them, including Olson and the other guys, Jeff and Scott. And I did try to reach out to these guys and get them on board with the information that we've all been working on all these years. And it's not like we're full of shit and it can't be done, because look at this panel of experts before you right now. They're all on board with this because they've all watched it with their own eyes. And they've learned all of this stuff with their own eyes. And I don't.
This is a community, guys. This is a community of people. It's not like one person's opinion. What we do here is a community of worldwide group of people who are all seeing the same things and all comparing the same things. We're not just, yeah, sure. I think Sam really takes you got to give credit to Sam for kind of helping us understand, but it is a group of people, a large group of people who are all comparing the same stuff. We're all seeing the same thing. It's not like just one person's opinion here. I think that's the difference.
And I hint more often than I hint to people more often than handing them the answers. I try to. The trick is if people discover this on their own, then they're likely to remember it better. If I was just to hand you the answers all the time, then it's different. And Christoper and both Jesus and everybody here can attest to that. I'm a little strict, It's not willy nilly. Hey, we're here to play.
Well, the only way to really learn this is to see it for yourself. Yes, there's a lot of things that were really helpful. That you helped us understand, but the only way that anybody really is going to see this is to be out there and watching the skies and observing and taking photographs and documenting the skies. And you have to get familiar with your skies. This is not something you're going to learn, just through pictures and stuff. Sure, that's helpful, but nothing. If you're gonna want to be a good sky watcher, be a sky watcher. You have to actually watch the skies. It's not,
and you have to learn the light.
Yeah, and exactly, because most of us learn what we have because we've just become obsessed with it because we saw something, and then we just wanted to recreate it. That was my thing, and I think all of us here that's what we live for. It's just to see them, record them, and then post our great stuff and have other people show us their stuff, and then we compare that. And if we're seeing the same thing here in Utah that somebody's seeing out in Germany, well, I think that's evidence, and it's something that should be that should be documented, and it should be credited as science because it is science. Science is observation and repetition. That is a form of science. So.
Oh wow! I've just
and all of this, everything.
Samuel,
go ahead, Gillian. Yes.
Do you know that I have just found you on Flickr?
I'm on Flickr. What's Flickr?
Hey, I don't know.
What is Flickr? I have no idea.
I entered your name there. There it is. It says Samuel Hofman, Nibiru. Samuel Hofman has been radically changing.
Wow.
The view of that we've got a binary solar system, and then it says, will Nibiru destroy the Earth? What effects will Nibiru have on Earth in the future? The Empire Orb, Nibiru, Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2. Is there a COVID/Nibiru connection, and Nibiru on Radio Wasteland? A whole heap of stuff.
Wow. Any idea who put that out? You guys, I'm famous.
Yeah. Fan club.
Yay! Wonderful. Thank you, whoever put that out.
That's what we're trying to do here, guys. We're trying to spread this information so everybody else can see it. We're not here just to tell you what we believe. We want you to see it yourself, because that's what makes a real Skywatcher / citizen science. Is that we want people to see it for themselves, because that's the best way to learn, and that's the best way to get people on board. We're not just throwing a bunch of information out there. We want you to take this information and go outside and see it for yourself, because Christoper, he's one of our newer ones here. He's learned a lot over the last few months, and ask him. It's one of the greatest shows you'll ever see.
Yeah, go Christoper, go. Tell him.
We'll zip up these items and give you a link to download them when they are ready. These items belong to another Flickr member, and they own the copyright. Be sure you respect the license of each of these items.
Will you send me that link, Gillian?
Yeah.
I want to see that.
I know that if you type into Bing, there's more information about me than on Google, but I am on both, and I'm all, even Andy had an AI song about me, which is weird. I don't know if he had created or if it was priorly created, but the other day I went to the post office and somebody goes, "Oh, I know who you are. You're that YouTuber." And I went, "Oh, okay." And I kind of chuckled. And then I wrote down, go to YouTube, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, to our live program, and you can hear and he was at the post office, and I hope he's listening tonight. Cool. And yeah, and I have a few friends around town. I don't really talk much publicly locally anymore. I did years ago. I actually had little seminars where groups of people would come and listen from Montana Skywatcher, Facebook, etc. And we had, for a while, we had people flying into Missoula to come to some of those, and we had quite a few people actually taking airplanes to come to my talks. And then we had some guests that we didn't invite from agencies, and we'll leave it at that. And that was the last time I did any of those. And it was getting a little warm for me, so I kind of backed away from doing local talk.
Look at that.
Look at that purple.
Uh-huh.
I don't get so jealous when I see Tony's.
Tony's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got.
He has one amazing view. He has zero light pollution. He has zero noise from all cars. I'm so jealous. Yeah, that's the life that I want right there. I want to move away from all this noise and all that, and move to something nice and a beautiful view.
Got some interesting white lines in it as well.
I mean, God, that's the life. Right
Wow!
Jesus Christ!
Let me guess, they don't want you to see that.
Yeah,
it's the sea trails.
There's a saying in Mexico. They say there's a saying in Mexico that goes there. They're trying to cover the sun with their thumb. It just ain't gonna work.
Look at that tic-tac-toe, man.
Yeah, those are planets, you guys. The light blue area at the horizon is the only real sky. Everything that's colored, purple, blue, pink, orange, yellow, those are all the planets above us. You have to learn to look up, not out. And remember, look at the dark areas first. If you look at the light area, you're going to blind yourself automatically and not see the rest of what's up there. But if you start with the dark in any capture or any live video, and you look at the dark areas and you start to see the rounded shapes of the planets and their notable documented base clouds. Each planet has a specific base cloud, which we've documented for 14 years. And once you learn all of this stuff and you see your first planet, there's no unseeing them from there. And then you're hooked. You're hooked. You just got to know. And that's what's so cool about this.
Basically, that's how it is. I'm always like thinking, is today going to be the day that I catch, that perfect curve or something? You never know what you're going to get.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Well, we never saw anything like this in our entire lives in the sky before this. And
Yeah.
I'm in my 60s, and the new age group of people who are actually looking up have been probably, if it's within the last 14 years, you're not seeing the skies that we used to have, including the star and how much sun there is and how much everything's drying out and burning and frying and raining and flooding. And oh God, speaking of which, for the desert is changing. Most deserts around the planets are now got green stuff growing on them that they didn't have 10 years ago. And you look at that. Look at that. That is Saturn Jello Moon right there. That whole warbly thing. And then, of course, we're running into spinning around here, and we're going to come into Uri and everything else on the other side. And look, there's the tan asteroid right there.
Yep.
And the red asteroid. That is amazing.
That dark space there.
That dark, yeah, look how low it is.
Yes. Wow.
Looks like an eyeball. Yeah.
Yeah, and red asteroid is lower on the horizon. Time for a cameo close pass run of Lightning Storms from Hell, the Red Sonja Effect, which is a movie. All you have to do is look at it. Arnold Schwarzenegger was in it. Good movie. Very 80s movie.
Oh, yeah,
there's a lot right there. There's a planet. See the big round edge? See all the white stuff up above? Most of that isn't clouds. Most of that's asteroids. And there's a shitload of asteroids in between these gas giants. And they're going to make a cameo run. Go ahead.
No, I just want to mention that is it RS or Recollet? We are all being affected in different ways by the system. Nibiru and its other planets, the entire system. We are absolutely being affected of it. Some different, some others are seeing it different. There is extra moons, very large moons that are having effects on us. And yeah, that might be that's definitely not beyond the reason why
you can have weird in your feet, your legs, your hands, your hair, you get dizzy, you get seasick.
Yeah.
When it starts to happen, I go outside and look up.
Hopelessly depressed sometimes. It comes and goes. It comes in waves, but always remember that it's external and it's not really you. And it'll kind of help you get through it, because some of us are a little more sensitive than others. I think if you're seeing this, you're probably more sensitive than most people to it. So you will be suffering, side effects of their close passes, So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, medical conditions you can't explain that just come out of the blue. And then it's like I've been suffering the weather the last couple of days, including, and the other day I was like seasick as hell for no reason. It's like, what in the hell's going on here? And I was even talking to Rebecca about it. It's like I thought I had a bug or something, but I never really got sick, but I sure felt like hell for like 2 days.
What day was that, Sam? Because I didn't feel very good yesterday.
That was the day of the show last week. Today's
that day.
Saturday.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, I was a little green around the gills, as they say.
Yeah.
And once I got going on the show, then I felt better. I'm thinking that's the green asteroid.
Wow.
All those little pareidolia going on here, but there's no way that the skull asteroid is on that side.
Right.
So this has got to be the only thing that, and look, there's multiple dots to it.
Yep.
And we know that's the green asteroid. And hell, if the red asteroid is so much bigger right now, then of course green asteroid, which is way out in front of the rest of them, it's going to be much bigger as well. So there's kind of a green flare right there too. Look at that. Almost looks like an eye of a serpent or something, or a cat's eye.
Definitely.
Okay, so you're saying,
that's what I was saying.
Right? Are you talking about the clouded area being the green
The
asteroid?
cloud that looks like a mouth screaming, and half the face is missing. Yeah, I think that's the green asteroid.
Okay.
Now the lens flare that looks like an eye.
Yes.
Looks so because it's a branch off the tree, and it's showing you in the opposite. It look like it's coming from the top, but in actuality, it's coming from the bottom.
Okay.
That's a leaf off the tree that looks like that little part of the eye, that little black area. If you go back to the other photo, if you can, see the tree? That's a little fringe off the tree that's caught in the lens flare. And then again, the lens flare is here. It's in the middle of the picture, just to the left part of the forehead.
That's what's causing that. I see.
Yeah, that's what's causing that lens, because it's an opposite. Yeah, that looks like the green asteroid to me.
Wild. Okay.
That's
It's wild, isn't it? Yeah, I hope you've got a file that says wild.
They're getting big. Here they come. I mean, the train is on the way.
And
we're going to see lightning storms from hell. We're going to see freak storms that come in that weren't even forecast. Including heavy wind storms, derecho type patterns that just come in and do nasties, and nonstop lightning like you've never seen in your life, and that's what we call the Red Sonja effect. Because in the movie Red Sonja, she had this talisman. It was this mythical relic that could create storms from hell and then blast the city to oblivion. And we need to get a copy, Rebecca, of that Montana storm in 2021. You remember it?
Oh,
that one I sent you.
Yeah, I do remember.
The tail end of that storm, it went literally all the way across Montana, and then by the time it got to North Dakota, it was just insane. And they had storm chasers that followed it all the way across the state, which must have been an insane drive. But
Montana 2021.
Yeah, it's called Montana Lightning Storm 2021, I believe, was literally how I found it when you typed it in. I don't know if you'd kept a copy of it or not, but I know I sent you a copy of it a long time, and I don't download copies of videos. I just download pictures. Otherwise, I'd have 10,000 videos and no track of them. I have to literally start a handwritten dialogue catalog in order to do that.
I don't know if I can find it or not. I do remember it. It was really
I'll look for it again. I can probably drum it up out of my brain on YouTube. But it was and I'll remember at the moment I see it which storm chasing event it was. But anyway, these storms that should happen very soon, throughout the summer, going all the way into the fall, they should be unbelievable. But the one factor is that with the planets rising up, that we're not seeing the lead asteroid do it so far.
Right.
We're now seeing that earlier. On the beginning of the show, we showed you how large the red asteroid was. And we're looking at that as well again right here in the same picture, on Tara's picture here. And that group of asteroids actually swings towards us if you were to pivot it on the left side and swing it over our heads and coming at us.
Yeah.
Whereas right now in this shot, it's crossing in front of us horizontally. But in the coming days, as Yuri keeps her movement changes going on, we're going to see some close passes where we'll see these storms like 2021, 2022, 2023, North Dakota, Ohio, San Francisco, Canada, etc. We're all struck by these major close pass anomalous freak storms that weren't even on the radar and ready. And we documented all of those for many years now. Now let's just hope that they're less severe because of the altitude change of them being higher above us. I'm praying. But then if they don't and they come in for a normal, what they've done in the recent past, we should be seeing some really freak stuff. I believe this middle trail on the right-hand lower horizontal area is the spiral asteroid. And it shows you it's a different angle than it was even a week ago. And of course, the upper left corner here, we're looking at the asteroids and Attu and Attu's moon, which is beyond Earth. As the light is coming from behind. No, it's not. I take that back. So that cannot be Attu. So this has to be the bottom of Uri.
Wow.
Because the sun is in the upper right corner. I caught that at the last second. I thought it was behind me, but I was looking at the road and I went, the light's where? And I didn't look up in the corner until I did. And it's like, no, it's in the right. So that has to be Uri. Excuse me?
What's causing that trail? What's causing that long streak?
That's right. On the bottom right-hand area, that straight is got to be the spiral asteroid.
Okay.
It's always leaving that straight trail really close off the deck within the last 6 months. And then in the upper left here, this downward angled asteroid, that is literally most likely the Tan asteroid, because we're looking at the bottom side of Uri. And
you're smiling big waterfall. No, we do not believe this is the pole shift.
Yeah, a full pole shift has only occurred, they believe, approximately 14 to 15 times in the entire history of the planet. 4.5 to 6 billion years now, and they know that from rock samples all around the world, and they're big about that. We are already tipped. That's what I was saying.
The whole rumor of the pole shift started because our poles are very tipped because of the second star. So we are very tipped. It's the reason why we're seeing the moon shadow in the wrong place. Our sun arc is not where it's supposed to be, and we're seeing all these weather anomalies. Our jet stream is wonky, and all of this is because we are completely tipped, and the entire solar system is tipped, not just us.
It's also
climate change is solar system wide, guys. It's not just Earth.
All the planets are heating up, not just Earth.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, why would one planet, our planet, only warm up and not all the other ones? So,
and the question, if you are heating some area of space, like a solar system, how would you accomplish that? By adding a second star. And people forget that we got a larger star, the sun we're looking at every day, how big it is and how cut off it is, and all of the light refractions and the grayness and the weirdness and everything. That is not our normal star pattern. And if you go back to 1700 BC, 1650 through 1700 BC, they also had a climate change. And that is the 3,654 to 4,000 year timing. And we wonder where we got that date from. And so I try to include a give or take, because, some information is just human information, and some of it could be incorrect. And I try to point that out. If we're not certain of our facts, I have to mention that.
Right.
But it's cyclic. It happens over and over again. And no, Earth isn't going to be destroyed, but Earth will be messed up severely, and it happens every time. Tectonic plates shifting, large movements, short movements, earthquakes, volcanoes, the resetting of the Earth, and that is how the Earth factory Earth, resets all the commodities that they're going to pick up again when they come back in 3,654 years. Ice plague. Those are so cool.
And it's the reason why we see our unexplained history, where we have, where we think, mainstream's idea is that we just came out of the caves and we're the only advanced civilization, but there's been many before us, guys. The evidence is all over the place that people have been way more technologically advanced than we ever would give them credit for. And it's because of this, because we have this cycle of civilizations that come and go, because of these cataclysms that we are seeing right now in this time. Just look at what we're showing you guys right now.
Yeah, there was even like a tornado or something down south, like was it yesterday or the day before, when there was hail here. It suddenly just started, wind and hail, and it did it, and then it stopped, and it did it, and then it stopped, and then somebody
this is happening all over the world.
Caravan got knocked right over.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's just like completely random, bizarre.
There she goes. Oh, look at that, bending steel.
Oh man!
Wow.
Oh, no way! Look at that. That's not cool.
And these catastrophes are going on currently every day around the world. It used to be they were a week apart and a month apart and then 6 months apart. And now they're nonstop every day around the world. The wave patterns, they're coming in. England had one a week ago. Here's this one in South Africa. South Africa had odd waves even about a month ago as well. There's been a
I
lot
wonder
of
when this
tidal
one was, if
anomalies.
it was near the time of that anomaly.
Yeah. Well, and we wondered, and I did check into whether or not that asteroid GJ2 2024 did splash down, but I did not find anybody who could confirm that. And they mentioned they believed it passed by. The guy that I watched occasionally, one or two people mentioned that they believed it went by rather than hit, because there was no real confirmation that it was going to hit, and it was only the size of a car, 3 meters or something, 9 feet long. So it wasn't a biggie. But and then last week there were a whole bunch of fireballs around the world as well again. So don't discount that. We could see a whole bunch of incoming. Now we know, even looking at the earlier video of the red asteroid, there were 5 clouded objects underneath it that I didn't mention because I didn't want to scare anybody. But there could be a lot more of the stuff that we've never really documented, the little stuff. We've just been sticking to the biggies that we've had photographs of. And now we are starting to add to that list because there are so many regular occurrences. And people have asked if they could name an asteroid or two. So I've been kind enough to do so. And I'm not saying I'm kind. I'm just saying that I was inclined to do so. So I've added a couple of new names for the asteroids. Why not? What the heck? And China, poor China has been getting their asses kicked for months again. And those folks are going to starve this year because it's right now. And Russia had a huge dam in southwest Russia. They had a major dam break, and that's what caused this. And
Wow, look at that.
they're chalking it up to poor management. But then a lot of Chinese dams have also been failing over the last couple of years as well. So that whole region, that whole side of the planet is experiencing literally the worst of the weather that we're suffering it as well, but they are really getting their butts kicked.
Gee, they must be constantly in the path of it. Wow.
Yeah, you can only spend so much money to keep replacing things time after time. And the growing season in China got nonstop hail and storms and flooding, and so those folks are going to be starving this year. And get your crops in and out while you can anymore. It's almost like hit or miss if you're going to be successful or not by these freak storms. And look at the hail. There's currently right now in Ohio, there's a whole bunch of tornadoes.
Oh, no way. Those are like balls. Oh. Imagine the damage those things are doing.
I'm going to step away for a little bit and go finish up my laundry real quick. But
laundry day.
That's fine.
Yeah, laundry day.
I'm guilty. I did not do laundry today.
I've been putting it off for since last week, so I didn't go. I didn't go grab my t-shirts and I'm done. But
I was just going to say time for t-shirts.
Yeah, that's what I was running out of. So I'll be back, guys.
Cool.
That's fine.
I should have commented earlier, and it would have been precog. This is what I thought it was. Yeah, he's running out of t-shirts, and I went, oh, okay, he's right.
That's the
Every once in a while, I'm right. Yeah, every once in a while. Yeah, poor China, man. Those people are unfortunately under the thumb of their government, and it's horrible, the corruption and all the higher government people are living like kings, while the rest of the population there is just, they're living in the Stone Age, and I feel so horrible for the Chinese folks. And I love everybody. I'm not mad at the Russians because I'm pretty sure they're not happy about what Putin's doing, right. And any of the other nasty dictators around the world. And I just can't see taking all the money for yourself while your people around you suffer. I'm sorry that's not me. And we're seeing all of this destruction going on, and these, poor people's homes are being ripped away and their jobs, and of course factories in China right now are pretty much in deep trouble. They've got a huge unemployment problem, and the young people are literally refusing to take less than valuable jobs. Right. And Rebecca and I were talking about that prior to the show, where people are working their butts off just to get by and even eat, and let alone try to keep a roof over their heads. And evictions and all of that's going on ever since COVID. And whoops, I shouldn't even mention that. Etna was cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cappy Fligore. Come on, Christoper.
Cappy Fligore.
Okay, I'm still working on learning that damn name. That thing is still highly active right next to Naples. They're really freaked out right now.
My wife told me that Italy is trying to pay people to move out of the area.
Yeah, they can't evacuate.
Yeah, their road system trying to give them money to move out because they don't want, to be responsible for people staying behind. I think something major is going to happen.
Yeah, it's really, really active. They said that the rise change has been significant in underground mounding, and I watched a video on it the other day, and their ocean level has changed because the land is rising up and the water is going down because the land is rising up in that area, and there's these huge gaps between where the shoreline used to be, and so the people who are ocean bearing notice it immediately. And Etna's going, and there's a couple of really nasty ones in Indonesia, brand new, waking up and burping. There's a really big volcano going on up in Kamchatka, Russian Japanese area. St. Helens. And did you know that all of Canada has unbelievable amounts of older volcanoes up along the western coast there that are starting to get active? There's a new movement cluster in Northern California, right at the Juan de Fuco plate, just off north of Portland or south of Portland. South of Portland. And so, there's a lot of movement going on that they never saw before. Oh, look, bugs, my favorite. So we're seeing a lot more excruciating active weather going on around the world, and we're not going to have a full pole shift. We've already tipped. Our weather's already changed. We don't know what's going to happen.
Their structures are already so, not very well put together,
Right.
And this is going to just wipe them out. It's sad.
I don't know any system whatsoever that can mitigate a year's worth of rain in 2 hours.
No.
And we'll see it in the big. We saw it in New York. We saw it in Miami. It's happening all over the country to us now too. And by the way, that New Jersey earthquake is still having aftershocks.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was chuckling as to where located. It's located near a certain person's golf course, and we'll leave it at that. You can look that up. God's finger, as my stepmother would say. I don't want to get political, but those poor folks in the Indonesian, Malaysian area, they're getting swamped out. And there was a major flood in Hawaii this week, in Kauai, I believe it was. I could be wrong. But this isn't our norm, and our norm around the world, especially poor China and the Far East, is really suffering, including the deserts. Yeah, hey, Iran, how do you feel about snow in April, let alone snow at all? I mean, explain that one to me.
They got more snow than we did.
They're a very warm Arab country. They don't get snow.
Right. Hasn't their entire, area been changing from, desert to almost like an arid landscape? There's grass growing on their mountains.
Yeah, there's grass growing in all the deserts around everywhere right now, even Arizona.
They might not report it. There's no news.
Hey, Rocket Man. There's Rocket Man on the other side. Good to see you.
And this is what I expect to see in the Northwest this year. And it could run into Colorado. It could run into Utah. It could run into Idaho. It could run into Oregon, especially Oregon. I haven't checked on their water table. I need to do that. If they're dry, they've got a thick forest from hell. And if they're dry, they're in trouble. And, all you have to do is look up the, I think it was 1918 firestorm in Montana.
double lens flares. Now, I did not get this, but some people did. Now, I have a ton of pictures from the eclipse as well as videos, but here's one, for example, where if you look right here to the left of me and to the left of the sun, you will see the lens flare there that is partial eclipse. Now, I went through most all of my pictures and I could not find a double lens flare. Now, if you don't understand what a lens flare is, it will show you a reverse image of the actual light source. So you see a big blotch of light that is the sun, and that little lens flare is showing you what exactly is producing the light.
In the opposite.
Now, as I said, I didn't catch any of these double lens flares during my almost 2 hours outside. But what I did catch, if you look at this picture behind me, is multiple pictures giving off very, very rainbow-like rays. There is still a single lens flare.
That's a cut-in
rainbow
from the
colors
left.
coming off this are amazing. And I
That's
know a
the
lot of
side
people are
of
going to say it's a
Saru
reflection
cutting
of
in.
your camera lens. But I have multiple pictures at different times, and they only
See the blue
showed
asteroid
at
at
a
the bottom?
certain time of the eclipse. Now, most people talk about not seeing anything pass in front of it, and I understand that we had a new moon, and you're not supposed to be able to see the dark side. But when something of that magnitude of a celestial body crosses in front of the sun, you should be able to see at least a blacked out portion of it as it's coming in. But let me know what y'all think about it.
I believe also still that it's entirely possible that it was the Saturn's yellow moon that cut off to create the eclipse. I really do.
What the fuck is this?
Because we have so many people saying that they saw the moon over to the left, and how did that do that?
Right.
Why does this look like what they told us Saturn is? What is this?
Well, that's because a planet is cutting in, or an object is refracting. Those are refractions. That's called a cutoff halo or cutoff refraction. There's an object, and in this one right there, there's an object on the left. That's where it's darker, and you can see it. And then there's another, guys, there's planets in between us and the sun. That's why the sun is misshapen. You're seeing the flaring because it's light that's pinching and flaring out between the objects. And then, of course, that's in the monthly drawing.
I had to change the colors a little bit.
Yeah, I actually typed in the sun rather than color it yellow.
I saw that. I saw you put the word sun. I'll come back to this in a second. But
yeah, because it's not yellow because we're seeing it as nothing but white right now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that is the change that I didn't put it as yellow. It is very bright because it's pinched. And it is white because it's pinching through and the light intensity has changed.
And where does the name Lorraine come from?
One of our members, Lorraine.
Is that Lorraine? Yeah. Lorraine.
Yeah, I at this moment I forget her, but she's a regular member. I forget her last name at this moment, but
yeah,
she's a person that's been a member for a decade plus.
Cool.
Very nice lady. And so I said, yeah, okay, I'll name one after you, Lorraine. And the one right where, if you look at the word Saru on this drawing, there's a little asteroid there that has two little asterisks next to it. And that's the one I'm supposed to name for Leandra. And
cool. Okay.
I gotta contact her, or I mentioned it to her the other day, but I don't know if she's written me back because I haven't been on. I was studying rather than talking to people today, and yesterday I talked to people, and the day before I did a little bit, etc. But I've been spending more time looking at stuff rather than talking to people, especially after my last week's Claritin debacle, where I bombed everybody with music for a whole day. And I mean, I bombed everybody.
That was great.
That is so crazy.
No, I don't do well with antihistamines. Apparently, they affect my brain.
underwater anomaly spotted off South Africa. What is it? Reports have been swirling about a colossal underwater anomaly that's been detected moving towards South Africa. This isn't just any blip on the radar. We're talking about something larger than the state of Texas. Here's what we know. The anomaly has been active and moving for the last 2 days. Its origin? Still a mystery, but it's traveled from the direction of Antarctica. Size check? Over 2,000 miles long and 1,510 miles wide. That's massive. What's really capturing everyone's attention is the variety of theories popping up all over the internet. From the realistic to the outlandish, people are speculating about everything from giant sea creatures like a leviathan or even the mythical kraken to alien UFOs following the recent solar eclipse. Satellite maps have
now there was a report in 2012 of a very massive ship parked over the top of Greenland.
Areas. With it now moving toward America,
the
scale and potential impact of this anomaly have
alien
everyone
craft,
on edge.
very massive in 2012,
undiscovered sea
and it was
creature
there for
or
about
something
2 weeks.
Extraterrestrial, or perhaps
And
is
they
it
also
something
cited
completely unknown
in
to science as we know it? This is where I
global
turn it over to
Google
you. What do you
space,
think this could be?
people
Have
cited
you
a
read
yellow
or heard
pile
anything
of
that might
things melted
shed
out of
some
the
light
ice.
on this mystery? Drop your theories
And
and
then
thoughts in the
after that
comments
ship
below.
had parked
Let's
over the
unravel
top of
this
that,
oceanic enigma
the pile of
together.
yellow
Stay
was gone, and it
tuned
was a
and don't
massive
forget to
pile. It was
like and
like 80
subscribe
miles
for more
long. It was
updates on
huge.
this and other
And
incredible stories from around the world.
then after
What's
that ship
lurking in the
left, that
depths might just
pile
be
was no
more
longer there.
surprising than we think.
Going around that this was a digital glitch in the software over here.
Yeah.
Digital glitch in the software.
Yeah, that's
digital
what I was-
glitch.
Going around that there could have been a asteroid impact into the ocean that created
Right,
I
which is
can't
what I
believe they
was
just
talking.
did that.
anomalies that showed up.
How can
Yeah.
that be an
Only problem with
an
that,
asteroid
this is
impact?
too systematic.
Well,
Well,
remember the GJ2 2024 was supposed to be going by at that same time period, and where there's one, there's usually more.
Wow,
So like a mass of it.
Yeah, but the GJ was expected to hit the Pacific Ocean. So when I saw this, I was okay. It's an anomaly, maybe. But I mean, an 82-foot wave. There was no tsunami.
No,
An
you see, there was
82-foot
none of
wave would
them.
have gone around the world.
Right.
And I was thinking exactly that as well. What if it is an underwater craft?
That the instrumentation was interpreting large waves, but if in fact there were something out there.
Because remember, guys, we know that the Texas cube and the long box cube are massive.
Here in the northern Atlantic
So something could look like that easily too.
You can see there's
It makes sense
But
that they would hide it.
there was no tidal flow. If it would have been other anomaly on the computer, we would have seen high waves hit the U.S. coast. We would hit African coast. We would have seen it hit South America. An 82-foot wave. That's a big wave.
It looks like that.
Well, that's the red asteroid.
It looks like that.
Sure
Somebody
does.
commented that in our lineup here now.
Yeah, but that is the red asteroid.
Volcano and earthquake. Update. Hold on. 1 minute long video, please watch all the way through.
I really don't like these new AI generated narrators. Yeah, everything's moving, guys. All the plates are moving, especially the Ring of Fire. That volcano up there, that's the one I was talking about. That Camp And that's the new one that's going off there. There's a volcano there. That you can see it right there. There's 2 volcanoes that are active right there. And they're big ones, big boys. Yeah, let's hope and pray we don't have a nuclear winter event from all the volcanic activity, because that'll actually cool us down. And yeah, the Mid-Atlantic drift had a whole bunch of unusual behavior this week, which was what also stemmed with the New Jersey earthquake, and they were directly related. This is, of course, in China. Oh, duh, it says China on top. Duh. There, I opened my mouth before reading. Harmonics, people, harmonics.
Yep.
Yeah, look at it.
And we know that there's the sounds in the sky, and the humming, because I hear it all the time.
I heard it as well today.
And even in the Quran, they talk about all of these plagues that are happening, including the rivers returning and the desert changing to green and flooding and all of that, and all of these signs. And I hate to go end time signs, but we are seeing them all. We really are. The signs in the heavens are happening, and it's really, really spooky. I mean, every day around the world, it's unbelievably drastic conditions happening to town after town after town, to village and counties and areas. China, Russia, the Arab countries. France was flooding again here, which is going to affect wine prices, I'm sure. Bad season for grapes or whatever. Maybe they make more money when they have less grapes. I don't know. It was a very good year. We only made 12 bottles.
Rough.
Who knows?
We haven't gotten the
rain
here where I live. Like none. It's been so dry. So
we're actually getting some nice rain. Our ground is moist. Things are growing, but it's still warm, freezing. My tulips are up and they're full this year.
Oh, cool.
They're not doing too great. They're not too happy.
What's that, Sam? I saw that earlier.
Good night, smiling big waterfall.
Oh, we have somebody leaving. Let me go take a peek. Yeah, good night. And thanks for being here. I'm glad you found me.
I think this is an illuminated ion drop tail from a planet. Planet edge that's heating up.
I was going to tell Smiling Waterfall that we'll be back Saturday at 2:00 Central. We'll be here live again Saturday, okay? So hopefully we'll see you then.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye. Thanks for staying.
Oh, sorry. I got more. Yeah. What? I'm sorry, Sam. What was this again?
I think this is like the edge of a planet, and the sun is actually refracting on it, where it's illuminating and it's putting out the gases. It could be a craft as well, but I think this is a planet edge.
Wow. Okay. I would not. I didn't know. I was thinking asteroid streak.
Yeah, it's rather odd. It is really odd, but it falls within the parameters of what if you get an edge of a planet and lights up, that will occur. Although it's smaller than I would say for any of the planets. This could be an asteroid doing that. Could be a Saturn's yellow moon doing that. We don't know. We've never really seen the base cloud of a Saturn's yellow moon well. This could be the edge of a Saturn. I'd have to, if I could see the ground better, see better shadowing, I know where I'm looking, but I don't know which direction we're looking in this shot. So it's odd. It's really odd. And that, of course, that's asteroid activity crossing the sun. And that's where the rainbow effect, Mr. BB33 and the guy about the eclipse was also talking about this rainbow effect coming in from the asteroids. Now, of course, we know Saru's on the left, and that would be that white edge cloud that you're seeing in the upper middle left at the top of the page. That's the edge of Saru. And then, of course, the asteroid in from the left, and then we've got Nepesides somewhere in the upper part of the sun, which is what's causing the cutoff halo. Yeah, this is probably the blue asteroid and a couple other asteroids in her group, and I did do it in the drawing where they're going to be in this rainbow illuminated effect from the blue asteroid, because I did two groups. Of illumination on the blue asteroid and her secondary smaller asteroids behind her are going to illuminate, and this is an example of it right here. And then also the Salamander asteroid group, 10 asteroid, etc., are also going to be illuminating from coming at the angle as they round into the sunlight from behind and behind the shadowing. Because all of that's changing now. It's going over the top of us at a different angle than it ever did before. And so we're seeing new illuminated rainbow effect. Again.
That's something we never used to see. These rainbow clouds, these rainbow effects.
When Yuri started coming in after 2019, when she went over to the left, and then we started, Yuri got bigger and bigger and bigger, and so we were seeing more of her base cloud asteroids. And as the light shines through those asteroids, the micro debris, the sand, the dust, the rocks, the gravel, the big stuff, the car-sized stuff, the moon-sized stuff, all of that light goes through them, and we started documenting that from 2019 on. Oh, look, it's just beautiful skies, and look, there's a rainbow right there on the left side. Well, yeah, those are asteroids and asteroid debris. And of course, we've got many, many variant different sightings from going back years, and thousands of pictures of it in different forms, different colors, different rainbows. You can even see the asteroids themselves in some sightings. And this is all information that we've learned, and none of this is made up. Now that is an interesting light rainbow.
Look at that.
Wow. I would bet money that's the light shining underneath a planet, why the rainbow is occurring, because the light behind us is very, very cut off from above. And then, of course, there's moisture in the air beyond, and this is a light refracting prism effect, because the prism effect is being cast off the water in the distance, as you can see on the back of the truck, even it's rain. But look how dropped down it is to the ground. And that shows you the light is being cut off from above behind us. I've never seen one that low before and straight like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of mind-boggling.
I bet this is in the northern area, probably somewhere almost either /Canada/Alaska. I don't know. It sort of feels Alaska-ish. I could be wrong. The mountains aren't sharp enough to really be Alaska, but then it could be Washington, it could be Idaho, it could be Oregon. I don't know.
Right.
Weird looking spruce over there.
Wow.
And this is the base cloud of Nibiru.
Cool.
That's in your face as well. It's like right
mainly
down.
the blue part.
The yellow. This is the wider apart fingers of base cloud of Nibiru.
I see.
And
Okay.
she's huge.
Huge.
Right.
That's just in your face. That's just like a little chip of her.
And it's at sunset. And of course, this would be looking northwest to north. And this is what you look for to see Nibiru at sunset. The real sky is the light blue-green at the bottom, and the dark blue is the side of Nibiru. And this one, okay, on the east coast. Not much here we can catalog. Probably asteroids, most of them.
Yeah. I think that's what caught my attention mostly was all those streaks. Just these dragging marks that, yeah.
Like skid marks.
And those marks. I've seen time-lapse video of these kind of clouds, of Nepicity.
Probably the bottom of Nepicity.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that these are, you can see them populating in our sky without.
Now, we've watched the base clouds for, well over a decade, and we've learned that they have repetitive base cloud patterns, and this is below the planet, and that planet comes in close to us. They all put off an individual reoccurring occurrence anomaly of what we now call base clouds. They're not attached directly to the planet, but they're below the planet, and they always come back time after time with very similar occurrences, which is why, because we know the bottom of Nepicity so well, because it all has a little straight line fingering. So we automatically know now, after 14 years, that this is the bottom of Nepesity. And she's getting higher up too. And axis tipping and the cone and snorkel are showing more. And the open core on Nepesity. And we're seeing a lot more of her. It's so weird, all these changes. I don't really want them to go away. And they're getting farther away. No.
I was just going to say, back to your drawing a minute, with Nepesity. Get back up here. And see how it's changed. I mean, to me, it's changed. It's shifting. I don't know why it's lagging. Sorry. It's lagging on my end, I guess. But what I was going to point out was how Nepesity has been shifting to in front of Isatum. I don't know. I haven't been noticing it there so much.
Yeah, Isatum was cutting her off visually on the out for a couple of months. And then now that we are closer and turning more inside next to Nibiru, Nepesity has moved up higher, and now it's more visible here in front. It's weird what's going on. The transition is just like, okay, that's strange. So they've switched places, even though the out view of Isatum is bigger than Nepesity. Much bigger.
Nepesity's going away now. She'll be going away first.
No, she's the tail end of the rotation between. She's the tail, and Saru is the head, so to speak, of the lead. And then they're spiraling above us and spiraling towards us, and yet Saru is coming towards us while the rest of them are sort of, pull string following out as they wrap away from us, and they'll. Nepesity will end up in the north sky or before you know it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I have to do. That's why I have to do a drawing, looking at it from above, and I have to show the rotation and the connection in their pathway. Yeah. That's why I need to draw this. I was reading Nicole Dunn's comments here. So much pain, self-doubt, hard to function. Yep. Yeah, well, set us free, Nibiru. Very interesting statement. I could talk about 10 minutes about that on different angles of that speech alone. Set us free, Nibiru. Wow.
Is that something to be expected? Is that like?
Well, no. The secondary solar system needs our commodities. Period. And factory planet Earth is not going to end. Only some of us are going to get to evolve up and out, but generically, the management change, which has been 300,000 years, approximately, as 83 cycles since. That's not going to change, and our planet Earth is going to continue to do ownership until some larger galactic force was to change that, and I don't know anything about whether or not that's coming. So I don't have any facts behind that, but that would be the only way that we would no longer be factory planet Earth. I don't foresee the other Nibiru people giving up their commodities because they do need them to survive.
I was just gonna say that, Sam. I don't see them giving up. I mean, who would? Why would they? It's an entire planet that keeps their way of life going, and the thought of that is a little upsetting, I know, but
that's kind of if we live thousands of years, it would make a bigger difference, but we don't, and it's a mind twister. It really is, because we think of our lives as generations, and we live a full life, but we don't live anywhere compared to as long as they do.
We're very short-lived.
We are very short-lived. And I think we've been ripped off, frankly.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Because we should be able to self-heal like they do. And that has been denied us. And that's why throughout the Bible history and everything, there's all these different age living people. Because certain people got to live longer. And over time, we've actually shortened our lives, and now we're, of course, increasing the length of our lives. And so it's a transition. But I don't run the whole solar system, so I guess my opinion is only my opinion.
Yeah. How long do you think they live? Like, how much longer?
From what I was told, they live around averagely about 2,000 years.
Wow.
And that's just one faction. And the other ones live, 80, 90, 100,000. It's all conjecture. I don't, if I had,
I would seriously have to improve the quality of my life to even consider wanting to live 2,000 years. Not on this earth. I mean, not on this earth. At least not under these conditions. But if we had a few upgrades, where we were self.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be a janitor for 800 years and then retire.
Yeah, that sounds
right. What if you had health problems?
But that sounds horrible.
Oh, well, what job did you have? Oh, I was a janitor on planet Earth. Yeah.
Oh no.
It sounds exhausting. It sounds exhausting.
Yeah.
Well, but I bet if there was, if there was different conditions, a different way of life, 2,000 years would seem like a little bit. Yeah, I don't even see that much if things were.
Maybe time just doesn't matter there. Maybe they don't have time.
Well, I mean, there's that also. How they are a much bigger planet, Sam. We've had this discussion before. So wouldn't time for them be a little different than it is for us?
Shouldn't it be longer?
That's all conjecture. Yeah, I see time as a circle. We go out to the future, and then we start back in the past because it has to be connected. I don't see it as broken. I don't know. There's a lot of people that think about and try to spend a lot of time talking about time, including the Pleiadians, because I was told by the Pleiadian directly that they can come and go as they please in any time they want to. It even showed me the concept of it on his control panel and everything on the ship. And I saw it. I understand the concept. It's like they selected punching coordinates in on a jukebox, and then the record slot comes out and goes onto the machine, like the old-fashioned jukeboxes. And that's kind of how it was laid out, where they step outside of time, and then they move, and then they go back in time or forward in time, so chosen. And that was the basis of what I was being shown, although I don't understand it. So it's weird. It's weird. I mean, there are limits to my human knowledge, and I got so much information that drove me cuckoo.
Oh, I was just seeing this one last night from Chris. This is a good video.
This is from Christoper.
Very good video.
I looked down and he's not here, but
I can be for sure.
And you can see the blue line cutting into the sun, which is why it's large and flaring. That is a planet that is cutting the upper edge. And that looks like, at the time, that looked like Uri.
That's huge. Look at it.
That is Saturn's yellow moon with the flame-like clouds. Yep. And that is right there. That looks like necessity at the bottom edge, but it's really hard to tell. Yeah, the whole ball game is look at that. It's unbelievable. I mean, these are planets. Everything he's capturing that's Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh, that is so cool. Jeez.
These are all planets. Every one of these captures.
Oh my God.
You don't want it to end when it's like that,
Jesus. Yeah, I was totally jealous when I saw that because I haven't had much anything this cycle.
Look at that. It's just so big.
And I looked at it. I was like, God, I wish I was down there. I'm not even that far from it though.
Yeah, and you can see the definite edge of color. The color cutoffs are undeniable.
How's it going, William? Glad to see you here, man.
Hi, William.
Hi, William.
The Saturn's yellow moon, huge, coming in. Look at that. Look how big that is.
Look what it did.
Including the flat plate line and everything. Flame-like cloud.
I made Christoper a row on our new website. I made him a row too, so he can. I can start, featuring some of his videos. Did you know that, Chris?
Oh, look at that.
There's your famous video.
Oh, cool. Okay.
You walked away just when we started showing.
Yeah.
My bad.
Look at it.
Nice work. Nice work. Everything you got is a planet. Everything.
Oh my gosh, you guys, it's been crazy here. Like every day around 4:30, between there, Yuri comes in and it starts with little asteroids, and then it starts, the planet starts to round out, and then Cereal comes in right from underneath, and it's probably from 3:30 in the afternoon till about 11:30 at night. And so I got one of these like apps on the phone. It like helps you take pictures, in the night with, it's too dark to take pictures with your camera, but it helps like filter out. And it's pretty cool. I'll post some of those pictures on the group tonight.
Cool.
Yeah, the images that you get.
Look at the texture on those things.
Yeah, every one of these shots is a planet.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree with Egg. They are awesome.
And then when there isn't clouds in the sky right now, it's like you can see how dark the sky is in some areas, and then the sunlight is just odd. It's so odd.
Yeah, the sunlight is odd right now again.
It's just odd.
Isn't this all?
Yeah, great visuals, bro. Those were some great visuals.
Aren't those good? Yes. I love this one. Yeah, I took this one, Chris, and I added it to the website, to our new site. I created a row. You got your own row now. So
no way. That's
I did. I was
famous.
like, this needs to be featured. Yeah, it's so good. I love it.
I tried to make another one tonight before the show, but I couldn't get the music. And I'll have it up tonight.
Cool. I'm looking
I
forward
love
to
the
it.
ones you made for me. I mean, I've got 3 now, so.
I think
when was that, Chris?
That one should have been last week sometime.
Last week.
Yeah.
I got it dated on there.
Yeah, we've seen a drastic change just in the last, even 2-3 weeks of the movements. And that's why, all through last week's shows, I was looking at the stuff people were sending in, and I'm going, man, I have some huge changes to make. And I did have to actually move where Nepacity was, and I did have to increase the size of the Saturn's yellow moon because it's way bigger. And I still haven't figured out the new axis tip that's going on with Yuri and Nepacity and Atu. It's all changed and dramatically changed, and it's like, so I'm gonna have to do some staring at it for a while to kind of figure out what's really going on in my head. And this is, I plotted in my head after a level of understanding, but you have to understand first before you can, place it. And it's confusing, but wow, good job, really good job.
Yeah, great
It's
stuff.
exciting when after a few days of not seeing anything, and then
and then you get something like that.
Hurry up.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. That's a very fun game to play, man. One day nothing, and then bam, you get this. It's so awesome, man.
You get one of those.
Have a good night. Have a good night, William.
Good night, William.
Have a good night, William. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. I know you've been working a lot, but we'll see you next time, man.
So I see a video from you, Jesus.
I now that I stepped down, I remember there was a short clip that I made. It's very short, but it was just my skies today. See, I was going to see how it's so high up above.
Yeah, I sent you my pictures of the Northern Lights just before the show.
Okay. Well, so far I'm not able to get my phone on. It says I'm at 3%. Almost 3 hours. It's been on charging almost 3 hours.
Yeah, they are a little high. This was north, I think. This was north. At midday. Let's say about 3-4 p.m. Just before I came. Just before the show started, actually.
Looks very much like that too.
Yeah, I think
The
so.
moon's probably directly above you. If this is in the north sky, that would be at you, and then Uri would be to the right.
Yeah, that's about right. That is about right. But yeah, that's about all I had today. It's a little something. Hopefully, things will start getting more
Weirdly dark that is. That is
that's
oddly, almost midnight blue dark.
Yeah, and also look at the clear clouds, the white cotton ones. Those are our clouds, guys. Anything behind that is the planet and their atmosphere. Anything beyond that looks a little blurrier is them, not us. So
Almost
just
like
so
that
you
surface on the left there.
yeah. Just so you know what to look for, guys. Little something.
My video that I took earlier. So I'm going to share that here in a second, so you can see.
You mean when you stepped away?
It was earlier today, about 3 in the afternoon. So.
Now you're probably filming right around the same time I was.
Oh, okay. We'll see.
Yeah, 3 p.m. your time is 4 p.m. my time. That's around the time I recorded this.
Okay.
So let's see what you got, and compare that.
Yeah, I feel like going outside and looking up right now because I'm getting seasick again.
Uh-oh.
I just feel weird. It's like, whoa,
Right.
God, my stomach. And I didn't hear anything that would drive by that would cause that or anything. I'm just feeling weird. So, and my ears are ringing. So, probably got something directly over the top of me.
I was telling Sam twice now in the last few days at around 3 in the morning, I've heard the birds chirping. That's something new and different.
Yeah, they're seeing stuff we don't see. They're out there, people.
3
I had
a.m. is a little too early, right?
I had a discussion earlier today talking about the size of with the gal at the grocery store, who I hope she's listening, at Harvest Foods. And I was describing this the galactic cruisers, what we referred, Star Destroyers from Star Wars. And I was trying to tell her how big those were, and then described to her about where they came from, how they came off the parking garage to the cubes, the long box cube and the Texas cube, and how big those things must be in order for you to park 100 Star Destroyers on the, as like the parking garage, because we watched them offload in 2019. And the size of those things is beyond even comprehension. And, I imagine they could land them on Earth, but I mean, they are just massive. And I've been watching this commercial lately on television, and I need to look it up next time I catch it again. And they've been showing this big, huge black box. And it was like, and then they showed this big black box in the city like it was a building. And it struck this chord with me. Like, what are they trying to advertise? And what are they trying to, give a secret message to people around the planet who may actually know about the cubes or something like that? But it was very odd because they don't really, it's like they're trying to advertise this corporation, but they don't show any product whatsoever other than this cube. So I was kind of like, yeah, that's grabbing my brain. So I'm going to have to, write that down next time I see it. Take a look at who this corporation is. I'm hoping they're going to go soft disclosure real hard one way or another. We were gossiping as to whether or not the eclipse was going to be that nudge across the spectrum where people actually start paying attention to what's going on up above us. And it's caused a lot of people to, start questioning what's going on with the skies and et cetera. So that's a good thing.
Okay, here it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now that is not the sun, is it? Is that the sun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's about 3:30 in the southwest.
I see it clearly now. At first, it was just a
right.
I had to ask.
Wow.
Oh, and those are the asteroids under Uri right there. And this is the 180-day cycle. I want you to pay attention to how big they are now, because we're going to see them a whole lot closer within the next couple of passing weeks, months, etc. And they're going to do the quick run. And there's lead asteroid just to the right of the sun. It's dark with little stripies. Yeah, the asteroids. Oh boy, here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, I wonder if we are going to, in Revelations, Exodus, one of the plagues was 75-pound flaming rocks coming in, all around Egypt. And remember that video that we watched a few months ago where that Oort cloud of whatever, I can't really call it an Oort cloud, the debris field that NASA put off the ISS station. And I'm still amazed that they actually released that footage. And all of those asteroids are underneath, and Yuri has a huge asteroid field underneath her, and behind her, there's a whole bunch we haven't even talked about between Yuri and Saru. And
that's what I got confused about.
Yeah, what's under Yuri and Atu is small in comparison to the asteroids that are between Saru and Yuri. And we saw some of that going back to 2013-ish. And that has to do with why Yuri's base cloud is so thick and bright and luminous. It's because she too has a huge population of asteroid debris underneath her base. Although she's a planet with people on it, we believe. So we believe that there are people on Saru, and we believe people are on Nibiru. And I was told that there are 3 races there. I don't have any information beyond that. I didn't have my notebook, and I wish to God I had. I wish they'd have handed me, here, write this shit down, Sam. Okay. And because, this happened in the 80s, and so I'm dealing with memory from the 80s. And if I don't fully remember, or if I do have levels of conjecture, I try to mention that to people. Because the rest of the information that Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru followers and Anonymous and Nibiru system is already here, and Chris's and Gillian's work and Gillian's channels, all of this information is factually gathered from what we've watched over the years. And if it's conjecture, or if it's something where we have summation or supposition that creates summation, I will mention that it is not completely proven, but we believe. So, and I do try to define that to everybody out there. If I don't know, I will tell you. I think that's important.
Right. It is important, absolutely.
Well, I try to stick to scientific rules. I mean, how we gather the information is important. We don't take anything that, we try not to use any material that's used through filming through glass. If we don't know and we can't attribute that this is this, then we don't use it. We do not.
And it's comparable, guys, from all over the world. Look, Gillian's in Scotland. We have Christoper in Vegas. We got Utah here, Oklahoma. And that's not to mention Hofman. He's in the Maldives. So it's
Hungary. We got Audrey.
People are all around the world.
We have a lot of folks in South Africa. We have a lot of folks in Indonesia.
That's what makes this so provable, guys. Is it's so many people seeing the same thing all around the world.
And the only way to get it out is actually just by trying to tell. Oh my God, look at that! That is beautiful. Okay, do you see the yellow line?
Yes.
That's the faceplate.
Oh, yellow moon.
Okay.
Yep, it's Saturn's yellow moon, and it's dark because it's in shadow because of the light angle.
Like a flashlight.
Yeah, but that's that what we call clamshell or shield or faceplate of the straight lines. Christoper used it in his video we just watched. That's that flat area faceplate at the front, which is a cloud push of the front of a Saturn's yellow moon. Now we're looking everything on the right hand. The right hand is a better example than the left hand. The right hand picture, all that blue area is Saturn's yellow moon, and the white purpley behind it is a Saturn. But that yellow,
Melter.
straight angled band there in the front, closest to the sun on the bottom left, is the faceplate of the air push at the front of Saturn's yellow moon, which is what creates the ion trail that goes around Saturn from Saturn's yellow moon.
But you also have to have the long box cube here as well, too, right, Sam?
Oh yeah, it should be right in there, right next to it, on the immediate, just to the right of Saturn's yellow moon. Usually is the long box cube, and it's probably in this shot, but I just haven't seen it yet. Could blow it up some more, but we'll see here. Okay.
I mean, to me, it also looks like there's a
partially responsible for the faceplate as well. We haven't really tried to. Oh, and look, dead center in front of it.
Star Destroyer.
Dead center. If you look at the right-hand picture, dead center in the middle of the blue area is the green asteroid. See the dots?
Yeah.
Sure do. Yeah.
There's the dots on the green asteroid, and she's crossing in front of Saturn's yellow moon. So somewhere around there, in that darkness, is the long box cube. That could even be the white cloud. Could be that white cloud right there. That long,
that white one. Yeah,
white cloud in the right-hand picture. Shows it better in the right-hand picture than the left. But that could be the long box cube right there.
Right.
Kind of small, but cool.
Neat. Yeah, all these pictures are from Afan in Maldives.
Nice.
Yep, and it was also the 3rd, so that was last month, the 29th of last month.
Wow.
And yeah, that fits because the long box cube was smaller. Now it's big. I saw some stuff from Andy this week. Really great shots, by the way, Andy. And then I saw some stuff from other people where the long box cube was much closer to Earth and much larger. And that could, of course, have to do with the proximity change of how large Saturn's yellow moon now is. Yeah, thank you, Apon. You do great work. Look at that.
Incredible.
That's a great one. Can you imagine? I mean, like, he gets to live in a resort place. It's like people travel all around the world to go to Maldives. And
I can't even imagine living in climate where it's warm all the time. And now I know why people retire to Florida. I know why. I'm not that I don't want to, but I don't think I'd ever like to leave Montana. However, the gods and the demigods, they could grant my wish and actually make Montana tropical. I'm joking, because I always say aloha from tropical Montana. And that's been my catchphrase all along. And that comes from an old ad campaign about Montana trying to get tourism. And it was a joke. But I've always expected some sort of a climate change, and that's why I said aloha from tropical Montana. Because overall, the generically average temperature of planet Earth, not taking into account ice ages, is generically about 93 degrees across the entire planet. So we are a tropical-based planet with no poles generically, although we are coming out of the end of the ice age. And so all of that has to also be accounted for. Because this planet doesn't normally, the overall average temperature of planet Earth does not have polar ice caps. And it's like tropical and all of the hemispheres. And so,
look at that thing.
Yeah, that is Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri with Atu in front of it.
Yeah, you can see. Is that the lead object? Down really low. See how it's
no, I'm looking at the dead center, the red. No, this is Salamander asteroid group off the front of Uri, and then Atu and Atu's moon are in the middle to the left area.
like.
Okay.
See where
That
it says
skull-looking thing sticking out at the top right.
Now, if you look at the sun shining at the flash flare, there's a little blob right next to the top part of the sun. That's the lead asteroid.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it's the tan asteroid. Like, see where it says Maldives, and it's just right above it over to the right.
Yeah.
There's a rounded object right there. It's really low. See it?
Yeah, there are 10 asteroids in, but that basically we're looking at the bottom. Middle right is Uri, and then over to from the middle to the left is Atu. So Atu is in front of Uri, but we're looking at the object or the salamander asteroid group is that white patchy area with the black and blue blotchy all over. And Saru is in the purple background at the far middle right. Yeah, there's a lot in this. There's a
That looks
lot
like
of
an
crap
alien
moving
face
around
up there on the right, on the top. Look at
They're
it.
coming to get you, Gillian.
See the
Well,
face, man.
The skulls. Well, there's lots of spooky stuff up there. Oh my God! People, run for your lives!
I know. What would we do if something came down out of the sky like that, like a bad movie? You know, I don't know.
Well, they're already here. They are already here. You should see what lives here. That should scare the crap
Where
out
should
of
we
anyone.
hide? Or can you hide? Or do they? Will they always find you?
I don't think it. Don't. Remember, they're smarter than we are.
Right? I mean, I'd ask for better health care. You know,
Or a better
That's a
locker or
start.
something. You know, better parking.
Oh, man. They could give us better. We could get better. We should.
Well, no, we are actually atrocious little creatures. And we stink and we smell and we're little assholes to each other.
Right.
So, what do we really deserve?
They're not entirely wrong for not liking us, you know.
Oh, yeah.
We are an acquired taste.
Yeah. We all feel like that.
Yeah.
Maybe they would look at us like pets.
The white blob above on the right-hand middle, right next to the building slab, there is the lead asteroid. And that overall blue area is the side of Nibiru.
Wow.
I was getting ready to say that's a perfect curve right there. You know,
Yeah,
the whole
that's Nibiru.
how the light is being like flattened out.
Yeah, from the upper
Something is
left
there.
all the way down to the bottom right corner is the side face of Nibiru.
So
Oh, that looks interesting too. Looks like something
It's
hiding
just
in the pure
that
light.
the curve. You know, you could just tell the difference between the curve of Nibiru and a septum because it's just so much larger.
Yeah,
Just so much larger.
Absolutely. And once you start to learn those things, just have this in your mind. This is why the monthly site drawings do help. They really do. And I mean, hell, they keep me square. You know, that's why I draw them, so that we have instant. Oh, look at that! You are looking at the bottom of Atu is that rounded edge, and then Uri is behind it, and Saru is behind that. So they're stacked 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. It's pretty pretty.
Yeah, I mean, you could even see how that blue over here is coming at a curve. You know, where Uri is. I don't know. People can see that or not. I can't.
Yeah, and Uri is rising up. You're seeing more Saru. The pretty much most of the blue is Saru, and Uri is higher, and Atu is higher.
Man.
And they're going up, up, up.
Up, up, up.
I hope they don't go straight up so we lose sight of them.
Oh,
That would be sad.
I want to watch them go away from us, you know, in a semi-horizontal proximity. Okay, you can see this one. This is Atu's moon. It's the orange round center above the light. And then Atu is the purple reddish over on the left. And then the white area is the side edge of Uri. And behind that, of course, is Saru again. Stacked
I
1, 2, 3.
feel like we need to all be like getting as many captures as we can, so that when that time comes and they're not here anymore, we at least have, you know,
Oh my
endless
God!
amounts of.
You know how many thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures we already have? Oh my God! And I'd love to even put this in a book. But,
Yeah.
oh, look
We
at
make it
this!
so good.
Oh,
Can we make
oh my
more
God!
good?
Jeez,
This is
at
a
that.
Captain's yellow moon with a faceplate.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I love Hofman's. I love his work. He has some really cool.
See the little
pictures.
flame-like wispy clouds, and if you can,
I've never
see
seen this
almost
one. This one's new to me. I must have missed this one.
The face. Yeah, that's a Satham's yellow moon, and it's huge. Oh my God, is it big?
Wow.
Wait, August 12th, 2022. I'm wrong. This is a Saturn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a Saturn.
Still.
In August of 2022, this is a Saturn. Saturn's yellow moon is quite small still in 2022. So yeah, this is a Saturn.
So the entire blue area is.
And her yellow moon. Yeah, the entire blue area is the planet is Saturn.
I mean, look down just above the water where it's light blue, kind of a tan blue. You know, that's our sky.
The real sky.
Basically.
Yeah.
Everything
I was going to say, I thought
blue.
this was current, and then I looked down in the corner and went, no, it's not current. Yeah, this is the flame-like little clouds that are associated with the Saturn and the Saturn shelf, and none of the other planets have these clouds.
Cool.
Yeah, Saturn's clouds are very, very unique.
Look at that
Very,
square.
very unique.
It looks really square.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Well, in 2022, we know that Nepacity was covering up the top of the sun. And in this, you can see the square sun, so that we know his Saturn is on the right, just to the right of the sun. And back in 22 was left of this. And so this big object in the left corner, the big rounded blue area, is Atu's moon, with Nepacity right next to it above the sun.
I'm wondering, like, what is
yeah,
that at the bottom of
the sun?
Is it the blue
At the bottom would be
green
lead asteroid in the dead center, and then red asteroids a couple inches over to the left.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the 5 o'clock position where it's something is cutting into the sunlight. There's a small
that's
dark.
probably lead asteroid. In 22, lead asteroid would be very small, and she was going away from us moreover.
Yeah.
And 2019 even, lead asteroid was so unbelievably huge, I thought for sure we were going to have some serious action from that, but it didn't happen. So, like I said before, 2013, I thought for sure we were going to get pasted in another Cherry-Lebinsky event. And, the asteroids are going to get us, and oh my God. And then it didn't happen. I went, oh, okay, we're a little safer than I expected. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in this shot. Yeah, look at the shape of that sun. And that's shaped like that because there's objects cutting off the top, the left, the right, to make it square like that.
Oh, guys, I think I'll have to go to bed. I'm just about falling asleep.
Yeah,
Okay,
I forget it's so late for you. Yeah,
I didn't realize the time it is now as well. I didn't realize the time. I'd slept during the day as well, so I think my body's just confused. But suddenly I'm like, okay, go to sleep now.
It's time. Well, I'm glad you joined us. It's good seeing you.
I am too. Good to feel like almost human again. So.
Right. Well, we'll plan on seeing you again Saturday here soon.
I have to go back to work on Saturday because they've asked for me to come in. So.
Saturday night though, right?
Yeah. No worries.
Every night. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Perfect. All right.
But it's back to the normal time, isn't it? So it's all right.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, we do our Saturday shows are early in the afternoon, which is your evening.
7 o'clock for you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 6 hours in between us all. So.
Yeah, I noticed you're a little bit more chipper on Saturdays. You're not so tired. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is really tired time now. It's time to go to sleep.
This is Atu's moon. You can even see the craters.
I know. Look at that thing. I love all these pictures. I don't want to go to bed, but all I need to do is sleep.
Well,
you can always
lay down and watch it.
You can always watch it on YouTube.
Right.
Yep. Night to night, guys. Have a good show.
Lillian. We'll see you in a days. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I've been prompted to. I talked to Rocket Man yesterday, I believe it was. He called me on the phone, which was nice. Thank you, Rocket Man. I hope you're listening. He's talking filling me in on the laptop scenario. It's going to be on the way here real soon.
Awesome.
Thank you very much. But he's also asked me to ask folks to be sure to get ready to sign up for the new platform and how the funds will be sent to Rebecca, so she will be able to pay for some of these apps that we are having to pay for as well. I mean, I wrote a huge check for internet the other day. Look at this. Notice where the light's coming from. This is really odd that Atu's moon is beyond Earth and straight up and being illuminated from the right-hand side. But it's actually moved farther in the last 3 years as well. But this is you can actually see the surface of Atu's moon inside these clouds. So some of those dark spots are craters.
Also, I was going to mention that Rocket Man and I have been able to find somebody that's going to be helping Jesus and I train us for Streamlabs. And he's also going to be helping design the appearance of our Streamlabs. He actually has a YouTube channel of his own called J Dreamers. One word, J Dreamers with a Z at the end. Anyway, he's got a really successful channel himself.
I wonder what that means.
What do you mean? What does it mean?
I'm joking. A J.
Oh.
J. From my era, as hey, dude, we're going outside to smoke a J.
Yeah. A J. Yeah. Okay.
Daydreamers.
Yeah, it's a double entendre. Okay, I see.
Double entendre.
Anyway, he has. I'm a fan of his channel. I've watched him for years. And
I'm
here's
gonna
the
have
deal.
to write that down.
One night, one evening, I was talking to Rocket Man, and I said something about how I like the appearance of J Dreamers, his channel. We've always been, fond of his work. Okay, so anyway, Rocket Man emails him and asked him, would he be interested in helping and us design things for our Streamlabs, along with other things. He's an artist too. Oh. So yeah, long story short is he responded and said, yes, he would be interested. And so we're going to meet with him Friday, 4:00 my time. So I'm excited to get to meet
Wonderful.
Jay. I've watched him for years now, and he's super talented. He's going to help, like I said, train Jesus and I on the Streamlabs. He's going to be doing artwork for us. And
if there are any YouTubers out there that are better at things than we are, there we go.
Just subscribe to this guy's channel, guys. Help support him.
If you are any YouTubers out there, you can connect with us and help us. Or if you want help finding the planets, do contact us. We are more than willing to sister site with anyone, as long as people stick to the facts and not go into suppositions that create issues for the new folks. And that's been our major concern, I think, is the new people. We want to make sure that new people get the right information and start to learn without all the confusing crap. And Rebecca has this saying where she tells everybody, forget everything you know. I'll let you take it from there.
Sorry. Sorry. You just got to start all over and forget it.
Do I blurb out again? Oh, yeah, you have to start all over, yeah.
Start all over,
everything you think you know. And, it's
the best.
And that's disappointing, even to me. I mean, and we haven't run into anybody that knows more than we do.
We catch ourselves doing it ourselves, too, constantly. I got to catch myself thinking dinner plate all the time.
Yeah.
I try to figure things out. I'm like, I'm thinking dinner.
I have hand on forehead, oh duh moments every week. Every week, I go, I can't believe I didn't see this. This is so stupid, and I was staring at it for 5 weeks, and duh, I mean, I do that constantly.
That's really cool when you think you see something, shots, and then weeks later it's like, whoa, wait a minute, this is not what I thought it was, and now I actually see what it actually is.
That's so perfect.
You see what this is?
Is that Atu?
No.
No.
This is Yuri. And see how high she is?
Yeah.
Remember, Yuri used to be always at the horizon and below. Below the horizon, we'd always see her edge cut into the ground. And now we're looking at the bottom of Uri.
Wow.
What is it?
We haven't
about
seen the
it that's
bottom
telling
of Uri
you
in
it's
years.
Like, what are
Who's
you
big- is this still a Fawn's picture?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and this in their area, and this is a couple years old, but we haven't. This goes back to we haven't seen the bottom of Uri in years, and this is the bottom of Uri.
I see.
It could be 3 years old, but this is an example of what is also happening again, because we get to go back to the old pictures, because before Uri was so close to us that we never saw the bottom, because she was the horizon line cut up an eighth of the way of the planet out view. This again is the bottom of Uri and the asteroids and the stuff.
Wow.
And I believe at this time that the object in the middle with the weird clouds in the middle left is lead asteroid, back when it was very much bigger.
Wow.
And then it could also be Snailfoot, which, lead asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid are also involved in Snailfoot development. And then again, here we see again, this is probably lead asteroid, dead center, with Attu behind it, or Attu's moon above it. And if you look at that weird spacey thing in the front upper right corner there, that looks like Casper.
Which part? Sorry.
Upper right corner. You see that weird, almost star-like little ghost guy right there? That reminds me of Casper. Casper puts off this ghostly. Remember, Casper's in front of the lead asteroid. The smaller, illuminated ghost. We call it a Casper because it looks like a ghost wearing a sheet. And that immediate asteroid in front of the lead asteroid we know as Casper.
Yeah, I don't see Casper.
Yeah, this is 2023. This December 2023. So, or November, depending. Because in Europe they put the day, the month, and the year. So that means this is November, not December. 12th of November in 2023. So yeah, that's Casper and all sorts of stuff up in the upper right corner there. It's amazing. This is like nostalgic.
Yeah.
I know. I was having a good time going through his pictures, and I couldn't stop saving them. I just kept saving them. So I was like, we need a folder just for a fun.
Oh, could you imagine we have so many great contributors out there. Robert in New Zealand, and Ivan and Petty in Hungary, and God, just so many wonderful people over the years that are just, there's no way we could thank you enough for what you've given us. August 2022, this is Purple Purple
reminds me a lot of Christoper in a way. I mean, in that when he joined my group.
Yeah, they got it right away.
Right away, he was so excited. He was just excited, and he couldn't, he was trying to learn just right off the bat. He was wanting to, put it all together. So
that enthusiasm, I loved his enthusiasm.
I did too. And so he became a moderator pretty quickly. I had to have him. I had to have his help. So,
and that's how you know that they really are seeing it, because once you see it, it's just this excitement that you're like, wow,
right.
Freaking planets.
With Christoper,
There's freaking planets. There's other worlds passing over us daily, and it's so awesome. It's so exciting. Yeah.
Right.
I think I'm more excited now than I was when I first started. I think I was
because you're getting it more
emotional
and more
about it, and freaked out and doubting myself every 2 minutes, and it was rough to get through that.
Did you start freaking out, Christoper? Like, is it something that because it's a large pill to swallow. It really is. It really is.
It just didn't even. There's no way I could have ever have guessed that it was planets. There's just no way.
Yeah.
But I knew that something was going on for a while. Everything was getting weird, and this all just clicked for me. And
how long had you been looking?
I'm thinking 2 years.
For like 4. Yeah.
Maybe even longer. I mean, I'm like going back to like pictures from a few years ago, and I took pictures of like storms and all sorts of things that were happening, and it just all fits together. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
But again, I just had there was no way I could ever guess that this was going to be what I found. There's no way. And it had me pulling into all sorts
of Yuri.
But it's so amazing how everybody has a very similar story. You know? With details skewed, a little different, but overall, we've all had the same experience where we went time where we noticed something and it just kind of ate at us.
Oh yeah.
And then you just start going down these rabbit holes, and eventually you find the right information. You're like, you have your aha moment. It's like, okay, I get it. That's a very similar story that we all had, in our own different way, but we all went down that road and ended up here. And I think that human connection thing that connects us all together is amazing. I love that. I think it's proof that we are all we have this intuition that we shouldn't ignore. We have this thing, and I hope that more people follow that intuition and don't let mainstream media or anybody tell you any different, or tell you that you're crazy, or tell you that what you're seeing is just normal, because it's not. It's
and
not.
Let's not forget that this is the year 2024 is the year that human abilities, according to Nostradamus included, this is and the 2010 ascension. This is the year that everybody gets a whole lot more intuitive, skilled, and so do trust what you learn, trust what you see, trust what you experience as real. Don't doubt yourself. Although, I weekly go through, I still keep having to question myself, but like, are these really? Oh my God, yes, they are. And I go back and forth every day. And because I want to make sure I give everybody the real information. So I'm really hard on myself to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. And I have my doubts, but overall, this is the year that everybody is supposed to get a little bit better at it. So count on that.
Damn, look at that. Wow.
Right.
Yeah, that is a planet.
I very much am very picky about what I post. I out of 50 pictures that I take during a photo session, I'll post maybe 3 or 4 of them in a short video. So yes, we everything is very up and up here. We really work hard, and we do very quality work, I think, here. So
now, if you look at this picture and the horizon line, the dark area, because it's after sunset, and it's a straight line. This is not a fisheye lens.
Right.
And that big rounded purplish blue object in front of you with the illumination inside is a planet. And I believe this to be Atu's moon. And in August of 2021, Atu and Atu's moon were there. And then if the sunset is probably a little farther, I don't know. Nepacity was for the longest time straight across the sky cutting off, so that's why I can't call it Nepacity. And I do see the centralized illumination in the middle that's smaller than the overall arc, which is what's going to lead me to believe it's Atu's moon. Wow. And that big rounded bottom, that planet edge, you cannot argue with. That's real. It's real. The planet. It's overhead. It's huge. And as much as we didn't want them to be this big, they are that big when they're that close to us. And I'm in awe that the population hasn't seen it. I'm in awe that NASA hasn't announced it. I'm in awe. I mean, God, I can, to this day, I see them. I don't know how everybody else does it.
Yeah, it drives me nuts. I know that Nicolle was mentioning how we always mention obvious, and we're not trying to, be insensitive to people who are still trying to learn this stuff. But once you see it, guys, it becomes so evident and so obvious and so in your face that obvious is the only way you can put it, really.
Yeah. I was just speaking about the straight line across the sky. That's capacity.
Yeah, the color says it all.
Yep.
We will teach you how to do that, guys. Come, join the groups, join. We have the new platform, which we're hoping that everybody signs up, but we will teach you how to do it, you know, and then you could see it for yourself and then make up, prove it yourself over and over. You just hang out with us, you know, join our platform, join the groups, spend a little time learning, and we promise you will learn how to see this, and it's a great ride.
And they're nonstop repeating patterns. That's the thing. These are not anomalies that we see once. These are things we see every day for the last 14 years.
Yeah.
Getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we watched it. We took the time to write all this down and say thousands, hundreds of thousands of pictures. And all of these folks that are here trying to help you learn this, you know, we're not doing this for personal gain. We are doing this because the science is that important. The knowing is that important.
We all here have this thing where this is important to us beyond. You know, we have fun with it. Of course, we love doing it, but it is important to all of us to share this information because it's huge and it needs to be shared and it deserves to be shared. And
absolutely,
everybody has the right to know this stuff. You know, I don't think, you know, whoever's decision was it to hide it from us, I don't think they have the right to do that. You know, regardless of what people are going to react, you know, I don't think they have the right to make that choice for us. You know, so let's get this information out there, guys. Let's get it out there. Let's grow this community and let's get this out there because things are happening and, you know, lives could have been saved. I mean, how many times have we talked about it, Sam, where you have said, you know, certain area, this and that, and we end up seeing some catastrophe happening, and we could have at least maybe mitigated the outcome of it if people knew their information.
Well, they were expecting that, you know, weather conditions are going to be excruciatingly extreme, and people say, okay, bad weather, but then, you know, they don't take into account that their roofs are going to be ripped off and their yard furniture is going to go flying down the street and their car is going to get the hell beat out of it by hail the size of your fist. And it can be happening in a very short time, and it just comes in so quick. And no one is ready to have to replace half their property, you know, unless you got really great insurance. And even then, half the time, the insurance companies don't want to pay. And you know, you literally have to sue your insurance company to get paid off. So people need to, you know, think ahead, plan ahead. This is not that we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. There's a whole new ball of wax, and we have to prepare for it. We have to, you know, think about how we live and what we do and what we buy and what we shouldn't buy or what we should buy. And
the only way that we're gonna do that is by knowing what's happening, guys. We hear a lot of people say, "Well, I can't do anything about it, so why does it matter?" You could mitigate the outcome. You could maybe knock over that tree that you know that could fall over your house. Maybe you can have a little bit of water, have at least be a little prepared. You know, chance favors the prepared mind, guys. So knowing is a big factor here. And
yeah, you just reminded me. Before the eclipse, I put out my water bottles, and they're still there, and Culligan hasn't come and replaced them. They missed me this week, man. I'm sorry. Sidebar. I apologize.
No, you're good. I'm just saying it is important to know. It is important to know, and regardless, you know, they don't want to panic people, but what they don't realize is that when shit hits the fan and people don't know, there's going to be more than just freaking out. There's going to be confusion, and there's going to be, you know, instead of coming together, what everybody's going to do is just panic and act the way they do when they panic. So it is very important to put this information out there, guys.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what is coming. I do hope and pray this year that we don't have as many close passes or superstorms like we did with the South Dakota one or the San Francisco one or the Ohio storms that have been going year after year. And of course, today, Missouri and Indiana and Ohio, and they have bad weather going on again as we speak. So if people are prepared for extreme conditions, instead of intense or possible intense. There's like www.ready.com, I think it was, is that you can look up and get a link to some storms coming. Pay attention to this weather. It's not what it used to be. It's not, we have to worry about an F1 tornado. No, you have to worry about an F3 or an F4 or an F5 or an F6, because we're coming up to 6. They're also talking about raising the hurricane status, and this year we're going to have some whoppers, because they've literally tripled their expectancy of the normal storms. So, and then of course we're going to go into the La Nina from El Nino, and that's going to be an odd transition. I think by the look of this is Attu, and it's Attu's ring swiping out there. That's weird. That's a weird photo.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, don't take me as gospel on this. I have not seen this picture before. So,
but the clouds do look very much like Attu.
Yeah.
Attu moon. You know.
Yeah, my first instinct was Attu proper. And now, for the longest time, we haven't actually seen a lot of Attu, except if this is, of course, 2023. We were seeing a lot of close passes of Attu's moon in 2023.
Kind of looks
and
like.
Then the last hurrah, she was doing a couple of real close, cool passes here, just like you got in New Mexico, Jesus. And now we don't. Attu's moon is nowhere near what it was even a year ago. And it's getting smaller and smaller. It's like, wow. Yeah. Which is why I drew it as small as I did this month. That's kind of depressing that they're getting smaller, It's good on one hand, but a little depressing on the other, It's like, no, I've said this 3 or 4 times today alone. No, don't leave me,
Yeah, I can't imagine going back to the regular blue skies. I dread that day. I know that this isn't necessarily safe. I know it's dangerous, but I mean, God, I can't imagine going back. I can't. I think about that all the time. I really do.
And what are we going to do when we got nothing to watch, man?
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine going back to normal life and pick up a regular hobby, something else. It's just, everything's going to seem so mundane after this. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Take up knitting. I'm joking.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, this is an odd. For the life of me, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm staring at. This is odd.
Maybe, Sam?
Yeah. Just I can't even attribute this to even the cube or anything. It's just weird. It's probably asteroid related. You're probably right. Because I see plenty of objects that could be easily asteroids.
Yeah, that's
June 2023. Yeah. Okay.
Right. It does look pointed though, like why?
I don't know what I'm staring at here. This is weird. Well, there's some sort of, it's a light illusion going on between the clouds and that, and then the separation there, that squared end on the left, and where it's kind of angling down, and that's weird. It could be the red asteroid.
Yeah.
That could be the red asteroid.
Right. It does make a shape like that.
Yeah.
Have
It
an
could be the
oval.
red asteroid. That oval, it's sort of teardrop shaped.
Yeah. Cool.
That makes more sense than anything. I kept searching and with my brain going, what am I looking at? And because it's got an unusual separate from the other blue, and that direct line. And if you shape it like sort of like a chiseled tomahawk head, in caveman knife or whatever pattern, because it's sort of it's not a teardrop shape. The red asteroid has a flattened end on the right hand side, but it has a pointed end on the left, just like this. So I think we're looking at red asteroid, and then it's in front of Attu and Attu's moon.
Wow.
Yeah, if I see something I can't figure it out, it really is like, what? I should be able to figure this out.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
And this is, of course, the lead asteroid and the red asteroid in front of the lead asteroid. And then reaching up to above in the middle, above this is Attu's moon, because you can see the craters. And then Attu, and then Casper is in front of lead asteroid over to the right here.
So
and the big three are also in this. They're above Casper. We haven't seen the big three in a very long time. Hiding back there with Nepesity and Attu's moon and all of that behind.
I'm trying to figure out which one's Casper, like which part of it.
Over to the middle right. Sort of looks like a kind of a ship, but we know that Casper is in front of the lead asteroid, so it's, this got to be Casper.
So what's the white part?
Above it to the middle, above Casper is the big three group. You can count them 1, 2, 3 right there in a little cluster. Now remember, I'm looking at this at a 42-inch screen.
Right. What's the white area? Which asteroid is the white area?
Which white area?
Well,
dead center. The dead center.
Where it's white. Is that
on the right hand middle white is Casper. In the middle right hand above the first white on the right is the big three.
Yeah.
The dead center white is lead asteroid, and you go over to the left a little angled up, that's the red asteroid. You go above that dead center and you can see the pockmarked gray and blue and white. That's Attu's moon. And the rest of it is ion trail behind it going up to the left corner from lead asteroid, red asteroid, etc.
Wow. All right.
And Attu is, of course, large behind both and all of
I was
this.
like, you have a drawing that looks just like that.
Yeah. Yep.
You do. Yes.
Yeah. Somewhere up in that cluster in the middle upper left is the Texas cube. You can see a square right at the top, just to the left of center. There's a little blue box just at the top of the page, and that's the Texas cube.
Oh, wow. I'm sure.
Because it's always there.
When you see the lead object to the left of our suns, usually there's going to be a cube right near it.
Right behind it, yeah.
Attu's moon.
Right.
And Attu's moon would be like behind that. Mm-hmm.
And we have drawings going back years for it. This looks like the base ring of Nepesity, although it's in a very strange spot. And that could just be the ion trail and the rounding, but this is a weird shot. I'm not even going to try to call this. Well, it kind of looks like Attu's moon right next to the sun there, but that big circle, weird, odd.
It does look like Nepesity, but the location doesn't say Nepesity.
I remember, because remember 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Nepesity at that time was to the right and above the sun. Remember, Nepesity's been in the front on top of the sun for literally like 3 years now.
Yeah, seeing Nepesity so high up was kind of a little bit of a bummer. I'm not going to lie.
Line for the longest time too, and it was just cutting into the sun, and then we'd see the sun refracting off the bottom, and then it looked like an hourglass shape because the bottom part was the real sun, and the refraction off the bottom of Nepesity and the core was always causing that extra shaped illumination that made it hard to differentiate between the actual sun and the refractive other half. Oh boy, this one is the lead asteroid, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. It could be Attu's. No, Attu's moon back then was much bigger. So this would have to be lead asteroid.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
that sounds.
Wow.
Anyway, these are all older pictures, and so it makes it twice as hard because I'm trying to think in the current terms, and then I have to jump back to years ago. Anyway,
but you can see it's something in front of something else that's curved behind it.
Yeah.
If you look, you can
these
tell.
are definitely large bodies in the sky, and you look down at the normal sunlight, and the normal horizon sky, and you can tell that this is completely not. They're not just clouds, I promise you. And if they were, I would say, well, these are normal clouds.
Yeah, like this is not normal.
Yeah, this would be what we used to refer to back in 22 as Uri onset, where the base clouds of Uri and the asteroids would come in and they would literally whiten out the sky. And then everybody for like 3 or 4 days would have gray skies around the whole world.
Yeah.
And the asteroids were above us and shadowed us all into these white clouds everywhere. Now, this illumination is on the bottom of a planet. That's probably open core of Nepesity.
Yeah, right.
And her tipped axis, remember the drawing and all that. That's the open bottom of Nepesity being illuminated.
So that's not our sunlight?
No. Look at the size of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's open core of Nepesity being illuminated from underneath, just probably after sunset. The sun has probably already gone down.
Yeah.
Wow. Great
And
shot.
again, this is the bottom of a planet after the sun's gone down, and you'll be able to see that tonight if you go and you look and watch sunset for stay outside, and be sure to bring your mosquito spray and everything else, or sit next to a smoky campfire or whatever you got, or if you got one of those cool lights that zaps a zapper. But if you go out after sunset, you will see the illumination of the bottom of these planets, and this is, you can see the big round there again. This is the illumination of Attu and Attu's moon. That's why it's purple.
Man, I think that's.
And the shadowing, and you can see there's shadowing from the light is past sunset. It's shining on the bottom of the planets.
Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Darkest purple.
It really is. I can see.
And the Texas cube is in the middle, above the roundish tree, up about 1/5 size. Mm-hmm. And you can see the sides and the box and little stuff on the sides in front of it. And Attu's moon is what's causing the shadowing difference in the middle.
That's
and then
crazy.
Uri is on the left.
The more you look at it, the more you see. It's like,
the Saturn's yellow moon is on the right at the bottom horizon, tiny and small.
So this is the kind of stuff that I'm like, how do people not notice this? How do you walk right past something like that and not even look at it? I don't.
Oh, the sky's pretty. Okay, go back inside.
Right.
Go.
Yeah, that drives me nuts. Like absolutely crazy. Like, how do you just walk right past that and just go on with your day? Like that's just,
20 years ago, we would have given our eye teeth to see planets this close.
Jesus, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. I'll never get used to that. I will never get used to that.
I think that one was it. Yep. So
great pictures.
It's nice to be a fawn and have that view. I'm happy for him.
Right.
He's got a wonderful view.
Every single one of those was great. It
Yeah.
was great eye candy.
I think it's time for our world tour.
Yep.
I agree. We need to go there and see it in person.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, no, we could just, have enough audience that would show up to help fund that,
Yeah, if anybody's got a private jet, hook us up.
we could do a show in Maldives. We could do a show in Vegas. We could just
NYC.
like you said. What's that, Sam?
We could go to NYC. We can go
Right.
to Paris. We could go to Luxembourg. We could go to Oslo, Norway.
Mm-hmm.
Speak to all the scientists of the populace of the world. I, Dr. Nibiru, am here to teach you.
Yeah.
Only listen. Yeah, well, and the Pleiadian message video. I've been posting it again all over to everybody, and I've been promoting it. It's on Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube page. If you're wondering, go to there, and it says a Pleiadian message. And the beginning part talks about the Matrix, where Neo was talking to the Oracle, and the Oracle's a program of the computer, and the whole message is, because he breaks down, he asks her, he says, well, I don't know if I can trust you. And she says, bingo. And then it continues on, and she says, you know, the only point is whether or not you're going to listen. And that's what it boils down to in a heartbeat, is whether or not you're going to listen. Because we've been sharing this, we've been working at it for 14 years. We are not batshit crazy, although it has driven us batshit crazy. And, you know, I've turned into a wackadoo, you bet. I'll be the first one to volunteer. I'll raise my hand. That's me. Because it says, you know, I mean, we here, you know, you can hear me my laugh here. The shit that I have taken for this for the last 14 years has led me to the point where I laugh at it now. But at the time when I was going through it, it was uncomfortable. And I hate to admit it, knock on wood, but I was talking to Rebecca prior to the show, because we sort of stopped being trolled recently. Not that I'm complaining, but I kind of miss them. And it's been a little boring on my page lately. And I read down it the last couple of days going, shit, nobody's giving me a hard time.
Nobody's not willing to work on my car.
Yeah. And for you people out there that are new, we had people from New York State call my mechanic, because see, some folks sent in some money so I could get my car fixed, and I accidentally did not black out the phone number off the receipt, and I only posted the receipt to show people that the money that they had sent me actually went there, and I was thanking them and I was being nice about it. But the peanut gallery got hold of it, and so they actually took the phone number from New York State and called my mechanic and told him not to work on my car because I'm some crazy guy or a con man or whatever else they said.
Right.
And when I called the mechanic to ask my car was done or approved the work, wherever it was, whatever process that we were in, I called them, and they said, we just had a phone call from some lady in New York State, and she's going on and on and on, and she's got all of my office workers all spun on a dime here trying to figure out what to do about her. And then so I took about an hour long with them on the phone to try and straighten out. It's like, you know, yeah, okay, you you made it when you got people trolling the crap out of you, and you know, and that's the joke behind it. It's like, yeah, these people call my mechanic, don't work on his car, he's a con man or whatever. It's like, oh my god, you're kidding me.
And you're the crazy one. Yeah,
that's right, I'm the crazy one. I'm wrong.
Like my son Tanner says, like he just said, you know, you're making it big when you have trolls, like when you have your own designated trolls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're doing something that's, you know, making us.
Well, you got your own group of trolls, man.
I know.
There's always been trolls.
You got your own little Facebook group dedicated to
there are 5. Last time I heard there were 5 different groups dedicated to downing me personally.
Oh, wow.
And Rebecca has joined the august body of wearing poop hats in photograph, and I think they did that to Lucinda as well. May she rest in peace. And yeah, you know, you made it when the troll groups hand you a poop hat or attack you with sexual torture devices. You wouldn't believe the number of Photoshop pictures of me over the years that they put out, and I actually still have some, and that's why I still every once in a while I'll say I eat crayons, because there was a picture where they said, "Hi, my name is Samuel Hofman, and I eat crayons." I thought that was humorous, so I kept a copy of that, and I still say, yeah. Hey, would you care for a purple or a blue crayon? You know, being silly.
I'm trying to figure out how to answer this question. Like, what is in Boston? I would think they're all in Boston. All the planets here on this drawing.
Yeah, you go out your front door, and there's a planet around you in every direction that you look now. We are in between them, and they're above us. They weren't doing that a couple of years ago. So it depends on which direction you are looking. And so tell me which direction you're looking, and I'll tell you what you're probably seeing.
Yeah, which direction and time of day, like at sunset.
Yeah, if you want to see the planets tonight, I think it's probably, isn't it dark right about now? I have no idea what time it is.
It's too late. Yeah,
the sun's down. Let me real quick. I'll run to the window and I'll see if the illuminated bottoms are showing here in the west.
Yeah, my sky has gone completely dark now, so.
Yes, because it's almost 11 p.m. So it'd be almost midnight in Boston.
Yeah. Who's Facebook?
Yeah, that ship has sailed. It's dark, fully dark out right now.
Yeah.
I thought it might be a tad bit late for that, Sam.
Yeah, we're about a half hour too late, 45 minutes too late.
They're always there, but there's times of the week or times of the day that they're just more obvious. You just have to watch. You just have to watch it daily. I mean, just look up at the sky anytime that you're outside. You don't have to stare at it for hours, but just glance and see. If you're seeing dark areas, darker than the rest of the sky,
and look up.
The V's will always. The V's in the sky always give them up. There's a lot of things. If the sun looks a little misshapen, those kind of things. Pay attention. If you see, if you see the
shadows,
you'll see streaks, whether they're man-made or not. It's a good time to start taking pictures and paying attention. But there's always a tell sign, there's always a tell.
And generically, the planets stay. This is why we do the sight drawing. The planets stay on the left-hand side of the sun, stay in that group. The planets on the right-hand side, for the most part, stay on the right-hand side all through the day. The placement is similar, but your out view in the morning is real good. Your out view in the mid-afternoon is real good, and your out view at sunset. Now, if you look at this, look in the upper corners above the sun. See how the huge flare of this sun is. Those are two planets on either side of the sun, and they're causing the light to shine through the planets. That's why it's flaring that large. Otherwise, you'd see a perfect circle of the sun. But they're shining, and there's two planets in the way. This is probably a close past necessity occurrence. Who knows? But or just a normal rainstorm. We don't know for sure, but no, it didn't get dark. So this is just a normal, most likely a normal scenario, normal storm. When it gets really, 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 really dark underneath the storm, it might be a likely close pass. But it takes practice, and you have to remember to look for the dark areas. Don't pay attention to the light areas. Pay attention to the dark. Remember that there are clouds around these planets as well. Each of them have their own atmosphere and their own base cloud, which is repetitive, which we've documented over the last 14 years. So the dark area, the dark area straight up above you is usually a planet lately. So you walk outside and you look straight up, and then, look through our normal layer of clouds and then look beyond them. And you'll see little wispy, sort of thinner clouds way up there, and those are usually around the other planets. And you just, through practice, you'll start to see it. And then once you first see your real cutoff, defining rounded edge of a dark planet versus the normal sky, it'll grab you from then, and then you'll just go, "Oh my God, I've seen the planets," like Christoper's relatives are starting to see. And you got to look for that rounded edge of the dark versus there's a dark area there with a big rounded edge, and then there's light blue right next to it. And it's like, there it is. And once you do that, you'll start, your brain will just open up and you'll start to see more. This light flaring is because there's a planet on either side of our out view. This is a light pinch. Flaring because the light is coming between two objects and then flaring outward. It is bursting out at an angle. This almost looks like Las Vegas.
Kind of does.
Yeah.
Look at that rotation. Wow.
Yeah, look at that rotation.
That was cool.
Yeah, I immediately thought of Las Vegas when I looked at this, so I don't know why. Grass is kind of green for Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want you having.
Look at the green. Anymore. Look at the green. That's the Nepenthe Pass right there.
Oh,
Nepenthe rain.
Man. Wow.
That could easily be Atu's moon, or Atu's moon, and then followed by Atu. And even the rotation and how they approach us has changed. And it used to be they were coming towards at us. Now they're doing this rotate, move to the north sky thing. And look at the blue on the right, and then look at the blue on the left.
Yeah.
The dark blue on the left is a planet.
Jeez.
This could be guide between Uri and Atu, and it does a centralized cloud weird thing like we're looking at right now, sort of like a trail between the two planets. And we got drawings of that going back years too, back when they were way smaller than the sky. That's how we were able to draw a lot of the base clouds, because they used to be so much smaller, and we got to watch them. And now this coming behavior right here is what we're going to see when the onset of right before the major occurrences of a close pass with the Uri and the 180-day cycle dilemma. Okay, that's the bottom of Nepenthe without a doubt. See it rotate.
And that green up there is, it's undeniable. It's uncanny view of Nepenthe.
And look, planetary cutoff. There's no sun. Wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Bismarck on 3/18/24, so March 18th.
And we constantly get the whole, wouldn't they block the sun? They do all the time.
Yeah, but not for long periods of time, though. It's usually
long periods of times, but they definitely block the sun at times,
Oh, God, remember a couple of weeks ago when everything was so weird and gray? It was just unbelievable. And then we documented the crossing over of a Saturn cutting off, a Saturn Magellan moon cutting off the top half of the sun, which was awesome. And that was part of the graying. And why? I mean, even in New Zealand, it was literally like they took all the color out of everything. It was weird for months. And now we've gotten back since the eclipse. All of a sudden, the color is back. I've noticed that in the last week, even that our color and our light is back.
I've noticed it being real, like a strange gray tan color of the sky. It's just not blue looking.
But I was just talking about the general lighting effect of being able to see the trees weren't so gray. Now you can actually see the green. That line cut up has had me ever since we've seen this. I think that's a camera anomaly. I am not sure.
Wow.
As I knock things over on my desk here. Reaching for the Coke I did not open. Yeah, notice the shape of the sun.
Yeah.
Look at the dark.
There's a body on the left.
Right.
Circle on both sides.
Dark.
Jesus, man.
And this is March 18th. And this is that weird look at that. What the hell is, these white blobs on the side? Those are objects. They're illuminated. They're crossing the sun or whatever. And see, now look at the side, how small the sun got. And that's when the Saturn Magellan moon just crossed over the sun.
Yep.
Last month.
Oh, that was cool.
This looks like Uri's whiteout. No, wrong side of the sun.
2019. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait. Yeah,
White East. Remember, right after 2018, 2019 is when Uri went over to the left, and we started seeing Uri whiteout. The sun shining through Uri's atmosphere and clouds and asteroid fields, and it would just white everything out for literally a week at a time. Everybody around the world is going, "Yeah, it's gray and cloudy. Yeah, it's gray and cloudy. I haven't seen the stars in forever." Yeah, And look at the size of that flare.
Right.
It's the sun simulator. No, it's not.
That blows my mind. I mean, the amount of energy it would take for us to create enough illumination to light up the entire world, like hours on end. That's just, I don't know.
Ask the Nibiruans. They do.
Okay.
They have a proxy, a mini proxy star.
Okay.
And I think part of our commodities goes to that technology. I don't have all the facts, and I have to be careful with what I mentioned. But yeah, that's why we call it the Tool Star. It's a mini blue, very bright proto star, and it's close to the planet, which keeps them somehow directly attached to their star, so they don't go into an ice age after so many cycles. Or I don't know all the details, but that's sort of the story I remember.
That's what they explained to you?
Yeah. And I'm running off of, a 40-year-old memory and trying to remember everything I was told at the same time, because there was so much I was told, and it's unfathomable. Oh, look at that edge.
Yeah.
That white edge of the illumination of the planet as it crosses into the light. Yeah, this is why sometimes I like actually still footage better than live footage, because you're seeing all this transition, and then just about the time you figure out what you're looking at, it's no longer the same.
Yeah, I know.
And if you don't know what direction you're looking, that doesn't help either. Boy, this looks like Europe to me. That housing.
Right. I was wondering if the words specified. It doesn't say really.
Yeah, those look like European houses. Oh, wait a minute. There is stuff here. I could blow it up and read it. Well, I could actually read. It said Jose. It could be actually.
There it is.
Calvo. Jose. It could be Spain. Yeah, okay. Here's a great example. Everything above the sun, all the blue, is planet. All the yellow and gray at the bottom of the horizon is normal sky.
Boy, it's dark. And the sun is still up. Yeah, look how dark.
Yeah. And I think we've drastically forgotten what our old skies used to look like. Because at sunset, the upper area was always light blue. Not when there's a planet in the way.
Right.
Yeah, it just breaks down to that, whether or not you're going to listen, and then your brain will grab that aha moment.
I might struggle on remembering what it used to look like. It's been a long time, 15 years.
Well, I'm reminded every time I watch an old movie. I catch myself actually looking at the sky in old movies, and not the guy riding the horse down the way or whatever, or I watched an 80s movie the other day, and it was just blatantly, completely different than what we have now.
No, wait.
Wake, that's an alarm or something.
I'm awake.
Yeah. Okay. I got that video now. I just saved it for the Dubai, so I'll pull that up real quick. There's a few clips of what's happening right now over in Dubai. They're not accustomed to getting this much rain. They get a few inches a year, somebody said. So
Yeah, their whole world is about to change, and then they have to worry about sequestration of sewer materials and stuff in a whole new fashion.
No.
And people need to be ready for these superstorms. Even if we weren't to attribute to the passing planets, this climate change, the temperature variant in our atmosphere now is so much warmer than it was even a few years ago that we are going to see some mega superstorm. Oh yeah, let's have to remodel that entire building. And frankly, I wouldn't want to be walking in that water.
Right?
Oh, can you imagine the microorganisms and septic water? And this is why in Louisiana people are buried in tombs and crypts above the ground, because if they bury them in the ground and they have a flood, those bodies and the coffins pop up out of the ground, and then they flood. They washed away these bodies all over the place, and I do not recommend walking around in flood water. Get nasty infections. No. Hip waders, but I mean, in hip waders, you don't want to walk in deep water anyway either, because if you swamp your hip waders, you're going to drown. They'll drown you. Yeah, superstorm. Look, superstorms right here, guys. That's hail.
Dubai is underwater and more rainfall is expected to come, which is not great for a city in the desert. The average yearly rainfall for Dubai is less than 4 inches, and most of the time they utilize cloud seeding to get that amount. But they got 4.75 inches overnight, and it's become pure
Overnight.
chaos. Most roads aren't built with drainage in mind, so tanker trucks are on the streets pumping away the water, which is pouring into some unfortunate homes. Actually, very little was built with drainage in mind, so water is getting
Their climate is about to change.
not looking so great.
Whoa.
Looking more like boats as they move around the airport, and many flights are being canceled. They also have reports of massive sinkholes opening up. Thousands of luxury vehicles are just
there's no drainage. Why would they build drainage in a place that gets 4 inches of rain all year?
And
this is what I mean about being. This is what I mean about being in the dark when it comes to all this. If people would know these things, they probably would have built a little bit more efficiently. We have to start thinking differently and building differently.
Emirates, including Dubai, is advised to stay in the house due to all of the floodings.
You have that much gold, dude?
A year's worth of rain.
E.T.'s gonna like you.
They area.
Yes, gold teeth.
Dubai usually don't get rain, but due to they weather making machines, it's been fucking they weather up. On top of that, they had to cancel flights for 25 minutes for 45 different flights.
Yeah, I can't imagine trying to land in that.
Crazy.
No way.
Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning now. Come on, safari with me.
If they stop fucking with these machines, then people will be living right. We ain't gotta worry about certain shit. But instead,
that, of course, is somebody who's assuming that this is man-made.
Which is a vast majority of people out there on these videos. They're all pointing.
They don't need to do terraforming. Terraforming is happening quite naturally, thank you to the planets. And it happens every 3,654 years, guys.
Right. They think they are spreading, right information, and they That's exactly. I feel like that's how they planned this. That they would train people and what to think.
What y'all think? How y'all feel about all this? Like, follow, and share for more.
Gets shared. This other guy has something else similar.
Been experimenting with cloud seeding to create artificial rain, which, as you can tell, has gotten out of hand. And while some people in Dubai have been enjoying the rain, for most people, the flood and
so he's saying it's artificial rain caused by man. Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Their
It's like
fault. They don't know what they're doing. Yeah.
they don't know what else to blame it on, Sam. They don't know.
Unless you've got a Tesla, then apparently that's
You know what I mean?
Well, even if you were barely a scientist and you didn't know about the passing planets, the climate temperature changes all around the planet have so drastically swung in the last decade that we're going to see superstorms. Planets are not. We are going to see superstorms. We're going to see super effects. We're going to see class 6 hurricanes, if not 7.
See nothing like that.
And we've already Taiwan last year had a 235 mile an hour land speed at sea level. There's never been a recorded. It's never been recorded like that anywhere but other than on top of like Mount Washington in Maine and some of the very high peaks in the middle of the Rockies that you ever see that high winds. But that was 235 mile an hour hurricane speed at sea level that hit Taiwan just this last year, and we're going to see more of those. Look at that rotation onset, and I think I would bet money this is a close pass in the Nepenthe. The green?
Yeah.
That's Atu's moon. And these close passes, they drag up weather, they drag up moisture, they change the winds, they change all of this. And Nepenthe snorkels up all the atmosphere, and then when it pulls away, it drops it in a rain bomb.
Like all of this traffic,
and all this hail.
Around, and it goes all the way back there. People have been there for hours and aren't going anywhere. It is absolutely crazy.
Wow.
It's like a sea.
Coming soon to a theater near you. Now look at the green. Core. Look at the core. Rotational.
Wow.
Hi, and welcome to the 180-day cycle. How may we help you?
See that dingy green? That's what I've been getting all week long. And a lot of rain.
Look, a year's worth of rain.
That was it.
Overnight.
Yeah, overnight. In minutes. Oh. Yes.
Thank you for listening, Nancy. You have a good night.
Blown up. I have stopped reading. I should not do that.
Yeah, I did too. I pulled the screen up bigger so people on
right,
TikTok
and then we lose the chat column.
And then then I can't see what's happening, but I see here Nancy too. Good night, Nancy. Glad you were here.
Yes. Good night. We're Skyway right down in the middle. Yeah, the planets are really close. They're really big. They're bigger than you can even imagine until you see it with your own eyes. And then you're going to go, oh, shit, how did I miss this whole time?
Like that.
Now, look at that.
I love that picture.
Yeah, that looks like the side of Isatum.
I mean, it's just...
I love this picture.
When you realize you're seeing, like, the lower right quadrant of the planet, it kind of starts to come together.
Oh yeah, it blows you away. Like the first time I saw from the mountains, I saw a close pass. This was like 218, 219. I saw a close pass of Atu's moon, and it was just literally like looking at a massive Goodyear blimp so close to the town. I was above Missoula, just like this, and it was so huge, you could almost reach out and touch the damn thing, and it was mind-boggling to see how close it really was. That it didn't hit us. It blows your mind. But then we've all been trained to believe that gravity, two objects are going to smash into each other. But with the electric universe, these passing planets repel, they push away. Yeah, look how close that is.
It's so crazy, man. Wow.
I know.
That is a planet. Everything above that dark line is a planet.
Like it doesn't even doesn't it give you the feeling just by looking at it that that's not even us? Like it's not even in our atmosphere.
Wow, it's a straight freaking line.
It's separate. Like you could just by looking at it, you could just tell that it's out there, a lot closer than it looks, but a lot further also.
Yeah, and there's 30, 50, 150,000 miles between us or whatever. I mean, there's no way for us to measure that, but we've documented and watched it, and they were smaller years ago, and now they've come in and they're so unbelievably massive. You just go, I mean, you don't even know what. And there it is. There's another example of it. The yellow area and orange area is the real sky. Everything above that is a passing planet.
That is insane. Not all the planets, Joshua, but some of them. Two of them.
Yeah, well, we believe Saru and Nibiru are inhabited, and they are water-type planets. You need to go to YouTube, and Earth is a rock-type planet, much smaller. And these massive water-type planets are the ones where they have several races on. So,
how is that different when you say a water planet? Is it like mostly water, I guess? Not like water world or what?
The fact that Earth rock-type planet actually has its oceans as much as we do is abnormal. A water-type planet, which is way, way bigger than ours, is generically covered in oceans and normal. And we have abnormal oceans for the size of our planet. I think that has a great deal to do with the close passing planets and the electrical discharging between the super acceleration of the chemical process of oxygen and space hydrogen mixing together during these electric storms between the bodies. I believe is where all of Earth water came from, was the passing of the planets over the millennium or millions of years of this interaction with our other solar system. Every 4,000 years approximately or less, we cross paths, and I think our water comes from the interaction between the electricity of the passing bodies, mixing our atmosphere of oxygen with hydrogen gases from space, and they combine together during the electrical charge and create water. The electron superhighway and the ion towers between planets and stuff, where they one bleeds off ionization between another one. The larger body pulls from the smaller body, and we've got evidence of that going back for years in space. And you see these ion drag off between bodies, electrically removing visible aurora-like tendrils, as Gillian calls them, illuminated. And this is the side of Nibiru.
Wow. You can there's something in front of it too. I mean, you can see that there's darker and then a lighter.
It's very possibly, depending on the data capture, it's very possible it's Saturn.
Right. Man. That's cool. And I mean, usually something like that is only visible for a few minutes when the lighting is hitting it just
when the
right.
light changes and you see the edge, and then it goes back to shadow.
Right. It's not like this all the time, I know.
Now remember, on the facial edge there, this is 2015.
This has to be.
And I remember this photo came from James, and you're looking at the purple Attu. And much smaller Attu's moon in front of the purple Attu.
Like much smaller. It's a little.
Smaller. Yeah, this is the first time that we ever really saw purple Attu side illuminated. And I'm going to blow this up because there's a date on this, and I'm going to check if I'm. Can't really read it. I remember it being 2015. Let's hope I remember correctly.
Right. I know it's been around as long as I've been.
This was way back when James was still around, and And this is the first time we ever saw real illumination of purple Atu fully. Before it was only a crescent illumination. You see half of it or a sliver of it, but this is where you can actually see the full circle of the planet in purple. And we know there are no other purple planets out there.
I think, and the little Atu's moon is what sets it off. That little round
little circle.
Yeah, it's like,
and it's back illuminated. It's showing a a crescent illumination,
a ring around it.
Yep. Yeah, I remember when we first figured out that Atu had a moon. It was always, in the early days, 214, 213, 215, when we first started seeing it, the moon was always in clouds. It was always encased in this little cloud group. That's an older elite asteroid. And when I thought for sure we were going to get seriously pasted by it, but that, it was big. It was really, really big. Yep. And it's just amazing the transitions where we've come to this day. And God, it's just never-ending story that, goes back all the way when they were teeny tiny and way out there. And then, what's that dot on the left-hand side of the picture? Oh, well, that's an incoming star, And then what's those objects around that? Oh, those are planets. And okay. And then they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we're, swimming in them. And it's freaky. Yeah, I'm still in awe. There's just, I could go on and on and on and on. And just, I could talk until my face fell off about what we've learned.
Right.
I don't think I could do the telling for any period of time for weeks. We went back to everything we learned from the beginning to today. Wow. But I think we do through our shows. I think we actually do share a lot. I hope
we definitely do. Considering how much information was coming out before our shows, Sam, like I told you before, we used to wait and have you do 2-3 interviews a year on Radio Wasteland. And that was really all the new information we would get.
I used to wait for those. I used to wait for those.
I know. It was a watch party.
And then,
I didn't see it like that because I was working every day, and I have no way of knowing what the effect of the people out there, whether they're listening or not, or how often they actually show up at Facebook, or if they're there once a month, or if they're there every day. And I'm, typing away feverishly, trying to inform as many people as I can. And I don't have any way to judge how many people were actually getting this information. So to me, it was nonstop. But for you guys ended up having to wait between every Radio Wasteland and the shows, and I guess it was a different ball game for me versus what you guys had to go through.
Right. Good night, Lauren. Good to see you. Good to have
Hi,
you.
Lauren.
Yeah, because now we have a few hours worth, if that, per year. We were getting information, and now look at us. Twice a week we have shows, and we have over 50 shows, 53 shows now.
Awesome.
I feel like we run out of content on 2 shows a week, but I guess if everybody else is eating it up and enjoying it, it's okay by me.
Right.
You tell us, people out there, Katie, Joe, all you other, Lauren, tell us,
Right.
I've been totally bummed out about not having a whole lot of new content for this beginning of the 180-day cycle, but it's just my end here has been so it's whenever there is close passes, they're so close that it's just whiting out everything, and I just I'm not getting nothing. I thought I saw Katie Joe comment earlier. She said she can't get them all in one shot.
Yeah.
It's hard to right now. It's just things are so close that it's.
Well, pay attention to what's going on in the north by northwest and northeast sky, because you'll see different sightings now, especially midday. So look the opposite end of the sun.
Today's when my skies actually. It seems like my cycle started today. Hopefully I'll start getting more of that, but it's been very hard to get anything worthwhile or anything.
We had rain all last week.
So huge.
Clouds.
And a lot of rain.
We had a storm today, and it wasn't even on the radar at all. And I was going, huh? So I think our radar was broken or something, because they sure weren't showing me what was right out my window. And it wasn't on the radar at all.
Yeah.
I'm reading Katie Joe here. Yeah, there is so much going on, and it's just unbelievable what I even saw today, and just stand there going, and
how she was wishing we'd have a show, a Zoom, a podcast, something, to help relay this information, make it easier. And what do you know? We made it happen, made her dreams come true. So that's
why we do this as often as we do. There is always so much to talk about. I was just, we do also, like a bunch of friends sit down and talk. And so, sometimes I view that as hopeful that everybody enjoys the content as much as I'd like to stick to, more science. And I am very guilty of going off topic. So I'm not saying that you guys are or anything like that. It's me mostly. Hi, Carol Ann.
Hi, Carol. I didn't know you were here tonight, but it's good to see you.
Yeah, you just have to be patient. We always can't have the perfect show, and we had a way week, so to speak, and now they're gonna be doing cameo little dances for our entertainment for the rest of the week, I hope. And
today was their. I feel like today they just came out and say, "Yep, we're still here." And
the other day I saw in the northeast sky as it was midday, and the sun was in the south, above me to the south. And I was looking to the northeast, and I saw. We talked about that with Christoper's captures the other day, where you saw Yuri completely higher up than she has been, and you perfectly saw her complete round shape and stripes and everything, and the debris underneath. And I'm going, wow! And it was kind of weirdly different than what she used to be, and that's the same thing I sort of saw about Nepenthe today. It looks different, like defined differently, like the clouds it's got to be the angle of light. So something has changed even since the eclipse. So I got to keep studying to figure it out. I'm perplexed. I'm intrigued.
I am too. I mean, I've noticed some unusual things happening. Rocket Man has also noticed some strange events that he cannot explain. Primarily, he has different necklaces, and he's right-handed. So I'm the same way with my necklace. My clasp, I open and close the clasp with my right hand. Same for him. And here lately, 3 times now, when he goes to take off his necklace, the clasp is on the left-hand side, which is something he would not do himself.
Oh, the aliens abducted him then.
Well, it's like we're trying to figure this out. It happened again today.
I see Yeshua's present up in Kalispell. I hope you enjoyed Flathead Lake. And I got an opportunity to see it in its vastness. Flathead is an awesome, awesome lake. And that's an old volcanic core, too. Very much like Yellowstone Lake. And people don't know that. And if they did know that, then the property values would plummet. And yeah, the Wild Horse Island is the core, still standing up from the very deep. It's like 900-foot lake, and it's got ice at the bottom of it, so they don't even really know how deep it is. And great fishing, a great place to drown too. I've sailed up there on a very large sailboat for a few years. I was in a yacht club for a while. I was the spinnaker guy, man. Anyway, that's you stand at the front. And you know what a spinnaker is? I hope, guys. The downwind sail that you. Okay, well, when you go helm's lee out of the side wind and you want to go downwind for the last part of the run, you put up this big, huge, extra front billowing sail. And It's quite the trick to change a sail on the tip of a boat standing on top of a little decking that's about 1.5 feet wide, and it's going up and down and up and down while you're trying to, switch a sail. But I was the spinnaker guy on our team. That probably just because I was thinner. Who knows?
Okay.
Sidebar. Left field. Sorry.
Spinnaker? Is that what you said? Spinnaker?
Yeah, spinnaker. Spinnaker sail.
I've never heard that word. Never heard that. I see.
Okay. Well, us Dutch.
Yeah.
I don't really like the water. I can't even imagine, the Dutch sailors were, we had, the Holland had one of the largest navies in the world at one time. And then there, of course, Great Britain, et cetera. So did Russia, but, Germany. Anyway, hell, Dutch East Indies Trading Company, et cetera.
I do have one short clip right here to share.
I have to run to the store real quick for my brother before they close.
Does it look like this? And
Hey, pick me up some Pringles, man. Barbecue.
Absolutely.
Those things are so
I love Pringles barbecue.
Yeah,
everybody
they're
wants.
good.
I love them. Yeah. They're very unique flavor.
I think he's upset.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
This guy's upset, man. What's going on? Would you AT land in your backyard? What? I mean, he's mad, or he's doing that face on purpose. What's he saying?
Today is June 30th.
Oh,
Current time is
Oh, sky sounds.
I think I'm gonna go back inside now.
Is it?
the
Sorry.
hell?
Back it up and turn up the volume.
Does it look like this out here?
Somebody forgot to turn the lights off in Kentucky.
Oh.
Look at this. It's 9:00 at night.
What?
Ah.
Oh, wow.
In the sky.
Yeah, remember the bottom illumination of the planets when Nibiru was right there. It illuminated on the bottom of Nibiru so long that in the early years, it was literally in Montana. It was light out
today
until
is
almost
June 30th,
midnight.
and the current time is what's the time?
9:15.
Current time is 9:15 p.m. I'm in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, and the sun has already set at 9:06 p.m. But as you can see, there's something directly above me at the noon o'clock hour, and it's still very daylight out here.
Yep, the illumination of the bottom of the close passing planets, and you can see the planet right
And
there.
this side looks completely, this side looks
Something's
completely
going on.
like daytime, and that's usually where the sun sets.
Yeah, nobody can fathom that. That's a very huge
It's 9:03
planet right there.
at night right now here in West Virginia, and it's complete daylight. Somebody in the Truman Show forgot to turn off the sun. This is weird.
Oh, God help America.
11 o'clock. And the sun still ain't go down. What the fuck?
Yep, illumination of the bottom of the planets.
Oh, wow.
Run, Luke, run.
Look at that. That's concerning.
Oh, it looked like the bottom of a Saturn briefly. This is Atu's moon.
Jeez. Wow.
Oh, look at that. That was gruesome. Atu's moon. Nepacity. Atu's moon. Whoa, yes. There's Nepacity green if ever I saw it. Atu purple. Nepacity green. It's Saturn probably carry over. Atu's purple.
Wow.
Look at that sunrise over the lake.
So you guys, the signs are all there for you new folk who are they're They are here, and all of these anomalies that you can't attribute, we can quite easily explain.
Let me zoom back out. We go back in and look.
See the square edging? See the object above?
You see what's behind the sun? I just start picking this up. I'm in Florida, guys. You see that? That's not. Look, if you look at my screen, there's the reflection of the sun.
Now, if this is a couple of years old, this is probably the lead asteroid crossing the sun.
A reflection of an object. So there's two reflections on my screen, which tells me common sense dictates that there is something there. Now, guys, I just want to welcome you guys.
We went through like 4 different time periods where the lead asteroid was crossing in front of the sun and above the sun and below the sun.
And it's right there. Oh, man. But I got to deal with this to record it. Look, I got to deal with all this water right here that's going on. Look, you see? It's coming straight at me. I got to deal with this just to get.
Welcome to sky watching.
Okay.
Right?
Walmart parking lot does not have sprinklers.
I'm going to give you the location. I'm in Central Florida here. Now look in the water. You see the sun, the object of the sun, the image of the sun,
it
and
is
the
there.
image of the object. So there's 2 reflections in the lake water.
Wow.
Again.
Yep, he's right.
Look. Now
I would
block out the sun.
most likely it's depending on when this was captured. It's either the blue asteroid over the coast we've seen for months, or the lead asteroid a few years ago.
It's literally right behind the sun. So it's hard to do it like that. But anyway, you get the point. I'm on my bike, so it's kind of hard for me to do that and hold the phone and do all this stuff I want now.
And we should now, depending on when this, we should be seeing this similar.
In the water.
If we are seeing sun separation.
In the water.
Now this is new.
You saw it before.
Whenever this was taken, this is why it's important for us to know when these. So if you are doing a video, say hi. Today is June 16th, 2024, or whatever.
I appreciate you.
And
share away with this video.
That way we know.
I would suggest
and we can break it down.
Understand that the artificial sun is going to be used to block out the natural energy waveforms that feed us not only on the physical realm, but on the metaphysical realm, as well as on the chakra realm.
The Chinese artificial sun is to shine on a specific small area of China to aid in their crop growth at a small area, and it is not even left the prototype lab yet.
Through a prism. What are its emanating energies?
Or just because there's a patent doesn't mean it's actually out there.
Right.
We
have never, ever to date ever captured anything in any photograph that we could attribute to a fake sun or anything like that ever. And we battled the dual what were they calling it? Hell,
to go over different countries.
I can't even pull a stupid name out of my head.
To wipe out the water. You saw it in the
we battled the misinformation for years, trying to tell people we've never seen anything we can attribute to it at all.
That the military used it. So China now.
And all of that, why would they need one? Because the planets are there blocking the sun. Yeah, okay, that tells you something more. But
inert.
Look at that. What do we got here?
13,000 years.
Is that a graphic?
And the artificial sun is supposed to take over after the so-called real sun dials down and has to be rebooted.
They're just
the moon is supposed
coming in hot and heavy with the sun simulator idea.
Sun simulator, just simple phrase. And this is that campaign that because if they hand everybody all kinds of crazy shit, they won't know what to believe. They'll just give up.
You to be entertained and entertained with what it is they want you to think and how they want you to react.
Well, they want to hand you so much garbage you do not know what to think. It's spooky. There's so many people out there pumping out the disinformation because they believe they have learned the right thing.
Right.
And it's sad. I feel horrible for them, and I also I hate the crap that they're making. They're making it harder for the real stuff to get out because nobody knows what to believe.
How could you see something so clear and vivid if the moon is out of space?
Yeah, the moon is not normal right now because Earth is tipped. It's not the moon, it's Earth. Oh, don't say nobody's talking about it because we are. Montana Skywatcher, Never Followers Anonymous. We are talking about it.
When I seen it, man, these people, man, would try to make you believe anything. They always say the moon is out of space. The collective.
Oh, please don't go firmament on me.
Yeah, I don't know. That's where it ended. I will.
Okay. I wish we'd had a better shot. I'd like, because he's above the clouds and everything above him is planets. And if you don't have that premise in your brain, your eye isn't going to grab it. And that's what as we can be staring at it unless our brains are ready to take it in. We won't see it. And it blows me away because but then, the first time I saw the planet from the yard go by, I went, oh shit, they're here, because I knew they were coming. Because I was trained in the 70s that they were on the way. And we lost Christoper. I don't know where he went.
I don't know. So in the 70s, though, did you know it would be in your lifetime that you would?
Yeah, I knew it was coming, but I didn't. I expected them to see like little dots like Mars and Venus and Jupiter and Saturn. That we dig out our yard telescope and we go out and look at them through a telescope. I expected they were going to be dots that went by. I never expected them at all to be coming close to Earth, not even in my wildest dreams. And then when then I saw that one planet, and I do believe it was Matim because it's the only facial. I've got a couple of pictures, but I don't share them because I haven't been able to prove that it was Matim. But I saw a planet. I saw a full freaking planet with land masses and everything. And I went, oh, shit, they're here. Because there's no other explanation for it. It's not like I'm seeing a giant balloon with planetary, land masses and everything that somebody let loose. No, I saw that planet go by, and it was there for, God, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes at the most. I'm watching it. I'm gawking at it, and I'm lost, going, holy crap, what am I looking at? What am I looking? Oh my God, that's a planet. It's a planet. It's a planet. And then it faded out, and it was like, wow. And I just uttered, and it came completely out of my brain and said, oh my God, they're here. And there was an answer to a riddle I heard 40 years ago. So, oh shit. After I knew before that I knew the blob. I saw that on my camera, and there's a big brown orange blob coming in the night sky, and you can see it. You pull the camera, you can't see it. Put the camera back in front, there it is again. And unfortunately, I lost a whole bunch of that footage because I fried the chip. I did months worth of work on one chip and thinking I had a great capture, and I go to stick it in the computer and it's blank. Anyway, yeah, I fried it pulling it out of the camera or whatever, or did something wrong. But anyway, but after watching that very large by our standards, small by what we see today, it'd literally be like the size of the lead asteroid on close pass in 2019-220. And here I see this planet in front of me and the land masses, and I just automatically went, oh shit, they're here. And then the rest is history. And that's when I started talking about it, and that I knew that this was happening. And then I started researching and looking shit up and trying to get other sightings from other people that were current, because everything you got off of YouTube was 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years old. So this is why I started the clearinghouse, where people send me your daily pictures and let me see what you see on this side of the sun in your area, and that's side of the sun in your area. And then we did the Neumayer station, and then we didn't even really realize what we were seeing in the Neumayer station were planets, because they were too big even then. And then over a period of time, it just struck me that look, there that is again, there that is again, there that is again, and those aren't clouds. And it just, and then off we went. And then when the sun started coming up in the northeast sky, I really knew that, excuse me, this is completely, absolutely not normal. Because all my life, I'm an early riser, and I used to get up and go play golf. I'd get up before the sun and watch the sun come up while heading to the golf course. And I always remembered exactly where the sun came up, where it came up. And then bang, it's coming up in the northeast sky. And then the archway, and then it went away. It was no longer high noon. And all of this is just compiled into a very large science group. And here we are, the killer part is these freaking planets are so huge. It's just unbelievable. It really is.
Right. That's the part that, just turns it into an average event to something, that you could never fathom.
Yeah, even if you were looking at telescope, everybody go buy a telescope, and look, there's the planet Nibiru. It would be so far away. You'd be going, oh, cool, we've got other planets we did, and it would be just like, like plain toast with no jelly or butter. But the fact that the planets are here, we're having peanut butter toast on top of it here. I mean,
they're almost so close that it makes it hard for people to believe and accept, though. You know what I mean? It's like
gravity thing. Everybody go, oh, we're gonna, it's gonna crash into us. We should have died by now. How many times did you or I have to explain to people that it's going, well, if they were that close to us, wouldn't we all dead by now? And I know you probably 5,000 times. I know that I probably talked about 10,000 times to people about this. And then we watched, the planets come in close, and then they started electrically repelling. And we even noticed that they were repelling each other in space before they were even close to us. So that gave us a premise of, hey, no, this is an electrical repulsion scenario. And then if you think about it, that this cycle has happened 83 times in the last 300,000 years. Well, they didn't crash into each other then. Otherwise, we would have been dead 300,000 years ago.
And that's 83 times. Didn't you say that was since the last change of hands?
Yeah, since management changed, after the Earth was taken over by the current rulers.
Okay, and so prior to that, there's probably many other cycles, right?
Oh yeah, and other races and other copy versions of humans, and we weren't even top of the food chain. There was other life forms living here besides us. And there may have even been time, and you can go into Graham Hancock, there may have even been a race in between the 65 million year old dinosaur demise and humans that actually developed, became industrial, and went to space and left. And maybe they're even still here. And if you believe in Agartha, the inner Earth, they didn't suffer the exterior events in their civilization, so they could be highly advanced humans, and they have advanced so far above us because they were inside the Earth, living in an Agartha-like, maybe possible hollow Earth. We don't know. I mean, I imagine if Earth was an in-placed orb that has gathered dust over 6 million to 600 million years. You don't know. We don't know exactly if Earth is really Earth or what. We don't have that information. We do know that factory planet Earth. We know that we provide commodities. We know that we give that to the other races, not just the Anunnaki, because we know that other factions are here, and they're not just one faction. So we know that this is a very, very vastly larger scenario. Plus, the information that the Pleiadians told me personally. So, generically, we have a lot of proof, and otherwise, I wouldn't discuss it. I try not to talk about stuff I don't really know, and I'm not trying to create a supposition. But we have a lot of generalized information that points us in a pretty accurate direction. If I told you the whole truth about, the Earth, oh crap, people wouldn't want to hear it. It's kind of spooky.
Okay.
You know.
Is it too uncomfortable, too hard to accept?
Well, you know, we're a created race, and anyone who is remotely too strongly religious. Good night, Christopher. What was something happened to his internet? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Good night, Christopher. Awesome. Yeah, we'll see you again Saturday.
Yeah, we know that you know, we're a created placed race, and that messes with religious folks, and they don't want to know that, you know, because the gods didn't create us; we were created by the demigods, and which, you know, clips into Greek and Egyptian pantheon of gods lore perfectly, and we know that, you know, the early civilizations of recorded man that we know about were run by races from the other planets, elongated skulled beings, and they lived for thousands of years and ruled and ruled and ruled and ruled over generation after generation of man. And we know about the giants, and we know about all of that, and all these civilization cities that we couldn't even build to this day, and that's proof that there's been more and other civilizations besides our own. And to deny it would be plain silly.
I wonder where they went. Like, how come they're not still here?
Well, it depends on their tech level.
Yeah.
You know, if they go up and out into a more controlled environment. I mean, you know, if you built a house down here, would you want to live down here right now? You'd go, no, man, the weather sucks, and this shit's going to happen. This is going to blow, and that's going to move, and, you know, and your car is going to get destroyed by hail. So,
right. They know when it's time to skip town, I guess.
well, you know, and you look at our water, look at our air. What are we breathing? What are we drinking? What are we eating?
Sam, I mean, we've known throughout history that a lot of the ancient civilizations have moved underground for whatever reason. Is that going to work for the? Is that a tangible thing? Like, is that? I mean, if things do hit the fan, if shit does hit the fan, is that really going to help them? Is that really going to save them?
Well, the U.S. government seems to believe so.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
spent
I mean,
hundreds of
clearly, but I
billions
mean,
of dollars. Deep, you know, DUMBs, and we know those are real. I've been in one. It was many years ago. It's a very long elevator ride down. Very long, scary long. And it's tough on your mind, and you have to take medication just to deal with it.
yeah, I can't imagine.
They believe
I get claustrophobic sometimes in my car. I have to get out and walk around.
right. And
You know?
knowing that there's like 2 miles of rock over your head, it's a little weird.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you worry about being crushed, and of course, way down that deep, it's a different story. You got different rock that's a lot harder and whatever. You know, I'm not going to go into the details. You know, I often wonder about that, if their efforts were maybe misguided or if they're accurate. I don't know. I'm hoping and praying that there's going to be an acceptable scenario above ground this cycle. We are going to be really hot this year. I don't know what the year after and the year after and the year after are going to bring. I don't know. I'm concerned about, you know, if the suns are separating, the possibility of where that larger star is going to go. Is it going to come close to us? Is it going to exit straight up? Is it going to go off to the right? Is it going to go right past us? So I'm concerned that we're going to really heat up, which would be staggering for a lot of people, if not wipe out a whole lot of people too, and lack of food and all of that. And I really hope that none of this happens. But if we look at the temperature increase, how it's gone so much faster than the experts attribute normal climate change, global warming from gases, humans, rather than taking into account the extra star, which is why all the planets are heating up, because it's heating up the entire solar system. So I don't know what's going to happen, and I got it. I hope and pray that we're all safe, but a part of me also says we're in deep shit. So think about it. I think we ought to be living in hobbit holes anyway. Because if you have a grass roof, and the hill covers it, it's not going to be ripped off by 300-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah. I don't know if I could deal with going underground. I think I'd rather take my chances up here and at least see what's happening. But going underground,
Question is, are we going to be able to grow food? What's our climate going to become? What can we, and the weather is getting worse. The jet stream is freaky. I looked at it today. I have never seen anything. The northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere are freaky, and the central equator is completely devoid of weather. It's weird. Anyway, I gotta run to the little scientist room. My body just said, "Okay, dude, you gotta go."
It's time. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you got.
I know Jesus ran to the store like very fast. It must.
It's just down the street. Like it's just literally down. I got a 7-Eleven, 3 blocks east, and then Maverick, which they're kind of local stores here. 4 blocks north, so I get to pick which one.
Yeah,
it's very, very convenient little area, but yeah,
very close. Yeah,
I see we lost Chris.
Yeah, his internet cut out on him, so he said his good nights. It is getting kind of late.
Yeah, it's getting about that time too.
So I think we've covered all the material that I had put together for tonight.
And I unfortunately haven't had much happenings here, so hopefully now that I went outside, huge activity going on. So I've been getting night passes. Right now it's probably why Sam's feeling a little woozy, but yeah, huge planet out there, man. Awesome, but at night, there's not a whole lot you can do at night, but
right. Are you saying that because it's extra illuminated, or what makes you think that?
Well, it's just so high up, and it's high up, and it's got the roundness, so it's definitely there. It's just night passes are just a little trickier to photograph.
Right. See, I'm not out at night anyway, to see.
You'd be surprised though. Sometimes you see some really cool stuff at night. But come like right before dusk, like right around dusk, and as the sun comes up, I'm gonna say there's something about the morning dawn that because the sun's coming up, and you don't, as opposed to the afternoon when the sun is going down. It's just, I don't know, something. The illuminations in the morning are just so cool. I can't wait to catch another one of those. Hopefully,
I see sunrise pretty regularly.
Yeah, sunrises are my favorite. They sunsets are nice, but no, I don't think it compares to a sunrise. Just something about seeing the light slowly illuminate everything. It's awesome. It's just so much better.
Up here in Montana, we can see when the light goes over the top of the mountains, then all of a sudden everything gets illuminated within, just a minute or two. And then before it wasn't, and then it is. And you can always tell the angle of the sun as it comes over the mountain. It's cool.
Yeah.
Here's my bird video. Here's my video from last night. It was last night. You can hear the birds chirping. Here it is.
It was cool to see those people are noticing the illumination. Why they're wondering why it was still light at 9 o'clock at night. That's great.
Good.
There you go. You got
it's really dark.
You got illumination right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet they're seeing the purple of that too, or something that we don't register.
Yeah.
I could hear them inside in the kitchen, and I could hear them, so I stepped out and.
Yeah, that's completely not normal, and that's a robin.
Oh wow, you can hear them.
Yeah,
What
that's
time?
a
What
robin
time was?
morning.
What time was this?
3 a.m.
Really? It's pretty early.
Yeah. So, that's twice now it's happened. You know, in the last few days, I've been up in the middle of the night and heard birds chirping.
Really strange. Yeah, there's yeah.
I bet
You know,
they're
and
seeing a hell of a show, man. I bet they see much more than we do.
we've
You know.
seen that at least 3 different times in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
About 10 or 12 years.
Oh, in 2018, they were singing up a storm outside of my window in New Mexico. Probably starting around 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m., 2:30 a.m. They were just going nuts. Never seen that before. I
saw that weird illumination on the moon the other night. The weird angled illumination on the moon, because I mean it was in my north window, and you never see the wind, because the moon's supposed to go east to west, and it's in the north window, and you never see it unless the Earth is really tipped. And then I was looking at that bottom illumination, and for the life of me, it really messed with my reality of how the sun goes around, or how the Earth turns and we see the sun. I was going to say the sun goes around the Earth, because it doesn't. We just roll into the light and roll out of it. And it was so weird. I just sat there and I watched it. It's just so, and then there was the blue whatever that was next to it. And unbelievable. And I wish I had a camera. But where I was still seeing it through the trees. The trees were in the way, and I would literally have to go for a long drive to find anywhere I could have seen it without trees. So I didn't. But everything's wrong, guys. It's all screwy. I mean, we know the skies are wrong. Everyone knows the skies are wrong. And that's why we do what we do.
Right. Because there's nobody else
number one.
talking.
We are number one.
Yeah, there's nobody else. There's nobody else talking about this. Nobody.
Well, they're talking about it, but they don't know what it is.
Or they're, sharing wrong information about sun simulators and etc.
Yeah.
Not
Weather modification, terraforming for the aliens to come and invade. They don't have to invade; they already own it. And people have to realize that Earth has been owned for 300,000 years. And we're probably not the only game in town for them. We're probably just one of the franchises. Who knows? There's no telling how large this is.
They're coming here as property managers, and they're going around.
Yeah, inspection. Coming here, your monthly apartment inspection. We're here to see how you folks are living. Or you guys, you've broken up the furniture, and what did you do to the air conditioner? And oh my God, look what you've done to the shades.
Yeah, you gotta pay the tax.
And you have a dog. You're not allowed a dog on your lease. And who's been smoking on the back porch?
Hey Sam, how do you feel about the world economy going? It's pretty bad for people out there right now. You think? How do you feel that's connected in any way?
Yeah, I think we're drastically being controlled by a very large percentage of the corporations and the rich people, and they too. I wonder as to how they could sleep at night, and the greed level. If you have $1 billion in your bank account, how did you get that? What did you have to do to get that? Are you comfortable? I would imagine you are, but I mean, frankly, I think that there's so many people in power that know that something is happening in the higher ups that are sharing the information because money talks, bullshit walks. I think there's a lot of people with too damn much money that are able to create any kind of environment to protect their own butts, and somehow they've lost the humanities that we should all have. And maybe I'm as human loving because I'm not a billionaire, but if I was, I think I'd definitely be trying to do something different for people. That's maybe why I'm not a billionaire.
Well, it seems to me, Sam, that we've always had greed, right? That's always been, but lately it just the last 10 years it just seems like they're hoarding everything. It used to be like they used to be a little bit of scraps.
Like the mark of the beast. Everybody talks about the mark of the beast, and the mark of the beast is greed, avarice, and all of the 7 deadly sins. And I was talking to people about the squatter population that's going on, where people are moving into people's unoccupied homes and then bucking the system because the system has a loophole for that, because squatters' rights and everything, which of course they're now going to start reversing. But there's a whole large group of people that don't care about the rules anymore.
We are seeing a lot of problems with that. And every time that we get a new roommate, we have to do things a certain way and word things a certain way. And it's always in the back of our mind. We have to be really careful with who we rent to. And I think that kind of because there's people out there who don't have perfect credit scores, who don't have this, who are good people and honest people, but because of this whole thing going on, it's the reason why rent is out of control. It's because they're making this environment where they're making it easy for people to rob and steal and do whatever it is they want and not follow the rules.
I hate to sound like Grandpa on the lawn going, "Stay off my lawn," or "You young people don't know," but we have lost a very serious part of our upbringing and our social respect for each other. And I don't know what the hell's happened in schools, but I really believe that some of the valuable lessons have been lost. And I think there's and if you take into account people that don't believe we're going to even live tomorrow, and we are at the end times. So I think there's a great percentage of the population says, screw it, I'm going to do whatever it takes for me to get what I want. Who buys a $5,000 purse?
Well, that's the conditions that are available right now, Sam. It's why, they're saying a lot about this new generation that doesn't want to work, but I think it's just a little more complicated than that. I mean, you can't you can't afford a home these days. These kids are coming to college.
They believe they will never even be able to afford to own a home.
Yeah, and that leaves people with hopelessness, and hopelessness is the worst thing for humans. It makes people where they don't care. You have a low morale, you're gonna have a lot of problems in other areas. A society cannot live with the low morale.
Well, yeah, and we were talking about this prior to the show. It is, and I talked about it a couple of weeks ago, and I don't want to start a revolution or anything, but damn it, it's really seriously time where people, because when I grew up, my father worked, and he was able to support his entire family, including summer vacations, and buy all of our clothes and everything on his one income, while my mother could stay home, although she did do part-time as well for extra because she wanted to have a college education. So she worked so she could pay for that. But and because my parents were immigrants, and my mom wanted to go back to college, which was good and bad, but it was in the 70s, the hippie revolution. And it used to be that one person in the household would actually be able to get an honest wage, or what they call, a living wage, and bring in enough money to actually be upper middle class and everything else. And our economy has been so unbelievably yo-yoed for so many years, and union busting and all of this from the rich, and they've gotten richer and we've gotten poorer. And the question is, and I was mentioning this earlier, is before you know it, people are going to have had enough. And just watch what's happened to China. Watch what's going to happen in Russia.
It's just around the corner, Sam. It's just around the
Yeah,
corner.
and okay, so how do we do this revolution for the people without?
Look what's happening with the farmers in what was it, in Europe, or I'm not sure, Italy, I'm not sure where. That's a revolution what they're doing. I mean,
In Paris, and yeah, they were driving the tractors in and blocking up the street. Yeah, well, a lot of we have to. It's time. It's time to change who's ruling. It really is. We have to look back to people who are smart, not who are TV stars.
And clearly,
do not elect a populist candidate. Elect a guy that's got a damn brain. Elect a statesman, an intellect, a professor. Don't elect some guy that spent 6 months to a year or 6 years on television. Look, that's what killed South America. That's why all the countries have gone fascist, because they started electing populist candidates. Look that up in politics. Populist candidates versus qualified statesmen who know compromise in the law with good judgment. And they're in the government because they're concerned for their fellow man, not because they're there to sneak private trade on the stock market through insider information, which is literally what's going on in our government today. They're all millionaires and billionaires because they know shit and get away with crap. And the corruption in every government, in Russia, in China, and in the United States, and any other country that you could grab or talk about, they are so rich and we are so freaking poor. We've got to stop. Okay, is it going to be the hard way? Is this climate is all this going to? Are we going to have to wait till the shit hits the fan before we get a correction, or are we going to, hopefully correct it now? And I don't advocate violence, so we just have to somehow take back the money from the 3% and start redistributing it to the people, so people will have a place to live and clothing, etc., and a fair. And I'm not saying communistic or socialistic, but we have to come somewhere between capitalistic.
I love that. I love when you say that, Sam, because everybody thinks it's always either one side or the other, but there is a comfortable middle ground, I think. And I think, yes, capitalism creates innovation, but it also creates a vacuum of rich.
Can you imagine if we spent the same budget on schools that we do for national defense?
Exactly. Imagine the kind of education that we would the kind of educated kids and people that we would actually have. But everything is
turning out statesmen, not spoiled wannabe entitled brats.
But then also, it used to be that we can, one income was enough. But some people will go as far as to saying is that, they tie in the clams to get the women also to work. The whole women's movement, the whole women's empowerment. And I don't want
great if they want to work, great. But
I don't want to downgrade that because I feel women are free to do whatever they want, right? But I do feel that, they used to just tax the man. Now they tax both, and it was kind of something that was pushed and it broke up the family unit. It broke up a lot of things.
Did you hear Gillian talking about her TV and the tax man coming to give her the TV tax?
Really?
Yeah. No. Look at the UK. They apparently pay taxes we don't even think about.
Really? TV
yeah,
tax.
I think we need more information on that. Yeah.
That's what I was meaning is that it's all taxes, and it's why one income isn't enough now. You have to have
there's wasted spending all over the place and greed, and we're losing a lot of money. I mean, can you imagine the waste that the U.S. government pays alone on keeping up old buildings and properties that they haven't used in 50 years, and yet they still shell out $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. We ran the repository for helium, started in the Civil War, and we paid for that facility to keep it under guard, to keep producing helium, because we were one of the worldwide leading manufacturers of helium, and we kept paying millions of dollars every year for that facility all the way up until like 1987. So there's millions wasted everywhere in government. And let's talk about the trillions of dollars that the Pentagon is losing, which we know where that money's going. They're building an underground society.
Yeah.
And we're not getting it up here. We're not getting new bridges. We're not getting infrastructure. They're building that all underground.
We're paying for their thing. We're not even going to be allowed to.
And we're not on the list.
Even informed about it,
And we aren't invited to the party.
I agree with you, Sam. I don't advocate for violence ever, but something.
Hey, I had my golden ticket. I was on that list. I've been down there, and I gave up my golden ticket because I'm sorry. I don't believe in lying to the world, and I believe in children, and I believe in families. And how are you going to explain this to the children of the future, that only some people got to be saved? How are you going to explain that? And that's the big lie I didn't want to be part of.
Is that really how you want to restart society, with the lie? And
well, they think after the shit hits the fan, then goes away, they can pop out of their little hole and then control everything that goes on up here. And that's a big lie. And I don't want to get into trouble or too much detail here. I haven't been bled out all show. Great. But yeah, they think they can pop up from their underground cities that are completely stocked beyond your wildest dreams. And we don't even have that. And, our bridges are failing up here. And our roads got potholes everywhere. And our hospitals are broken down. And our children are starving and uneducated and not clothed. And we still have race issues and good old boy greed and lack of justice for all. We don't have that. The rich have one set of rules and the poor have another. We're not doing well. And I think we're letting the foxes in charge of the hen house here, and I think we need to think about how to fix that.
Yep, infrastructure is I think we've placed like so bad when it comes to the world's infrastructure. It's basically falling apart.
Well, look at Dubai. Look at the new cities. Look at the other countries. They're all way ahead of us, and we are watching America in decline. And Rebecca, you look terribly tired.
I am.
Well, we can quit anytime you're ready. Because look what we're talking about. We went off topic of the sky technology.
I know. It was that was the things we were talking about right before the show. But
yeah,
I see a lot of people on TikTok.
We have to remember the fact that it takes an entire village to grow a crop of wheat. And we have to look at our fellow man, and we have to take care of our mentally ill and our sick, and we have to take care of our elderly. I mean, they're being shit on for Social Security. They're not getting near enough money to even live. It's not an entitlement. We paid into it all of our lives. Mm-hmm. And frankly, I'm not going to even be apologetic here. We should be bitch slapped for how we're treating our elderly and our handicapped and our indigent.
My father was a truck driver for 30 years, Sam, and if it wasn't because we helped him with his bills, I don't know how he'd make it. He worked 30 years, retired.
Right now. You know where most of the mentally ill are? In prison.
No.
Where they kill each other.
Yeah.
And they spend more per year on one prisoner than
that'll happen later. You're doing the robot thing, Sam.
Yeah. Believe it. They spend in one year prisoner.
I don't think they like us talking about this. They don't want us to start a revolution.
Say
I mean, Sam, do you think it's even possible to make changes? I mean, can we make significant changes and stop where things are headed, or is it just something we have to, play out, watch happen?
I can see here.
Even Sam's little icon.
I don't think you can hear me. I got the screen warning.
Yeah, even your picture is getting a little blurry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I'm saying things I should not say. Then, I'm breaking the rules.
I don't think they want us to start a revolution, Sam.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah. But long story short, management. We need a management change for sure.
Right. Maybe this will be the year. Maybe they'll have a change of hands.
Well, maybe 2024, the year of the dragon, will actually get wise enough and intellectual enough, and we could read each other's thoughts, and we can gain trust from it, or learn who those people who are deceiving us are. Could you hear that?
Interesting. Yes. If you
Let's
could tell.
Let's all hope we become wise this year.
Yeah.
And I'm not advocating.
I think given all this weather and all these things that we're going to start to see more severely, more prominent, I think it's going to have to get people's attention. Like people are going to have to start noticing what's happening. So
one would hope.
That's all we can do. We can do is try to get this information out there. And
I can't believe people don't see the planets. I cannot believe it. I can't believe they don't see the storms, and our news is completely being affected, and people aren't being told the truth. And it's all localized. Oh, it only happened here. It only happened there. No, it's happening everywhere, and it's worldwide. And we have to pay attention. Go out and look for the information yourself. Go up and look it up, because otherwise you're not going to be informed. They're not going to hand it to you. Anyway, I'm ready to end it. Obviously, I need to.
I think we're all worn out.
We're talking politics and yeah.
I mean, it's not completely off topic, I don't think it all intermeshes.
No, it's all part of the big whole. Everything's connected. We are entering a whole new dawn of the planet, and we are going to go into history for this. We've already made a change. We have changed a lot of people's thinking. We've already made an effect. And if we were to go, and if I was to vanish tomorrow, well, then it's still out there. And therefore, we have taken steps. The present has taken root, or the future has taken root in the present. And apparently, Gillian looked me up on what was it, Tingler or whatever it was.
Flickr.
Flickr. Okay.
Flickr. Yeah. Okay. Tingler. Anyway.
And they even have all your Radio Wasteland videos on there too. So.
That's impressive. I wonder who did that.
Yeah. It says that you're stirring. You're stirring you're rocking the boat, Sam.
Yay! That is the idea. To get this out there.
The idea is to get this out there, man, is to kind of change the way people look at the world.
One step at a time. And then once they realize that there is more out there, then they'll also be a little more aware and aware of what's in front of them, and what they can lose or what they can gain. Maybe we'll start living a little bit better and away from electricity in our homes, or change how we make that electricity or where we put it. Because I truly, to this day, and I believe Tesla warned Edison about the dangers of AC/DC current versus his direct current. which has had to do with the number of power stations it took to generate, etc. And I believe that electricity in our homes causes a great deal of our cancer, as well as chemical stuff in our foods and our water. We've poisoned ourselves a long time ago. It's in our systems now, and we have to be very careful not to breed any more of that into our future offspring. We have to come to terms. We've done some bad boo-boos, and people should stop making money off of it. And I'm sorry, I just can't see it. And yet the greed, to me, that is the mark of the beast, is the greed that is running our entire planet right now. And why don't these people with hundreds of billions of dollars feed an entire country for 1 year even? If we stopped, if the major three, if Russia, China, and the United States took a 2-year hiatus on production of weapons and put that money into people and education and infrastructure, we would be advanced beyond your wildest dreams.
Yeah.
United States spends 5 countries together on armament alone, weaponry, and secrets. Why can't we spend that on schools and food and people and hospitals?
There's videos on TikTok of kindergartners in China, and you'd be amazed what these little children are doing. They're cooking like 5-course meals and stuff, compared to what our kindergarten children are, doing. And I don't know, they're being
eating
led.
glue and right.
Yeah, I mean, they're right. They're just there's no comparison. So it
That's
makes
a different life. Yeah, they have to in China. They still have to do all the basics and harvesting of foods and growing of everything and butchering their own meat. And I mean, I watch a lot of Chinese information and videos, and those people. I mean, they have a great culture in a lot of ways, especially the Japanese included. I love their culture, but boy, they have hard lives, and their women do a lot of the work, and their kids do a lot of the work. And we've become very soft here in the United States and, of course, around the world. And Europe has it. Oh, my God. I mean, those guys are still getting 3-month vacations in Europe, and we don't even know about that. And that sort of snuck past us here. But, I mean, you tell me anyone who can actually afford to do a vacation in the United States, and they either got a great job or they're not, or they're single. If you have a family, you can't afford it. I mean, I suffer to, keep clothes on my children and shoes on my feet. And we have to save for stuff like that. We have to think about it ahead of time. Right. So, we don't get just to go, oh, hey, I'll go to the store today and buy something. No, we don't get to do that. So we have to plan. Yeah, it's a strange world. I unfortunately, I can't believe that the multiple people who do have the money on this planet. And corporations, why do corporations have all that money? What are they going to do with it?
They're just hoarding everything.
All about money, though. I think it's deeper than that. It's not just about money. Like money equals energy, to these people.
Control.
Mm-hmm.
It's control. It's power, because these people they look beyond money.
I think we've forgotten the monopoly law.
Yeah. I was just going to go there with the monopoly thing. I mean, we're seeing monopolies that, supposedly were illegal. There was some kind of system to avoid these monopolies, but now we have 5-10 different industries that control everything, including food, including media, including pharmaceuticals, including everything.
Water.
So, yeah. It's
we should really, I mean, we need to stop letting corporations buy water rights. We need to immediately stop that now.
It's too much power for corporations.
Well, we're going to be buying water before you know it. I mean, we already are.
We're
buying it in plastic containers, which is even worse. Because that plastic is toxic, and there's no control over that. Pardon the expression, but You know the new Trump Bible? You heard about Trump is selling Bibles?
I heard he was selling Bibles.
Guess where they're made? They're made in China.
Dude, that man is ridiculous.
And the pages are sticking together, and there's no copyright from any American company that didn't make it, because they're $10 Bibles made in China, and he's selling them for $60. Sorry, but I mean that's an example of what's going on. Is we're not even buying quality anything anymore. Everything we buy is cheap, second rate, and you were paying premium prices for everything, including our food.
Well, it's a false economy, Sam. It's a false economy.
It's called standard obsolescence. You have to replace it every 3 years, otherwise our economy would falter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Taxes and corruption, my man. Taxes and corruption.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Terrible.
Anyways, it's time for some Star Wars, Sam.
Yes, sir. I will follow orders.
Time. Yeah, right.
Time for Star Wars. It's time for me to go take my nightly walk, before I head to bed.
That's nice. How far do you walk at night? Like
I tried to do like a mile or two at night, a day. I try to get at least 5,000 steps a day, but it's probably like 4 days out of the week for sure. But because I've been kind of in pain lately, I haven't really been doing it. So I think today is a good day to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's the weather. Blame the weather.
Yeah. It's definitely the weather for sure.
Right.
Okay, then.
Well,
Yes.
We'll wrap it up here then.
I'll be the first to say goodnight to everybody, and then I try to zip out a little quicker. Otherwise, we keep talking.
I know, but we'll be back
so-
Saturday, 2:00 Central.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, everybody out there, keep looking up. Go outside. Go look up. Don't look out. Look up. Look for the dark areas. Start there. Look for that big rounded edge that's bigger than you can imagine. Once you see the side of these planets, you won't miss them.
And don't forget to go to the platform, guys, and sign up, because that's costing a lot of money, and we do want to grow that and try to keep it online. So please try to support that as much as possible. Again, we have said $2.99, really not a lot, for what you get, but it will put us in a position where we could share this to a broader audience, which is
and we'll be able to use more better videos and do more.
Oh, sure. Right now, where it's not any cost. Right now, everything is no cost. But you can still get registered for when the more exciting features start. Then you'll be informed on movie nights and
we'll see what happens. Yeah. Still waiting on the new laptop to see where we can grow with that, and see if I can get out to the world and not be blocked with my.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
I hope so. I hope so
It would
too.
be nice to see you face to face, Sam. That would be really nice. I would love that.
We'll see what happens. I think it greatly has to do with my internet IP address, because when I start talking about shit, they blurred me out.
Wow.
So anyway.
Maybe I don't know if Rocket Man might have added what do you call those?
I think he needs a VPN.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. VPN.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him.
Before you even get on that, you should discuss that with Rocket Man, because VPNs they sometimes they slow it down a little bit, but it makes it way more secure and that's I'm pretty sure Rocket Man would have known.
That's easy. It's just you sign up for it. Mm-hmm. It's just a service, and you turn it on, and you pay your $12 a month, and you got it.
What?
Yeah, and it'll mask
$12 a month.
What it does is it masks your IP address,
right?
And it makes it like you're in China or something.
Yeah,
it's great if you got money, and I don't. I'm scraping just to get my.
But it'll keep people from fishing around, or even
I don't hide anything. All I have on this computer is pictures. Pictures from members. Work only.
No, well,
Yeah, I don't bake online. I haven't been able to. I got hacked a couple of times and I lost twice. I lost very large amounts of money off the computer, and it was like, nope, not doing this no more. So anyway, good night, everybody. I'm gonna go, and then I'll just start the exit here, and then you guys will. We can keep talking and talking and talking. So all right. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for
It was
being here.
nice to have you all here.
We'll see you in a few days.
All right. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Good night, guys.